Live.
Now we're live.
Way to go, Lance. Starting off screaming at people.
Yeah. Let's curse out the audience. Yeah.
Way to go,
Deal
Lance.
with it. All right. Hey, everybody. July 1st.
Come on, Lance. Hold it together, baby. It's only been a minute.
Yeah. All right. July 1st. Here we go. It's the year is officially half over. Oh, hey, Chris, check out my mug I got for Father's Day.
Ooh, fancy.
Very cool.
Shiny.
As everybody knows, we're actually pretty excited because we got Steven with me. Steven has been like saying he would be on the show. Well, you've been on it like once or twice in the past, but like
Have I actually? Did I actually make it ever? Because
you made it one night when it was, and you and me and Joel Eddy were talking, and that was when I can't think of his name right now. The guy who designed Wyatt Earp and Diamonds.
Mike Fitzgerald, of course, good buddy.
Yeah, Mike Fitzgerald
awesome.
was actually at your house hanging out playing games with you, and he came on too and talked.
I can't make a show that starts at 10 p.m. Eastern time. I'm A, old, and B, tired. I work hard. I go to bed.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Nice segue. So, Steven, you announced your retirement today.
I did.
I was shocked.
I would say it probably shocked a bunch of people. There were very, very few people that knew about it. Retirement takes effect on August 1st, so exactly 1 month from now. It would have happened also with a big fanfare and going away party, retirement party at Gen Con. But of course, that's not going to happen now. We were going to have a little thing at one of the pubs and stuff like that. But so just for everybody, sent this on my own. What I wanted, and it's been in the works for over 2 years, 2.5 years of planning to this, because it also was part of the planning of the merger with the companies too. All of that came together with the plan of the retirement as well. So I know there's going to be conspiracy theorists. There's going to be all kinds of people saying he was pushed out. No, I still maintain a significant financial interest in the company, and I can now just, instead of stressing out 10 hours a day and waking up in the middle of the night sweating because I wasn't sure my print run is going to hit in time, I can now relax. And that's what, life is all about. And you get to a certain age, as long as you have the money that you need, you're good. And I'm happy. The girlfriend and I are happy. Life is good. We're good. So I'm very happy to have gotten to this stage, and Stronghold I'm leaving it in great hands. The team is amazing that we built. Travis Worthington is going to continue as the CEO of the company. We promoted Sydney Engelstein, who's been with the company for about 2 years already, as director of game development for the Stronghold Games brand. She works both sides of the brand anyway, both Stronghold Games and Indie Boards and Cards, but she'll caretake the Stronghold brand even more now going forward. And she's an amazing person. I'm really happy to have her taking that accelerated role, that bigger role within the company. So it's all good. And also, very importantly, for everybody who might be listening, or you guys, I will still see you at game conventions when we can do that again, because A, I'm a gamer. B, I want to be there. I love them. I just won't be wearing a red shirt pimping Stronghold, but I'll be there gaming, hanging out, having lunch, dinner with you, having a drink with you, and stuff like that. So I plan on being at all the major conventions next year.
It's awesome. Well deserved. I'm sure everybody's racing to be the front of the line to tell you that to thank you for everything you've done. So let me just add to the pile. Obviously, without you, there's a lot of games that never would have got republished. But without you, I definitely like the board game hobby in general became better because of your involvement with it, because of your blood, sweat, and tears, and because of your efforts. You led by example and with word, and you were never afraid of stepping out. And even if you said something that maybe later you thought maybe you shouldn't have said it, you were the first person to admit that, hey, let me change what I said there. And the thing with Gamma and stuff like that. I mean, you have never been nothing but ethical and truthful and straightforward and honest and decent in every single dealing I've ever had with you. And I can only assume everybody else can say the same thing.
Thank you, Lance. That's very nice of you. I mean, I based my career on making relationships and built the company on that. And sort of the backbone of the games that we've done over the course of the 10 years were in partnership with great European publishers. And that was all built through making those great relationships, understanding that there's two sides in every deal and both sides have to be happy with it. You can't just, do bad things in business and get away with it. Your efforts will soon be, your bad efforts will soon be pointed out and people will not deal with you. So I'd like to think that there are very few people in the industry that would not say something, at least decent about me, if not very nice. And I've made some great, not only business relationships, but just friendships. And it's one of the most painful parts of this year, and I live a very blessed life. Love Florida. It's great here. But one of the most painful parts of the year is not having been able to get out and see everybody this year, see people at conventions, just meet them, show them the new games and things like that. But I completely plan on having this happen next year. I will see everybody next year. I'll be there. I might not be wearing red. I won't be wearing red, but I will be there and hanging out with y'all.
Probably still wear red, just not with a logo.
Without the logo. No, but really my body isn't red. I mean, people think that it's like, been stamped on me. Maybe I should just get this like on my, get this logo right here. No,
you should do the full body tattoo like that one soccer fan did. He got the whole jersey tattooed on his chest.
I mean, look good on my back, maybe, right? My whole back. No. Nobody wants to see my body without some kind of clothing on it. So, but no, it's all good. I'm really excited for the next phase of one's life. I mean, I think it's everybody's dream to be able to. I'm extremely healthy. I'm pretty young enough to enjoy myself, right?
Not a day over 80.
Not a day. Hey, you kids, get off my lawn. I'm going to be saying that to them out here in Florida. But yeah, I mean, I'm healthy. I'm young enough to enjoy myself. And I mean, that's sort of the American dream, right? That's what we strive to do, to take that step back and relax. And a lot of people said like, oh, you'll never retire. You can't, you'll do something. Well, I'll do truly the things that don't stress me out that I love. I mean, I'll game, right? I've got Gloomhaven sitting right here this is part of my gaming table. And on the bottom part, there's Gloomhaven set up to play the next scenario. I'll do my media. I'll do Board Games Insider with Ignacy that I do every week. I don't just lose that knowledge. I still am a Board Games Insider. I still have knowledge of how the operations of companies work, and I'll continue to take those questions and comment on the news and things like that. And I'm certain that I will also hook up with, at least on some level, with one of the major media outlets, like do more work with the Dice Tower and Tom, do more work with Board Game Geek. But I don't want a job with anybody. I'll just do more stuff with them because I enjoy doing that. I enjoy doing this. If you guys would do this like at a reasonable hour, I would do this with you every
I've been barking up that tree
week.
for years, Steven. It ain't gonna happen. I've been asking him to start earlier for 3 years now.
I'm here. I would be here very often if this happened 1 or 2 hours earlier, but I wouldn't be here for 4 hours. Do you guys really do this for like 4 hours a night?
Sometimes 7.
Yeah,
No,
I think our longest one was like 5.5 hours.
No, it wasn't. You did a 7.5 hour stream last year.
All right. Officially, I will not be here no matter what time you start. All right. You got me now and I'm done.
Now, when did you start?
We did a 7.5 hour stream. There's no way.
I don't think it was
I
quite
remember
that
watching it the next day. I started it when I started work and it ended like a half hour before I punched out.
No way.
You guys were up till like 5 a.m. I remember Barry got on saying, what are you guys still doing? Or Rado got on saying, what are you guys still doing on? It's like 7 a.m. or something stupid like that.
Okay. Maybe that happened.
Do you guys work? I mean, does like work occur in your lives? I mean,
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's like, but with like when you work in board games, as you know, it's like you never stop working. Like you're always thinking about it. You're always doing something.
you gotta sleep and then you refresh.
Although you'd think for a board game stream, we'd actually talk more about board games, but we
Well,
really
there's
don't.
lots of things to talk about. So I got some random questions I want to ask.
Scott Alden joined.
Congratulations,
Hey,
dude.
thank you. And Matt, how are you? Good to see you too. Thank you, Scott. Scott reached out to me today. It's the second time I've seen him today or talked to him.
Well, Scott's a regular boomer. He's here almost every week.
Every week.
Well, Scott is
Can't
also a
remember
night
the last
owl.
time I wasn't here.
Yeah, he's also
Yeah.
an hour behind.
So what is?
Yeah, I get an extra
here-
hour on
I
me.
gotta ask you this: what is, and if you can legally talk about it, what is like the one game and you can't say Merchants of Venus because of all that. What is another game that you were almost positive you were going to publish, but it slipped through your fingers?
Merchant of Venus, which is right here, right?
No, not. But you can't say that. I say the other one.
Everyone
You
knows
have
that
Magic
one.
Realm at one point under your
Yeah,
fingers
that's what
too.
Well, we
Welcome
we,
to 10 minutes ago, Scott. Anyway,
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
we had
Well,
we
you
had,
asked the question.
we had Hamblin, right? So we were the only people, and to this day, I can't talk too much about this, but to this day, we're the only people. I am the only person, period, that has spoken to Richard Hamblin about working with him and getting his old designs.
Wow.
He's an old man. I haven't reached out to him in a few years. I kind of feel bad at this point. I hope he's still alive. I hope he's still okay. He was not happy with the way the industry treated him in the end. He loved me. He wanted me to do Merchant of Venus. He would have loved for me to do Magic Realm. Merchant of Venus, we signed the contract. We had everything in place and announced. And of course, Fantasy Flight announced, and the whole kerfuffle occurred. And we mutually came together and sorted that out. And we have credit inside the box, which is very nice. But they might have held an extra card in their hand. Let's just put it that way in the whole thing. For
I gotta
Magic
ask,
Realm,
when you announced, that was at Gen Con, right? That you
no, it
announced?
was at Essen.
Essen.
It was
Oh,
free.
yeah, it was Essen, and then this is before FFG became part.
Oh yeah, way before.
Way before. What went through your head when they walked over and said, "Hey, we need to talk"? What was your
Funny-
gut reaction?
This
Like,
is
Was it CP? Was it the flight master? Did he come up and talk to you?
CTP, Christian T.
CTP.
Peterson. So it was and this is the God's honest truth. So we were end of the day, we're cleaning up after the first day. We're just fixing things up.
Can I interrupt you just for a quick second, just so they know what we're talking about? Stronghold Games, big fanfare, announced reprint of Merchant of Venus, an out of print game that's been
Well
out
game.
of print for. Yes, there's tons of cardboard boxes in the garage. You know that, Caleb. Anyway, so and then announced and then when you announced it, Fantasy Flight basically had the exact same announcement almost the exact same time.
12 hours later, they announced it as well. Actually, yeah, 12 hours later, they also announced it, but they only announced it at that point because we announced it.
Right, you
is
forced their
what happened.
hand.
They weren't going to announce it. They don't announce things that early. We announced it with some fanfare.
They do it all at Gen Con now.
Yeah.
I think
So-
they did it all at Gen Con.
So,
So
we made
CTP.
the announcement on the BGG stream, I believe.
You
right?
did.
We
Yeah,
it on the
back when you used to give me
BGG
exclusives.
I gave it.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
now it's all
yeah.
Tom. Notice it got announced this week, not last week. I'm just messing with you, Steven.
You sure you
know I
still
love
want
you.
to
Oh,
stay?
no.
around,
As soon
Steven?
as he retires, boom. It's open season.
This is
year was it?
this
This
is
is
a little
like-
knife. I got to pull this
The
thing out.
Terraforming Mars thing. I was.
Oh.
Like
So,
12 years
You,
ago.
I know your
Is
your
this
hands
now
were
the
tied.
new
with that.
normal? You retired so you could show up here every Wednesday?
Hi,
Might.
Richard. Hi, how are you? You gonna stab me too?
Hello.
Okay. Let me tell
Hey,
my
you know
story.
what? I bet you dollars to donuts if Joel Eddy sees that you're on, he'll pop on. We can't get that guy to show up to save his life usually, but I mean, he'll be like, "Oh, well, hey, here's Stevens." Anyway, go ahead.
We talked about this. I would
That's
show
a
up,
spot on impersonation, by the way.
I would
That's
show-
uncanny.
I would show up much more often, except the time of this it's just much too late for me. I'm in bed usually by now, or at least getting into bed.
Go
what am I-
on.
What are you talking about? You're retired.
No, what do you
for,
gotta wake up
sleeping
for
in late,
now?
Staying up late.
Because I'm a morning person. I'm not by the way, I poured myself a beer to start this show because I said when this is finished, I'm going. So you better make me nurse this,
halfway
or else
down.
I'm leaving. Yeah.
I'll get you a
All right.
sippy cup.
Give me a.
So, all right, so back to the announcement.
Shall I finish this story?
Yes.
It's a really
Yeah,
good
please
story.
do.
Definitely.
Lance likes to interrupt. It's his thing.
We make the announcement right at the end of the day maybe even on the Wednesday. I think it might even because we usually get on the day before Essen starts We're finishing up. We're about to kind of leave the booth. And this gentleman shows up and he goes, who's in charge here? I got to talk to the president of the company. And I'm like, it was back in the time when I had a business partner for Stronghold Games. And we are. Yeah, hi. I'm Stephen Bonker. Kevin, what would you like? I goes, I'm Christian T. Peterson, president of Fantasy Flight Games. I'm like, Chris, big fan. Love your stuff. I start gushing and he's like, we got to talk here. You see, we're going to be doing Merchant of Venus. We got the rights from Hasbro and we're doing the game. So you can't do the game. So sorry. And I'm like, I think we got the rights from the designer. So we're going to do it. He goes, sorry, we're doing it. One day later, he comes back he goes, listen, I'm sorry. I didn't handle that well. Let's talk. Let's get together. We'll figure this out. And we did. In the end, Chris Peterson is one of my best friends in the industry. I can call him right now and he'd take my calls. He's a wonderful guy. He's done some of the greatest games known in this industry. So in the end, I didn't get a game out of it. They did a phenomenal implementation of the game, by the way. And I got a lasting relationship with somebody that I probably would not have had, at least not on that level. So it worked out weirdly in a good way.
Do you feel that kind of maybe cemented Mr. Hamlin's displeasure with the industry in some way?
It didn't help. Let's put it that way. He distrusts the industry. And remember, it's a very different industry when he was there. He worked for Avalon Hill. He worked for back then for those guys. And there were some weird things that went on when Avalon Hill dissolved and contracts were signed and moved and this and that. It's a lot of like going. It didn't help. I don't even know if the poor guy ever even got paid. And it would not have been on Fantasy Flight to pay him. It would have been on Hasbro to pay him any royalties owed. I literally don't know if that ever happened.
Wow.
But Fantasy Flight did a phenomenal implementation, a great game. I proudly have it on my shelf right there. So
yeah. Well, okay. Besides that one, besides the story that a lot of people know, or maybe at least now, maybe more of them know than before. What other game like slipped through your fingers that you wish you had published, that you thought you had signed, or you thought you were going to publish it, for whatever reason it just didn't happen?
I tried to
Did
get.
you try for Glory of Rome? Glory of Rome?
I did. Yeah. I mean, I've tried for a lot of things, but when you try for something and immediately it's not happening. So it's not like that's like it wasn't a big surprise that I didn't get it. You try and like, no, that kind of thing. So there's plenty of that happens. I wanted Quacks of Quellenberg. But instead of getting that, I got all of the rolling rights from Schmidt-Spieler, which is great. Now I have this partnership with a huge company in Germany that'll now throw me huge. He'll now throw me like all kinds of things. And I kept telling him, I want the bigger games. And so now they're throwing me bigger games. And we have one that's coming out later this year with them too. So it actually ended up working better again. There's karma in life. I don't know. I don't really think that way, but the fact that I didn't get that one that I kind of wanted, and I got Ganshon Clever, Twice as Clever, Bricks. I kept getting all of the other ones in their roll and write line, and I'm pretty sure those have done better than that one game.
It was magic.
Similar question.
No chance.
What did you have the opportunity to get, but you passed by and you're kicking yourself about it?
Ooh.
I just can't think of one. I'm sure. No, I'm not lying.
He did nothing but hit home runs, ladies and gentlemen. There were no swings and misses with Steven.
No, I just can't think of something that I passed on that somebody else did. I really can't think of one. I'm sure there's one if I went through like every game here and stuff. I would have I passed on doing.
Did you
Jeff-
try to get the Battlestar Galactica license for Dark Moon?
No, I never tried. I just
Never tried.
took BSG Express.
Yeah.
I met Evan Derrick. I played it. I'm like, oh no, actually, I played it with a friend of mine in New Jersey who did the print and play, and I'm like, oh, this is really neat, and plays in 45 minutes, and Battlestar Galactica is a 3-4 hour extravaganza. So
A 4 hour long amazing extravaganza.
no, I love it. Did you see? Can you see those?
Yeah.
That's funny. I have all the games we're talking about.
That's
right
your
behind me.
retirement fund right there.
I hear that's a lot of money right now, right?
That's
once,
some money.
once again, if anybody has a copy of the Daybreak expansion that's just rotting away that they wanted to get rid of, just anyway. Go
He's
ahead.
got 4 of them right there.
Oh, you mean this one here? You want this? Is that-
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
It's the
there
only
it is.
one.
Brand
It's the only.
new.
I remember I didn't
It is.
get it, and then
It's pretty new. It's
Wow.
it's out of shrink. I have played it.
Is it punched?
I think so.
I bet not.
Shake it.
Oh, it's
Don't
not
break it.
punch. I didn't play with this one.
Ooh,
Oh.
wow! Look, near mint, near mint.
This was
mint.
this was the last one, right?
$100.
$500.
$100,
That's like a
Steven.
$300
much?
expansion.
I'll give you $100.
Five
Right
hundred?
now.
Get
I'll
out.
pay
of
for
here.
you $100
It's like
right now.
$300-$400 on mine. Yeah,
At
Shut your
least.
mouth.
at least.
See, that's Lance's play. He's gonna invite you on his show and then lowball
And
you.
then haggle for every game
Yeah,
in your
he offer you
background.
100.
No, I mean,
American dollars.
Honestly, I would work out a price to buy the whole set out of you. I mean, just because mine is as Scott says, well loved. It's
Yeah.
a well loved copy.
Why don't you, while you're at it, why don't you offer me something for my collector's edition of War of the Ring, which is my pride and joy, which is like
That's
over $2,000.
Yeah.
And
that's
how many
what I
times have you
regret.
played it?
A lot.
He's not kidding with that one. I watched him play it on the cruise.
I wasn't playing my collector's edition. I
We
didn't bring
brought
it.
ours.
You brought the
Yeah, we brought the
Paint-
collector's edition.
no. You
Not
didn't
the
bring
one
the,
he's talking about. The big book.
With the
tome
the
book.
one.
first edition. It's in a wooden book.
We brought
When
it.
you hold-
We brought it on the cruise.
I thought you had the painted.
No, I got both.
Okay, I don't
I got
remember. Okay,
Yeah, we brought the book.
I did hang out with Rodney when he was
Should I
playing.
get a ruler for you guys? As long as we're
Brag.
measuring.
Board
I
game
thought you were in that game.
I was. I didn't see the book, so I didn't see it actually there. But I saw them playing with the painted minis on the big board. I thought it was the other one, and I was
Inferior
helping.
second edition.
I was helping Rodney because he had never played before, and he was actually playing the Free Peoples too, which is hard. So I helped him for a couple of turns, and I'm like, I can't sit here and watch this. I'm gonna go crazy. I love War of the Ring, and anybody who knows me, it's like my number one game of all time. May I plug the Kickstarter while I'm here and only halfway through my beer?
Well, I mean, haven't
Yeah.
you got enough money already on there?
You're on
Where's
the
it at right
outfield.
now? Where's it at?
Go ahead,
Six-
Steven.
The Kickstarter for Terraforming Mars Big Box is just went over $2.3 million.
That's why you're retiring.
So
He's got
All right.
plastic futures.
another slightly funny story, very recent this time, is that the announcement of the retirement was timed with the Dice Tower East convention. We timed this a while ago. That didn't happen, so we did it with the Dice Tower Summer Spectacular. So same timing, slightly different venue. The timing of the Kickstarter was supposed to be a little bit earlier. So as a team, the other day we said, you have to record a video that's going to assure the backers that you're not going to take the money and move to Belize or something like that, because you know how Kickstarter backers are like just a little insane sometimes. So I literally recorded a video this afternoon, sent it over to Kira, marketing person, and she added it into the update today. And I said, thank you so much for being part of the Kickstarter. It's been a great experience. By the way, you might have heard I'm retiring. Have no fear. The team is still on it, yada, yada, yada. So just a little thing that like crazy things you have to think that somebody might say, he's going to steal the money. He's never going to be around. Again.
You missed a golden opportunity. You could have made like a little mini movie of you like shoving dollar bills into a duffel bag and
Yeah, totally
searching
would've.
for your
Just tampering out
passport.
the
Do the video in a Hawaiian hat and
You know-
sunglasses.
Things are pretty good around here. I've got this stuff I gotta you move out of the way, and it's just all over the place. This filthy money. Anyway, come on. that was,
well, I
that
mean,
was
good
fun.
for you,
curious,
man.
from a Kickstarter perspective, because it shows your initial goal was only 50,000. So like, was that something where you were like, okay, if we hit that 50,000 goal, like we can print out a 1,000 print run or something, or were you expecting it to go like super big like it did?
He was expecting big numbers.
He's
You-
expecting.
you
It's
pick-
probably not even quite to the expectations yet.
No. We actually we have you always make bets with.
Well, how many
with
have
it-
you printed? How many copies have you printed of that game?
of Well,
Yeah,
They don't have
I
release dates.
apologize. We cannot
don't
give you
dis- you
print.
don't
dates.
disclose
it's
that information?
It's 6 figures. That's what he said earlier.
Oh yeah, it's
I was
Pete
there.
knows.
At
I
least
was there.
6. I was wondering if he hit
It's
7
6
yet.
figures. Maybe they'll say something when it hits 1 million. I think that's
Maybe.
what you said
Okay.
earlier.
Maybe when it hits 1 million, I'll say something. It's in the 6 figures. And by the way, that's ours. The rest of the world, there's 20 languages that this game is printed in now, and English is more than everybody else combined. But they're they're there. There's a lot on that side of the fence too. Anyway, we always have a bet. Well, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? My under/over with the person that I always make the bet with, which we bet for beer all the time. Beer is my default currency. Was at first it was 1.2 million, and as we were getting closer, we realized before we started, I realized it was going to be better. I said, you know what? I'll give you 1.5. I'm still taking the over, and I'm going to give you 1.5, but the bet is now 2 beers. So
Was he a case now?
One American dollar.
Yeah.
$1.
So so there's 70,000, or sorry, you're at almost 20,000 backers.
Yeah, it's
So 70,000 people have marked it owned on BGG. I wonder if we could have tapped into that somehow.
So here's here's a funny thing that I looked at that. Also the ratings, not the ratings, but the ownership recently, and more people own Terraforming Mars in the top
Then live on Mars.
Very good, Lance. Very good.
in the top 50 games. It's the most owned game in the top 50.
Is it
And
really?
It beat in the top 100. I forgot where the cutoff is, but in the top 100, the only games that are more owned, according to BGG, is Codenames.
Yeah, that's
of course.
makes sense.
Everybody has a copy of Codenames. Who doesn't love that game? It's the greatest game. It's just
Lance
great.
doesn't
You
love
play
it.
with your family, friends. You play with anybody. And I love Codenames. I think I play it all the time at party game. I love party games. I can't think the other two, but they're also as soon as you see it, Scott, if you run down.
I'm
top
looking right now. I'm bringing it up.
but
Catan has 142,000. Pandemic is 142.
there you go. Those are the 3 games.
Pandemic's
that are
about
ahead.
to eclipse Catan. Carcassone's at 138. 7 Wonders to 104. Codenames 97.
Okay, maybe there's more than 3. I thought there was 3.
You're in the top.
Top 10.
Oh yeah.
hold
I thought
on.
it was. I
Maybe
thought I
there's
only saw 3, but fine, that's fine. Whatever.
What,
There's a lot of good.
Steven, what do you
top 12. You're the 12th.
attribute- What do you attribute the insane success of that game to? Because it's insane.
It's very good. It's a very successful game. Number 4 ranked, of course.
Yeah.
A couple of things. First of all, it has to be a great game. So gamers are not going to buy a game that they just don't think is a great game. So, but it went further than that. This game uses it's a Euro game that uses such a heavy theme that makes so much sense that the whole thing just works together. The game starts in the year 2400 and runs for 8, 10, 12 generations, human generations. So you're playing the game until the 2800s, let's just say. And you're playing cards that are like projected real science. So all of this stuff, and you're a corporation. So think about those things I'm saying. What are we seeing now? What's leading space exploration now? Private industry is leading space exploration right now. You got SpaceX, who is the foremost provider of rockets now, for NASA. and Capsules, and Boeing is in the game. All these companies. So private corporations, real time, you have them in the game. You have this projected science that all makes sense. And at the same time, Mars is such a hot topic. Musk was talking about, we're getting to Mars, we're getting to Mars. The Martian came out right around the same time as the game came out. All these things, it was a great confluence of events that said, this is a good time for this game. It worked out. The shortage of supply in the beginning did not hurt, and I did not do that on purpose. I printed a huge quantity of games the first time, the biggest print run I've ever done. I thought it was going to be a good game, pretty hot. The demand was double. I printed that double number for the second printing, and the demand was double that. And it did that a few times. It was just crazy. So it
Lightning
worked
in a
out.
bottle.
It was lightning. It just was lightning. Thank God. It was great.
So do you think a game with that, and I realize this is an impossible question, do you think a game like with a theme like that would have been as successful even like 5 years earlier?
That's a good question.
Would this game have been successful 5 years earlier? Because the topic of Mars, with the topic of Mars, right?
Right. Yeah.
Terraforming
Well,
Mars,
and yeah, not just the topic of Mars, but just kind of how society has been progressing towards the privatization of space, towards figures like Elon Musk making that more of a general topic of conversation as opposed to, okay, you're a sweaty nerd for talking about living on Mars, right? Like you're either a Heinlein fan or an Asimov fan or, something like that.
So Lance, I can see you've really upped your game here by bringing much more intelligent people onto the show, like Chris, who can ask insightful, riveting questions like that, unlike some of the rest of these.
I have a question. Who farted?
I kick ball.
No, that's a really deep question. I'm gonna say that we've been, as a public conscience on some level, that we've been thinking that, well, why aren't we moving to Mars? Why isn't space exploration the same place as it was when I was a child?
Right.
And I watched, and it chokes me up every time I think about it. I watched Neil Armstrong take the first steps on the planet, on the moon.
Right.
And a toy.
Well, I watched that at 8 years old. The movie that they made to fake the fact that
know it. Terraforming Mars was like in Total Recall, if I'm not mistaken, like in the 90s.
Yeah, it was, but was Total Recall viewed as a critical success, or was that more of an Arnold Schwarzenegger action movie?
Isn't it more of like a cult movie? It was popular because of Schwarzenegger, but it really developed more of a cult following years later.
That's what happened.
Right. Yeah. So and again, that's why I said this is probably an impossible question to answer. But I think it's really cool that the game managed to successfully capture that sort of social zeitgeist, right? Of what our current society is looking ahead to, and so many people have bought into that. To me, that's really fascinating.
Yeah, I'd like to think that it would have done the same, but again, like you said, we're kind of on that swing right now where everything is working and people are just thinking space and they're thinking Mars. In 21 days from today, I plan on being at Cape Kennedy, Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, to watch the launch of the Mars 2020 mission with the Perseverance rover on it. I'm going to be there because, I only live about 2 hours away anyway. So I'm going to be there. I'm going to watch this. I've never seen that launch before. So all of these things.
Which area are you going to be at? Because the kicker for the Vikings for a long time, Ryan Longwell, he actually lives in Florida as well, and he told me he got a chance to go see it, kind of like the VIP seating where it's 2 miles away from the actual launch, and he said it was indescribable. You literally cannot describe what that launch is like.
Can you hook a brother up?
I think he used up all his favors to get that.
No, I know. So right now, because of COVID, they're not doing VIP tickets anymore. I would have, because I'm also on the list as soon as tickets for anything come up.
You're gonna go to Mars?
Go get a ticket. Tickets to see a launch. So they've closed down that portion of it, but you can go and there's areas that you can see. It's about 7 miles away. I've heard something like that. The lawn of here and the this of there. And I don't know. I've never been to one. Yeah. I'm going. I'm going. I want to see this. This is another silly little thing that I was one of the people who was selected to help name the rover Perseverance. Not that we did it, but we judged the entries from
cool.
children K to 12. They had like 3 different groups. I was one of hundreds, so it's not just me. I judged the 9 to 12 graders, and they submitted the names and why they thought this was a good name, and we did it on. So it was kind of cool. The name actually came from a 7th grader, so it wasn't from one of the ones that I saw. It's a great name.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. I actually got a chance to tour JPL, and they were talking about how like all the rover names, it's from kids. Like it's like, hey, what do you think this rover like exemplifies? And to me, like that's one of the great things.
I got to do the friend and family tour.
These are our family, or our future generations. Like they're
absolutely.
So
absolutely,
very cool. All right. Well, now that I've derailed the entire conversation, Lance, you got any other questions?
Would you like someone to pull your finger, Lance?
No, I mean, it's weird that this is a pretty this is kind of a jackass question to ask, but I mean, it's what do you think the biggest difference is? And I don't want you to talk about like the explosion of the hobby, because that's really obvious, or but like the difference between when you decided to like, hey, you know what, I think I want to publish a couple of games, to now I think I'm going to retire from publishing games. And what's like, other than the explosion of the interest in the hobby and just like the birth of Kickstarter and all those other things, what's the biggest change for you?
No, you mentioned Kickstarter, which that dropped the barrier to entry to publishers to zero. If the game doesn't get funded, you don't publish.
Remember, you were kind of anti-Kickstarter for a while. Not anti, but like you didn't want to use it.
No, I didn't. I used it once. It's a very difficult platform to use. You're criticized constantly for not putting gold in the box and sending it. So it's just a very, it's just, you have to have a very thick, and I do not answer any of those. Trisha, my customer service agent, Trisha Sydney, is absolutely amazing. I could never deal with that. I couldn't deal with it.
Travis Chance has his famous quote. He said, he's like, every email from a backer is this: I would like the moon with a slice of right the fuck now.
Basically. So Lance, I mean, really, to answer your question, I mean, certainly Kickstarter is a huge portion of the change between the beginning, because it wasn't there. You had to fund your own games. You had to bring your own capital in. And now Kickstarter is the only way to bring out certain releases. And you get it has nothing to do with the amount of money that you get up front for a bigger publisher. What it is, it's a marketing event. It's a marketing event, because you put something on Kickstarter and it does well, it's going to do better in regular distribution than it would have if you sent it to regular distribution. And we have stats. Indie Boards and Cards has actual data that proves that. So using Kickstarter, and we do it not for every release, but we do it for the key releases to get that big notice, and then we send it on. This big box goes, if this big box would have went straight, sure, it would have done great. But it's going to be $150 in retail. We able to give gamers a discount, get the hype machine going, then retailers will get it. They'll stock it. People will bring it in. They'll show their friends, like, I got to have one of these. They'll buy it from the retailers too. It happens every time.
So is it almost fair to say that Kickstarter is almost like a 30-day ad campaign?
It is.
Yeah,
it is whatever it is. It is that exactly right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just. I'm not Chris saying it's just like when you were like, oh, do you think he's gonna hit 50,000? They knew they're gonna hit 50,000. That's just all part of the ad campaign either. It's like we set
it in the first hour. We funded in less than 1 hour.
In 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. We could have put, and we're being honest here, right? We're being honest. We could have put $1 on there. We could have put $100,000 on there. It didn't matter. We were going to go through that. We picked the number that was like literally the fixed costs of doing something like this. That's the number we picked. $50,000 in mold costs and other tooling costs would be about what we need to do. Not the exact number, of course, but you have to make many, many, many molds for the plastics. You have to have a lot of tools to punch things, vacuum form trays, all this stuff. That's the number we picked. We were going to pick 80. He said, that's crazy. That's too much. So pick 50. 50 is a good number. It was completely arbitrary. That's honest. I mean, I don't know that every company's going to tell you that. I mean, some companies, they need the money. I mean, they're not going to get a tremendous amount over that funding goal.
Right.
But we knew we would.
So would you almost say then that there's almost like different tiers in terms of Kickstarter games, and that you have certain games that are going to go past your initial goal, right? And then there are other games where the game will probably be successful, but you're just not sure how successful it's going to be. And at the very minimum, you want to make back costs. Like, would that be a fair assessment?
That's absolutely a fair assessment. Yeah. So, we've brought out games via the platform, both Indie Boards and Cards and Stronghold Games, the merch company. We've put things on there even over the last couple of years that have not gone through the roof. Even a game by Alan Moon, Aftershock, we did in last year. It didn't go through the roof on the Kickstarter. It did okay. We're happy with it. We printed those, fulfilled the backers, and then we printed more, of course, for regular distribution. So
no 2-player support.
What?
Sorry. Just drives me nuts.
He'll die on that. He'll die on that.
2-player support.
Yep.
He'll die on that mountain.
On what?
The no 2-player version mountain.
Of what game?
Of Aftershock.
It's not.
It didn't have 2 players.
It's not a game you can play 2 players. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not every game you can. You gotta. It's a bidding.
Rado. You're dead.
It's a bidding game. I'm sorry, man.
It can be done. I can show you plenty of examples.
I love Jen. You know I love Jen. I want you to play with Jen. I just can't make every game for you guys. Not every one. I'm sorry.
If you really loved him,
Sydney will be able to solve that.
Yes.
Time to step aside and let the new generation.
Sydney Engelstein can do anything, and she will do this for you. That's right. She's our new. If it wasn't mentioned already, we also mentioned in the press release that she is being given the title of Director of Game Development for Stronghold Games. She's wore both hats between the companies, but she'll focus a little bit more on keeping the catalog of Stronghold games alive, as well as new games that are coming through the pipeline on the Stronghold. Stronghold normally usually has the heavier games, and Indie normally does the lighter games, though there's a lot of crossover between that.
So, what's your plans to keep yourself busy afterwards?
What are my plans in retirement? I'm gonna drink good beer and good wine. Oh, look, it's almost done. I'm gonna travel. I'm gonna go on vacation.
No, you're not. You're gonna play a lot of board games.
I am. There it is, Gloomhaven right there. So yeah, no, I mean it's gonna play more games. I'm going to, when the world opens up, do a little more vacation. I'm gonna relax. I promise I can do this.
World Series of Poker, man, is in your future. You can go with Alan.
My
seniors tournament.
My brother goes. He literally backed off of it like 2 days ago. He said he's not going to go. Alan was going to go. He backed out of it too. I like poker a lot, but I can't play at that stake. I mean, crazy. But I'm going to be when traveling opens up, I'll do that. But I'm also going to do more media stuff. Obviously, I've got this personality. I already do the Board Games Insider podcast with Ignacy, which is a very popular podcast. I'm going to probably do some more media stuff with other media outlets. Hey, Aldi, how's it going? And Tom, of course, we're very.
Don't let Tom scoop
close.
you, Aldi. Snatch him now. He's right here. Here.
So that's it. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to go back into publishing. Zero chance. I wouldn't do that because I'm not going to compete against company that I started and I have a stake in. I'm not going to do that. And I'm also, that's a stressful thing. I don't want that. I don't want I don't want a job. I don't want to do that. I want to relax and do the fun things that I like. I'm going to go to conventions. I'm going to hang out with people. There'll be no such thing as hard work.
As someone
Lance is
who
well
has
familiar with
been retired at a young age, I think you'll probably find your way back to board games.
Are you saying I'm a young man? Is that what you're
Oh
saying?
boy,
Absolutely.
he really
That's
likes
what I
you,
said.
Chris. You're just adding salt to the steak right now.
So actually, no joke. I legit thought you were Nick Saban when we first came out.
You get a little Nick Saban. He does.
He
Totally.
does look a little Nick Saban, yeah.
Get out.
Got a little Nick.
He's a handsome man.
I'm going to be 59 next week. I know I look great. There's a little salt up there.
All
with
natural.
That's right.
This
I'm
is all
getting white
natural.
hairs in my beard, and I'm going to be 39. So
So if I was 39, I obviously would not retire. That makes no sense. You gotta do something. But at 59, I can now enjoy the fruits of my labor.
have you ever thought
And
of designing a game?
I'm just not a designer. I'm not a designer. I'm sure that I could work on something and maybe, but no, I'm not a designer. I'm obviously I've done a lot of development, but now I'll leave that for the more intelligent people.
I don't know about that.
I've always said I'm not smart enough to design games. I'm smart enough to know great games.
Are we going to do our over/under bet
On which one?
Yeah.
when Steven's coming back into the industry?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We
I give it
One year, 2 years, 3 years.
In what
Saying in
capacity?
a-
What does that
publish in a
mean?
I don't know.
production Capacity,
Well,
correct?
Let's talk about starting another company. That's
Okay.
when you start another company. That's when you're back, right?
Yeah, media. We won't count media because
Yeah,
Well,
media
but
doesn't
what
count.
if he does consulting for other companies because he seems to think he has a good eye for games?
Is what?
Oh,
He has a good eye for games.
okay,
He
but
likes
to
his,
pitch
but
and
his
stuff.
company could just be like Bonacor Consulting, LLC.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. I would say in
Well,
any
he says there's no chance.
related capacity whatsoever.
I just got a text from Rich Summer congratulating me too.
Oh, nice.
Buddy, yeah.
I haven't talked to him in a while.
I haven't talked to
Give
him.
them
in a
2
bit.
years. That's how long it
Yeah,
took me.
God,
to
2
go
years.
stir
That's where we're
crazy.
starting. 2 years.
Took 2 years for me to go stir
2
crazy.
years.
I have
Yeah, 2
I-
years.
I
I'm
have
gonna
other
say 5.
I have other business. 5 years. I'm gonna be 64 years old. Like no
Yep.
way.
You'll get the itch. You'll get the itch.
Zero chance.
Think
How much money do you have? I can bet you any amount of money that
Rick
I-
Seward is
I'll
Rick
bet you
Seward
6
is
beers.
still running Eagle.
I don't.
Jay Tomlinson's still running Rio Grande.
Which, yeah, and again, I mean, look, God bless them, and that's wonderful that they do that and they like it. Hey, Larry Rosnai, he stayed at Mayfair until
Yeah.
he finally sold the whole thing
I
out.
will say 2 years after COVID. 2 years after COVID, he will have
Oh,
some.
yeah.
So that'll
when
be
he's-
2030.
Yeah, 2030. 2030.
Dub.
I
We're
would-
just
I
messing
would
with you,
not
Steven.
be-
This is
I
what we
would
do.
not be back. No, I know.
We have to go against what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is you versus Tom on steroids. Is what this is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
With-
The eye of the Alaboom focuses on someone, and
If you think a pie in the face is bad, you got nothing on this show.
Well, you
Pie in
got
the
me
face.
talking.
You'd be begging for pies in the face.
You got me talking here for an hour. I thought I was going to be here for like 15.
This is just the warm up phase.
Oh my God.
This
Lance
show
said,
just
show
gets
up for
started
5
around now.
minutes. 5 minutes. Show up. Oh my God.
Oh,
I'll
no.
show up for 5 minutes.
That's what I said too. It's
You
been
have
3
that
years now.
ledge, right?
I'm all
The
done.
conversations are longer than 5 minutes. How? What?
Lance's introduction is like 45. So I mean,
Yeah.
No. I mean, I don't know. This is gonna sound like a bunch of ass kissery here, but I mean, it's like, I mean, you're like literally an icon. I mean,
Yeah.
of the board
Yeah, you are.
game publishing. It's
Stro-
like, I mean, it's Stephen. I mean, you may be smaller in stature, but I mean, your
Yeah.
footprint.
It's a height
Yeah, that
joke.
was a height
No,
joke.
I mean, but your footprint on the industry is huge, and I mean,
he's not wrong, Steven. The industry is a better place when you're in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so
Yeah,
much.
and
It's-
it's just
You are
I
a
mean, it's just-
personality.
I mean, I have so many good memories.
I have to say, yeah.
I have so many
One
touching
thing I will
memories.
always remember of Steven is that stack of games he would bring to the table and like peek over it, right? Like 50 games coming out, this week.
that was the thing that I would do every like major con would stack the games really high, and especially at BGG Con, because we always brought over the brand new Essen releases, the biggest time for releases. So we'd have this huge stack of all the new releases, and I'd pull a little, like a
Oh, you got a little peephole.
and I would like look out for those really,
I just
Yeah, no one
wonder
else. No one else did that.
One
I
year
remember the Dice Tower dinner where I met you, where like
I remember that.
for happenstance, you and I ended up sitting next to each other at the table.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, Stephen Bonacore, Stronghold. And I was like, oh, hey, Lance. And then we started talking about, and we didn't even talk about board games. We talked about beer for an hour.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
the
it's
sloppy
just,
kisses.
I know, and it was just like, and it was like, boom, friendship. It was
I
like
drink a
just
lot of
done.
beer.
Yeah.
I know. I've been to beer mongers with you.
I'm gonna have to find somebody new to bring emergency to at Dice Tower Con now. This is making me sad.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't want to ask that. That's a bad.
No,
Speaking of
no,
beer
ask
mongers,
Ask
you
it,
can
No,
Scott.
no,
You
no,
can't-
no.
ask me anything.
Come on.
Is there
come on.
anybody you
Boxes or
don't get
briefs?
along with, Steven? Is there anybody you don't get along with in this industry?
Okay, that is
You
a
weren't
bad
expecting
question.
that.
It's a hard question. It's a tough question.
Air
I mean, you don't have to name names. I mean, there are definitely.
You don't have to name
people. I mean,
names, I mean.
it's like a handful for me.
I
but
mean,
there's a small handful of people that.
I can't count it on one hand. If I can't do it on one hand, I'd have fingers left over.
Same.
I will not name names. There are, look, in any group of human beings, there's going to be nice people and not nice people. It's human nature, right? It's just that's it. There are a couple.
There's so many true a-holes, and like there's only like one or two, really.
Well, in the world, there's a lot of true a-holes.
No, there are, but in the board game industry, there's
He's
really
from
only
Jersey. He
one or
knows a
two.
lot of them. I'm trusting.
I know a lot of a-holes over here. Hey,
Here's a question.
There's a couple. You probably know them too. I can't name them. They're a-holes.
Here's a different question. Are you in any position to be an angel investor in anybody in the board game industry, or are you not looking to do that?
I'm always looking for an investment. I have, and I think it was Barry asked me, what else am I going to be doing and stuff. And like,
Investing.
I have investments in various VC funds. I have an investment in the escape room I have with Zev, right? You guys know that, right? I have an escape room in Fort Myers, Florida. It's, it puts a little money out. It's nice. I've got much more serious investments in venture capital funds. I would absolutely do something like that if it made sense. That's a bigger thing because I obviously know this industry so well. So what is this person going to do that's better than somebody else in the industry that is already doing it? That's so I would be very critical on it, but I would absolutely look at an investment in a.
He's just looking for somebody to pay him the $86 million his website's worth. That's all.
Oh, is that what you're looking for? You're looking for me to buy Board Game Geek? Well, I don't know that I have that kind of money, Scott. Yeah, it doesn't like the whatever, like GoDaddy tell you it's worth like $86 million or something like that.
No,
it
worth
Lance
of
has some website.
The worth of
that he
web.com.
loads
It was
up every
worth
week.
86 million the last time we checked. And
That
every
was
time
before
I tell him how
COVID.
much
Have you
it's
looked
worth,
at it since COVID? Check it out.
every
I think
time
he
I ask
checked
him
it.
what it's worth, he always goes, "Well, you find me the guy with that 86 million. He's got a website."
We'll talk.
Every man has his price. Every person's got their price.
Yeah.
86 million. I'm pretty sure Scott
That's a
would,
pretty-
would deal with that.
I would have the conversation.
You better sell.
Scott,
What's the line?
I'll be your agent, Scott. I'll take a very small percent. Very small. Don't worry about it. I got your back. Why don't I come to this more often?
You have my curiosity. Now you have my attention.
Yeah.
All right. Last question.
No, but it might be
1
fun to
hour.
like put
Okay, well,
investments into.
here's something I wanted to
All
ask.
right.
No, so you mentioned like the good friends and whatever. I mean, how without having your feet and your fingers in the board game industry here, like technically you got you're a month off or whatever, and you said you still have financial interest in the company and what have you.
Mhm.
How are you going to like make sure that you're like, I mean, are you gonna want to have like not fingers in it, but are you gonna keep your thumb on the heartbeat? Are you gonna take some time away and just see what's comfortable and what's you I mean, are you just gonna play it by ear or what's your plan?
I'm not going to be doing anything with indie game studios, Stronghold Games, or Indie Boys Games. Just that's not. They've got it. That's their management. They're going to do that. I'm going to continue to, with the podcast, right, with Board Games Insider. Anybody who's listening wants to hear the take of myself and Ignacio of Portal Games, our weekly take on what's happening in the industry. We scrape the news from around, we comment on the news, and we take questions from our guild.
Let me write this down. We should be doing this. Hold on. Take the news.
Oh, geez. You're writing it on a piece of toilet paper?
What I'm trying to say is that I keep my finger on the pulse of the industry and everything that's going on anyway. I will continue to do that. So I'm going to continue to do that on the media side of things. Okay. I don't need to be involved in actually publishing games, but I'll know what's coming out. I'll comment on how companies are doing. I mean, there's still some huge news that's going on. I mean, COVID, we've had huge discussions about what the impact of that was. The impact of Black Lives Matter on the industry has been not insignificant. And while people don't go political, and we don't either, we don't talk about politics, but we talk about it as a relevant social issue and how it affects the industry, how it affects us as gamers. So we talk about it. So all those things together, I'll continue to talk about in my format there and possibly in other media outlets. Scott?
So 2 years, 2 years and you'll be back.
Yeah. 2 years I'll be back publishing. No. I'm going to tease Scott forever now.
What do you mean other media outlets? That's a nice ellipse.
Well, he's fishing right now. He's available. So he's just waiting for the right person to court him, whether it's Tom or Aldi.
Steven's always welcome. It's just you won't have to get him, before he puts on his PJs.
Well,
send him some caffeine.
Please move this a couple of hours earlier, and I'll stay on with you guys.
maybe we can have like the pre-show.
Just call it the boom.
Yeah, the boom. And
the Ala. No, the Ala.
And then it'd be the Ala.
Started at like 8:00, and you don't even have to be here. You go. We'll carry the show.
Oh yeah,
you just turn it on.
And let's make sure his YouTube channel is deleted forever.
It's banned.
No
one.
Thank you. Every single one of my subscribers I've earned somehow.
All 36 of them.
Yeah, we got 40 people watching. Unheard of numbers.
Is that a big number?
That's
I have no idea.
I mean, 50 we'll hit 50 every once in a while, rare once in a while.
I invited, I put it on my Twitter feed, but I did that like 5 minutes before we started, and a friend of mine was texting me. I said, hey, I got to get on, go watch.
What's the best game of the year for you so far that you played this year? New game.
Well, I played Gloomhaven. It was new to me. I haven't played it until about 5 weeks ago, something like that.
Can you give us something? Give us a diamond in the rough then. Something.
I got Jaws of the Lion. I picked that up at Target.
It's surprisingly heavy.
I hear
the box is massively heavy.
It weighs 10 pounds in this box that's about a quarter of the size of the full Gloomhaven. Yeah. It's huge.
But what's your diamond in the rough game this year so far?
I really don't. I don't have one. I mean, especially since so this year the releases have been so skewed, right? I mean, we didn't release after.
Did you have an Origins release?
After January, February, we released no base games, and we're not going to release a base game until after Gen Con, after the Gen Con online. We're going to have some Gen Con bundles where you can buy some of the new releases that are now going to be late third quarter releases. So I don't have a really great release that I say, brand new release. This is an amazing release for this year. It's been so few. We did Fast Sloths in the beginning of the year because that was an Essen release that obviously had a carryover. Yeah. But it was for us, it was February before things went south.
Did you have an Origins release planned?
Yeah, it would have been a Ripple Rush, small one. And it would have been the Pursuit of Happiness Experiences. We delayed that one. We would have had about that time frame as well. That's the ones we had for Stronghold, and I forgot what Indie had. I'd have to go back and look. But everything has been delayed now until September.
So you're not. I mean, obviously, it doesn't even matter that you don't have a Gen Con release because.
Well,
I guess it would be nice to have it during the show, but
we kind of do. So we're gonna have on sale in bundles and stuff like that for people. Ripple Rush, Divvy Dice. I don't know if you tried that. That's Gunnen Kunnen. It's a
Gunnen Kunnen.
Gunnen Kunnen.
What is it? It's got a crazy name. I can't.
I don't know what it means in German. We're calling it Divvy Dice. We haven't even put that on Board Game Geek as its English title yet. Yeah. I got to put that on there. And there's a few more in the indie catalog too. So those are all of our, we call them Gen Con releases, but we just pushed everything to September because distribution was closed for so long and stores are in a weird operating mode here. So we're going to have less releases this year by definition, and they're all going to be like September onward.
So you're giving your TED talk. And it's like it's entitled "So You Want to Publish Board Games." What's the number one lesson you tell somebody that wants to publish board games?
Don't do it.
I knew that was coming.
Is it the how to make
$1 million?
How to have $1 million publishing
in the board game
games?
business.
Start with $2 million.
Start with 2.
How to make a small fortune in gaming. Start with a large fortune. Right. That's a very old joke. I think right now
Steven's a success story. I mean, he's been surviving, no slouch.
Thank you.
Right?
No, I Stronghold was very successful.
Yeah.
Yes, I did well before this, and if you all don't know and listeners don't know, I was in IT for 35 years. Right? Most of you, maybe some of you knew, maybe all of you.
You made me feel like a big shot because you gave me your real work job number. I used to, when I had questions about like games and stuff, like, oh hey, I don't understand this rule. Like I actually had that phone number for your desk, and you're like, you made me feel like a big shot. You probably gave it away to like thousands of people.
Right. Stephen Bonacor. I gave it to you, I'm sure. But I think that right now the market, the industry is in a really rough place. And COVID has nothing to do with that. I mean, it does, but it didn't have it. I would have said exactly the same thing in February and before that. There's too many games coming out. There's just a glut of games, and we do not have the ability to absorb all of that varied product into the market.
It's crushing retailers right now.
It's crushing retail. Retailers can't keep up with it. So there's no way to sustain that. So we're going to see, and COVID is just like the exacerbation of the whole thing. We're going to see publishers that were kind of on the cusp anyway saying, I can't do this anymore and going out. I already can see some that are not in
the
good
only
shape.
good thing that's come from all of this is the slowdown on releases. It's given retailers that have been able to keep the doors open a chance to breathe and kind of digest all the stuff that's come out over the last 6 months. If there's a silver lining in any of it, that's the only thing that positive effect it's probably had on the industry. Other than also bringing awareness to people that have been stuck at home to play board games, which has
That's
been
a silver lining for.
It's hard to say anything.
That's not. I would call it a lead lining.
Yeah, it's probably more of a lead lining.
I mean.
So in that vein then, do you think that there is space then for someone to create a tabletop simulator but a much more polished experience and to have more digital releases of board games?
I'll take that in a slightly different direction. I think specifically with Scott's amazing job on Virtual Gaming Con, and I'm not saying that because he's sitting right here. I promise you that. I believe every convention going forward of any size, I'm not talking about 100, 2,000, even 1,000 person convention, any convention of any size going forward is going to have the physical convention, and a virtual track. That it works. You proved it, Scott. You proved it. It works. It wasn't perfectly smooth. Discord is an odd platform to bring people together, but using that, a little education, people get used to it, modifying tabletop.events, and now that you own it, awesome. You're going to do amazing things with that. It's going to be
has overshadowed our announcement.
Yeah. What's that?
Everybody's like going crazy that you're retiring, and it's like, oh yeah, Board Game Geek acquired tabletop events.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's cool.
Fuck them again, Steven. Yeah, fuck them again.
No, I mean the virtual thing is here to stay. We're
I
going to
think
keep
it's-
doing it.
I think literally
was
every major convention. Just
None of these guys participated, but
I did.
late. You did not participate, did you?
I did.
In the
That's
virtual,
how-
I hosted a thing.
I was
that-
your
for
biggest hit
Tom.
of the show. You.
I know you
bastard.
guys. I know you guys. Okay,
Mhm.
you were the biggest hit.
I thought it
Wow.
was great.
How
God,
easily
dude,
he
you're
really
just like,
tend
oh, what
to
have
go.
you done for me lately? That's what you are, Scott Alden.
Did you have a publisher booth there?
We did not have a publisher booth, but I did a game. You played it, remember?
I made
was
you
there.
do. Yeah.
So
Anyway, it was
like-
a good time. I had a good time. I feel exhausted actually from it, and I haven't had a day. I was gonna take Monday off, and I don't mean to not talk about Steven anymore, but like I'm
No.
wiped out.
So Scott, so kind of twisting that question then, with your acquisition, that like, do you see a space for like almost like a Steam type service for board games online?
Yeah,
Well,
it's called
we-
Tabletop
we partnered with
Simulator. It's on Steam.
Topia, which is a for pay online game platform.
Yeah, I have that one.
You know it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I played with Lance, and it was pretty solid.
It's
I played with Steven on Steam. I mean, basically what we did is we had over 1,000 scheduled events for this week. It was Wednesday to Sunday of last week. We had almost 2,000 people attend it. And that's just a scratch. I mean, that was basically with like less than a month of time to put this together, right? Because we canceled our convention in May. We're like, let's do a virtual. I mean, it was really like,
It was astonishing.
I wake up in the
Scott,
middle of the night,
really.
like, let's do a virtual convention. Why can we not do that?
It was
Yeah.
astonishing what you guys put together that fast. And again, I've been saying that it's not
It was
because you're
well,
sitting here.
Dice Tower too, right? Like Sharon
Both
and
you.
yeah.
All you guys put it together.
The team was amazing.
and
Crazy.
people and everybody had a different experience, and that's interesting. So like my experience there was that because of my personality, every morning I got online at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central Time. The convention was on
I
Central.
was fast asleep.
8, yeah, you should be 8
I
to
was.
so 8 to 10. So I beat everybody there, so to speak. I put on the schedule breakfast with Bonacore,
Right.
and for 2 hours, I did this. I just hung out, had not beer, but coffee with people, and just talk whatever they want to talk about. Talk about games, talk about future, talk about COVID, and the people that showed up were mostly Europeans.
We had a
Mostly.
really strong European presence.
And Asians. I had people from Malaysia, people from
Yeah.
Singapore, just chatting, people who do not have conventions. So those are people I've never been able to reach directly, right? They've never seen me. They've heard me maybe on the Dice Tower, maybe in various interviews. Can't reach these people. They got to talk to me. And
It was like one-on-one, right? Like you were in that room.
we
taking
had
questions,
this
whatever.
kind of like
Yeah.
Zoom type thing.
That's what
in
Discord
using
does. They do a 20-person room,
25 person.
something like that. 25.
So we sometimes filled it up. Most people weren't using video, but a third of them were using video. I was using video. People wouldn't, but they would just talk and chat, and it was great. Sometimes since we were using video, people couldn't get into the room because once you have like
It's
video
capped.
on, it's capped at 25. But so people would wait, they'd get in, somebody would leave, the other get in.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great way to reach a whole new group. And then of course I played Terraforming Mars 5 different
Yeah, that was
times,
really fun.
digital.
That was way more fun than I thought it would be, actually.
Yeah, I played with you, but I played with five different times with
Yep.
people just on schedule. I played Jackbox games.
Yeah, we do
Just
that
with me.
sometimes here.
And
I love that. Love
I played
Jackbox.
with Chris and Lance. We played and Steph, and we played Reavers of Midgard, and it was like I felt like I was really playing a board game.
Yeah, no,
Well, it is a board game published by Great
You know what I'm
Fox
talking
Games.
about, Lance? Because we were all on
Right.
stream talking and stuff, and all on video.
And we were having a good time.
Like I used to play the online game. I mean, I developed Tigers and Euphrates on Board Game Geek back in the early 2000s, and I would play the crap out of that. But there was always something missing, right? Like the interaction.
Right. So I think that would be my question then. How do you bridge that gap between like, being physically at something like BGG Con, right? Where you have kind of the dealer room and then you have that giant room with people
Yeah.
playing versus you know, having the interactions with people at a table, you know, you like the game we played that, you know, it felt like the four of us were around a table, but how do you have it get that same feeling where, you know, you feel like you're in that big room with everyone else? It's just you're focused on your
If
game.
you were
Well,
in
actually,
the Discord,
wait a minute, 1 second. Who won that game, by the way? That
I don't think it was Lance.
I can't.
I thought it was. I thought it was
uh,
Chris.
Yeah,
no,
it's
no, it was not Chris.
No, that was Steph.
Yeah, I
Didn't
think
Steph
that
win?
one.
Wasn't there like a
me.
scoring?
It was
Discord?
me, and you know it was me. Anyway.
No,
so go on.
you know what I remember from that game? I think I remember Lance cheating, right? Taking his
I
turn
do
out. Yeah, that's
even
what I remember.
even if I had given myself 6 points twice, I beat everybody. Never mind.
Oh, sure.
Anyway.
Yes, Lance, you won the game that you work for.
Nice.
I would take away your victory. Hollow. It's hollow.
but like, do you think there is a way to bridge that gap between, you know, like being around a game board, but also being around a large amount of people?
It's hard because, in fact, I got advice from, and we took the advice. We did it from I'm drawing a blank on his name, Frank West from I Love Cats and all that stuff. Do you know him, the Frank West game publisher guy?
I don't think I do.
It's like what's the name of his publisher? Like West Games or something like that. Anyway,
He
it doesn't
named it
matter.
after his first game, which was
Something.
City of,
Dark City or
City of Kings.
City of Kings. Yeah. He gave me some advice free. He goes, I normally charge an astounding fee for this consulting. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. If you feel like, you have to make it feel like you're at a thing, right? If you're not playing a game, there should be a place to go where you see other people doing things.
Exactly. Yeah,
and then we set that up. We had that. We had a live stage. Basically, we had live production for the whole week, Wednesday to Sunday. Every couple hours was a new streamer on stage. We had side stages where other streamers were. Anytime any streamer that participated, they would show up on that page. So you could switch channels and you could interact with them through Twitch. And I thought it worked out well. I spent most of my time
live right now. There are 4 channels live streaming right now at boardgamegeek.com/live. By far the coolest thing.
Wow.
That came out of this, as far as I'm concerned. I find myself going to it quite a bit.
He said, make it like Lollapalooza, or make it like not Lollapalooza. What is it? What's the one in the desert?
Coachella.
Coachella. Like if you're not on the main stage, you can go to the sides. If you're like you're just chilling out, there should be always something to do. Right. And you could go into the Discord and you could pick up a game. There was a lot of pickup games going.
Okay.
And I'm not saying this is perfect. It's not. It could definitely be better. Especially like, I think the hardest part is education. Right. Nobody reads anything. Nobody watches anything.
Right.
So how do you get someone to participate in this virtual convention where they don't want to read anything or watch anything?
Right. So is that
kind of
something
hard?
You're actively working towards for next year, is to streamline that process?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be not next year. It'll be this year because we canceled BGG Con Fall. That was my other announcement that Steven stepped all over.
So when's the next one?
Yes.
It'll
be in the November.
Great.
Steven, favorite convention?
BGG Con, of course. Come on.
Of course. If I wasn't
I
here,
want to tell
that's what he
Tom
said.
that.
No, it's
Nice
I always say that my 2 favorite cons of the year are either BGG Con or Dice Terra Con. And
depending on who he's in the room with.
Okay.
If I can insult Tom, I insult him as much as I can. So that's not the case. No, I mean, because they've got the best. They just got the best experiences, and you know, for the fans. I mean, you're mostly playing games. You're not really, you know.
So I always told people I'm all off to Gathering Friends. Like when I went to the Gathering Friends for the first time, it changed my life. I was like, this is This is how a convention can be. Like staying overnight at a hotel was unheard of, I think, during convention times. Like I had never heard of a convention where you go and stay overnight. There weren't any.
Well, and what's funny about that is, like, as gamers, right? Most of your gaming takes place till 3 or 4 in the morning, so you do kind of need a place to stay.
Yeah,
I think someone would have figured it out.
Like if you're in the hotel where it happens, then it is a transformative event where you're basically engulfed in it, and that's what I wanted to have. That's why we'll never go to a convention center.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I thought was really, really cool about BGG Con. Like that first year that I was there, I was like, oh, like this is just like a giant party, like that just keeps going. Like, and it's a board game party. Like you can play games you've never even heard of, and you'll find someone to play them with you. Like that.
Hey, Aldi, don't feel too bad about getting your news snuffed by Bonacor, because Bicycle hired Will Wheaton, and no one's talking about that either.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I mean,
Bonacor
this was a
stuffed
bad
Will
week
Wheaton.
to
That's how
announce
big
anything.
Bonacor is.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about that, guys. We have to talk
Yeah.
about that.
I didn't
We'll
even
talk-
know about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bicycle hired
Will
Will
Wheaton
Wheaton
is
to
the-
be their ambassador.
He's the brand ambassador for
Brand
and
ambassador for
Games
Bicycle
was
Games.
acquired by Cartabunde recently.
That happened today. It went live today.
Oh, so it's probably going to be on ICV2 tomorrow then or something.
I think it already is. I know I
So-
saw it on Facebook. I think ICV2
Right.
shared it. Yep.
Gentlemen, I've got to go. It's way past
You
my
turn into a
Damn
pumpkin.
it.
Are you
And-
done now? Are you
and I
off
have
now?
no-
Are you out? Like you're
No, August 1st.
August.
no,
1st.
yeah,
I was
August-
wondering if the date was effective today or if it was like
No, you don't know.
He
August.
didn't read.
It's
People
okay,
you
don't
didn't
August
read. You didn't read the press release. You didn't
Apparently
read-
he did.
Yeah, well, nobody reads anything. Remember?
I told you nobody reads anything.
I read it.
No,
I
this
do
has
have
been.
one.
Yeah, go
I have
ahead.
one question about that. Why did you refer to yourself as President Stephen Bonnecourt in the press release you wrote all the time instead of just saying Stephen Bonnecourt or something like that?
Oh, it's written from the perspective of the company.
No, I'm
right?
saying it was more than once. I'm messing with you.
Steven, come back next week because I have like a fucking million questions to ask you. But
Oh, let him ask one. Let him ask one.
no.
One
I want
quick
to go
one.
deep. As the only person in this group who has professionally retired in his life. I want to talk a lot about that.
Not true.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
no,
retired for
Chris is
UPS
retired.
in 2012.
Yeah, Chris is retired.
Yep.
Okay,
Chris
no,
retired.
you know what? I apologize.
Yeah, Chris
unfortunately
retired from the
retired.
NFL. I
have
retired
a
from
total and
UPS.
complete blind spot for sports. Chris, I have a
And
hard
the
time
other
not
person was
shooting you.
retired from board games.
Yeah. There you go. Retired from
There you
board
go.
games.
Retired from the
Chris
world.
didn't so much retire as he was showing the door.
Forced
Oh,
retirement.
man.
Forced retirement.
All right, so my
that's
one question would have
bold.
been, if I could only ask one, it
Oh,
would
my
be, I saw you talking with Tom about how, don't worry, folks, this is not as a result of anything that's going on right now. This has been in the plan for years. My first thought was the Indie Board and Card merger a first step towards this? Or did that precipitate this? Were you already thinking about this? Is there any connection to that?
Yeah, there is. I mean, the short answer is there is a connection. I had for many years, and you have to do this as the owner, especially as the sole owner of a company. What is your exit strategy?
Mhm.
If you're not thinking of Aldi, if you're not thinking what your exit strategy is, there's something wrong with you. Now, I tease Aldi. Aldi's a very young man. How old are you, man? Like 40?
I'm 49.
He's a good looking guy. So at some point in your life, you have to say, why are you laughing? You have
Faint
to,
praise.
It's a nice
you
thing to say.
have
Thank
to
you, thank
say,
you.
you know, what's my exit strategy? How am I going to hand over the reins and get my money out? You know, that whole thing has got to be part of the equation at some point. So I was approached by companies. I teased, we played with companies, and then finally with Travis, we started talking about this. Like, we've been teasing each other. Why don't we actually kind of maybe do this? And at that moment, and as the conversation went, part of that conversation was, okay, and I would like to depart after X amount of time. That time actually was a bit longer than it ended up to be, because after a certain amount of time, we said, well, okay, everything's smooth. You feel? And I'm like, I feel great. We changed up the timing on the whole thing. Completely my decision on when I wanted to leave.
Yeah.
And it just worked out perfectly like that.
So you had already been thinking of it. And when you were vetting potential partners, that was one of the things you identified. Travis is somebody that you would be comfortable effectively passing your legacy on to.
You can say it that way, and the numbers worked out, right? Because it's in the
No,
end,
exactly. Sure.
in the end, it's a business, and it's got to be financial. It's a financial decision,
Mhm.
right? If Asmodee would have come and said, "Here's this truckload of money over here. We want to buy that."
Jump in the truck.
Sayonara,
Mm,
dump it out, and you guys can have it. Of course, you got to do the right thing for yourself, and you want your legacy to survive also. But in the end, it is a business, and the business has got to take care of you. And this certainly worked out really well. Most of the people came to me to talk to me about things, and whether, it didn't work out. A couple of people I teased, and then Travis and I teased each other for years. It was like, I'm going to buy you out. No, I'm going to buy you out. We teased each other. And finally, he said to me, why don't we actually think about this? okay, let's think about this. And then history is that it worked out.
So
Yeah, it's
no
awesome.
regrets.
No regrets.
Zero regrets in the entire thing. No,
When did you start Stronghold? How many years has it been?
Oh, I'm sorry. You were about to get out. And
He
now
was
you've been
trying.
I know we
back
sucked him back in for an extra 20.
Sucked him back in.
Just when I thought it
Wait.
was out, they pulled me back in.
Exactly.
I started in late 2009, and by mid 2010, we came out with Code 777, our first release, and then followed pretty closely by Confusion and Survive.
Oh, yeah, Confusion. What a great game.
I still own it. Love it.
Thank you.
Survive. I love that.
I remember McMulty. You were happy. I remember you had a brown envelope, and you're like, I gotta show you something. You had like an original copy
I do.
of the crude. You still
I
have it?
have I have an original copy of.
And also such a good game.
Where the hell is that? It's up there somewhere because it's on like the cool part of my shelf on the top, I think. I don't see it right now, but yeah, it's one of the handmade copies that James Saint Laurent, or Saint Laurent, I believe he pronounced it. James Saint Laurent, he created crude in his own copies, and then McMulty came out in Europe, which was a unlicensed version. He never got paid for that game. How about that?
Oh, from Hexa Games.
He never
Wow.
got paid for that game, and it was
Wow.
an exact ripoff of the game. It was the game. He even talked about it as crediting him, and he didn't get paid. And with all the plastic minis, so we ended up producing it like the Hexa Games game with all the cool minis because people knew that one more. The original, the game that he produced and handmade was very crude, no pun intended. I can't seem to find it, but I know I have it here somewhere. That game is one of those collector's items too.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's cool
I
for
remember
a
you
lot
were
of
so
people.
excited. You had it under your arm in like a brown paper bag. Do you remember that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're like, let me show you something.
It was another one of those, Grail things that like very few people had ever seen. I will find it. I know it's here somewhere. All right, I'm going to bed. I'm
Yeah,
out of here.
good night, Stephen. It was a
Guys,
pleasure.
You guys are crazy.
Plug.
Good to
You guys
see
are-
you.
Well,
Only
As
do this for another
always-
3 or 4 hours, okay?
Congratulations.
One last plug for your
welcome.
Kickstarter.
least.
One last plug for your Kickstarter.
Yeah, go back into the nines. Back to Terraforming Mars Big Box.
Terraforming
sure-
Mars
Steven needs
Big
his
Box.
retirement
God damn it.
fund.
I had one more question.
It's
padded.
It's only on Kickstarter for another 35 hours from now. So by Friday morning, you will not be able to have it. You can back
Are
the
you-
late
Are you
pledge.
guys
but
doing a
it's-
late pledge?
Yeah, we'll do late pledges too, but
But you're going to increase the price a little bit on the late pledge, right? Usually?
And they come
no.
to your door and break your kneecaps. So back it now.
Hey,
Yeah,
Steven.
he knows a guy.
hey, I know a guy.
Terraforming
Hey,
Mars co-op.
what?
Terraforming Mars co-op?
It is not co-op. No.
No, I mean, no, but I know it's not co-op. Is that in the plan? I could have sworn I read that somewhere recently.
No, somebody else asked me that recently. Like,
Yes, because
I heard.
it was dropped somewhere that a co-op expansion is on the way.
No,
Balderdash.
Amazingly,
Over
I've dropped.
your dead body.
No.
Retire before that happens.
It sounds like a great idea. I'd love to actually kind of do that, but I had somebody else mention that, and I have mentioned other things that I should not have mentioned, and I'm not going to mention them again.
I remember.
I got in so much trouble for mentioning a couple of products.
And it was like a tiny podcast guy. You
It
dropped him a
was-
bomb on that
He's
show.
a good friend of mine, BJ
Okay,
Rojas.
Yeah,
From,
no, it's a
Louisiana.
fun show.
Awesome guy.
What did you say? I never heard about this. What did
I'm
you
I'm
not
not
say?
gonna
saying
repeat it.
anything.
Not repeating it.
You know his name now. Go look up the podcast.
Go look
It's
up.
been
The host
removed.
would have
You-
done his research.
Even had him
tonight.
take it down.
Paula is going to bed and she's signaling to
All
me.
right.
And
All right,
she's
good
saying,
night, Steven.
she's saying,
Paula.
shut up. Don't talk
Hopefully
because you're going to
see you
get in trouble.
soon.
It was really, no, guys, this was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be.
Talk about damning
With
praise.
I thought this was going to be annoying. No, I'm kidding.
Well, we
No,
don't get to see each other. This is
I
it,
know,
right?
I
This is
know.
our
I
way
mean,
of
I-
seeing each other.
I love doing this. And yeah, I've met a couple of great people here. Chris being the smartest person, obviously, on this podcast, which is amazing.
Oh,
Thank you.
geez.
Thank you for those great questions.
He's the punter. Come
And
on.
I'm the football player. I'm not supposed to-
Chris, you get no respect. But anyway, I will do this again. But you
Next Wednesday.
try to make it earlier. Okay.
Well, hey, how about next week if we can get Richard? Because Richard said he's got 1,000 questions for you.
How about we do an
How
hour
about-
early?
how about you, me, and Richard start an hour early next Wednesday, and that will
Damn, I'm
allow
always
Richard.
pushing you to start later. What part of that do you not understand?
Well, yeah,
Why
but
do
no,
you hate me
but
now?
this is your chance. If you got 1,000 questions, we'll talk. We know how
We'll
to get hold of
talk.
each other.
You know a guy, you talk to that guy, we'll get together. You know, hey.
Steven, thank you for everything you've done for the
you.
industry. I guess I can't thank you enough for.
That's
Also,
a
and
good
I can't
ender,
thank you enough
yes.
for everything you've done as far for me and friendship wise and relationship wise and professionally wise. You're and
You
my-
have
when
made
I-
all of our lives better.
You're
Yes.
you're
I mean, like,
you're being
You're
too
a
kind.
mensch.
I
well, no, and
appreciate
here's one of the crazy things, and I'll let you go. Is that I'll mention to my wife somebody, oh yeah, that guy you met at the convention, and then she'd always say, how's Steven doing? She'd always say, how's Steven doing? And like she couldn't remember anyone you met that guy like 10 times. I have no idea what it is, but she'd always say, did you see Steven? Is he doing okay? How's he doing?
She's so sweet. I have no idea what she's doing with you. Anyway, guys, take it easy. Continue. Bye.
Chris, I saw that
Nice,
coming.
Steven.
That's a good exit.
Oh,
line.
he's
That was a
gone.
great exit. He's
Fire.
always good for a good one-liner.
So, well.
Sorry, Chris. Of course, you're a retiree too. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's
Well, no, he didn't retire. He got fired.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
forced retirement.
He showed up. He showed up for work, and somebody else was doing it.
Yeah. Okay. So no joke. I was literally in the stadium for their draft event, being interviewed by K-Fan, the local sports station, when they drafted my replacement.
Wow.
I'm like, that's a little awkward.
Nice.
Looking over your shoulder, like, wait, did they just?
That
draft
was that. Who was that? Was it Dustin Colquitt? Was that?
No, it was he was from UCLA. Jeff Locke.
Yeah, that's right. And then we kept him for like 2 seasons, and then
Yeah, 2 seasons, I think. Although, I mean, to be fair, like he was a really good punter at UCLA. He got put into a really tough situation. Like that's not something you want to walk into as a rookie. Like knowing that, okay, like I got drafted and there's like stuff swirling around this, and Prefer being like the coach that he was, like he was not great at handling tough situations. Let's just say he liked to yell a lot. And as a rookie, like if you don't have a veteran to kind of like shield you from some of that, it can be very, very tough to become accustomed to it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, you think
bad
about the
for it.
pressure, and you're 22, 23. I mean, I remember when I was 22, 23. You don't know how to handle. You don't have a decade of dealing with assholery to.
Yeah, no, well, and legit, like there is nowhere else you can get that job. Like that is the one spot in the world where you are an NFL player.
Yeah,
Like,
32 people have the job.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I mean, I feel bad because I think he probably could have lasted longer in the NFL if he hadn't been drafted where he was, to the Vikings. And I mean, and with the like, that was also one of the things that didn't really make sense is like the Vikings still needed other positions that they could have drafted at. Like they needed linebacker help, they needed receiver help. And if you're a punter drafted in the 5th round, like you're expected to be, okay, you're going to be our guy for the next, 10 to 15 years, right? Like that's like if you go as a punter, like you're the guy. And if there's any signs of not performing well, then the fan base is just going to jump on you. So yeah, it was crappy.
Yeah.
So,
anyways, that's enough football for this.
what about this Will Wheaton back in? What about this Will Wheaton back in the game industry? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's just like I saw it and I was like, eh.
Does he
Should
have
I care
any-
more?
Does he have any industry pull still? Like, has it faded away that quickly already from tabletop
think
days?
I don't think it does. He still has that nerd appeal.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But it seemed like no one talked about it. Now, granted, Steven's thing happened today, but I would have thought this would have made bigger news. Like, literally, I didn't hear about it. If I didn't see it in my Facebook feed, I wouldn't even know it happened.
Yeah.
What is the bicycle playing cards?
So,
Like, what is that? What is going to be their games they're going to?
so they have. It says
brand.
in the article, it says he's going to promote their Games by Bicycle line of board and card games. Additionally, they announced 2 new adult party games, Sweet and Spicy, Truth, and Nailed It, to release in July. He's apparently just going to be an ambassador for Bicycle Card Games' new line of party board games and card games. So apparently they're diving deeper into the board game hobby instead of just making poker cards.
Do those look like remotely interesting games at all?
I don't know. I've never heard of a bicycle board game. I'm sure that
I mean, They contacted me. The alpha one definitely looks interesting. It's basically a Prisoner's Dilemma style game that requires at least 3 players, and apparently it's not bad.
Okay. The
But I
adult
can't
party
speak
games
to
have no interest for me, but if they have regular card and board games, I mean, Bicycle is a big company with a lot of revenue, so I'd imagine they could put some money behind the game. So I'd be interested. In
They've been
seeing what they
acquired
do.
though.
Huh?
They were acquired by Cartamundi.
Cartamundi. Okay, now.
Yeah.
All right, so that's
And
all right.
Cartamundi's
Well,
huge.
just wait 6 months, and we'll get the press release of Stephen Bonacore hired as chief creative officer.
Chief Creative Officer.
Oh.
Cartamundi.
No, it's 2 years. It's 2 years. I'm telling you,
Yeah, 2 years was you go stir crazy.
he'll be back.
Yep,
It's, so then in terms of the board game industry kind of consolidation, I guess, like, do you guys see it going the route of like the Amazons and like Facebooks, where they're, the big companies are just going to swallow up all the smaller ones?
Mm,
I hope not.
no, I don't think so. I mean, I think that they did a lot of that stuff prior to like COVID hitting. Like Asmodee had acquired a bunch of companies, and there's been a few mergers. But I think right now it's just going to thin down. I don't think there's going to be more acquisition. I think there's going to be more of smaller publishers
Fire
going away,
sales.
and those titles may get sucked up. But I don't think the whole companies will get sucked up. I think if it's a good title in a company that doesn't survive, that title will get picked up. But I don't see a whole lot of consolidation. I think most companies are trying to trim the fat right now to stay lean, not knowing what the
Kickstarter
future's
levels
going to
the
hold.
playing field too for a lot of that.
What's up?
Kickstarter levels the playing field up for a lot of that too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's always that.
Well,
creative-
I listened to the interview with Helena
Yeah.
from the Burn Island thing.
Oh, I need to watch
They
that
were
with.
pretty
Oh
hurt.
yeah. What was the story behind that? Because they
They
had
were
a
pretty
really
hurt.
bad go.
It's an interesting thing. They basically, they had internally expected more, right? Because they had an overnight drop to 0, right? Like they had their first day, which was very positive, right? I think they hit their funding goal, and
No,
then
they didn't.
overnight,
They just barely did it.
just barely nipped it. And then overnight, they went to, she went to bed and she woke up the next morning and there was like literally nothing. And normally they get overnights too, because it's going into Europe time.
Mhm.
And they were like, well, maybe this is not the project. And they basically canceled it.
So wait a minute, where was this? What,
It's on Edo.
Yeah,
Edo's
Edo
channel.
Baraf, or Gaming with Edo.
Gaming
Yeah.
with Edo.
Edo, not
Edo.
So what summarized what was the gist of the whole?
They're really not sure.
They don't know. They just don't know. They have
Yeah,
no-
they're really not sure.
well,
I mean, Lance
that
did-
is one
Lance
that
did-
I did my deep dive
To the
on.
Oh, well,
Done.
that explains it.
But yeah, so they were like, well, we
Oh.
can't keep doing this for she didn't say nothing, but she's like, we have to grow. Otherwise, why are we doing this? Right. Like that kind of thing. And she normally said she didn't like to do Kickstarters during the summer. She likes to have fun. I guess she spends time with the kid during the summer. Kids. I'm trying to think of some of the other takeaways.
One of the things she said was,
She said summer is less people are indoors. I mean, I don't know if that's the case these days, but basically that's sort of kind of a thought where maybe the people aren't paying attention as much to the Kickstarter stuff.
she said they
Yeah, but that's
didn't
tough to
demo
say
it at a lot
because
of cons either.
there's been other successful Kickstarters this summer.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Gloomhaven did 14 million. Granted, that's an anomaly, but there's been a lot
they've
of
done some
other
pretty big. I think they've done some pretty big Kickstarters.
and
right?
Terraforming
And there's
Mars
just
Big
something
Box
maybe
is
not clicking.
doing it right now.
Yeah, there's something not clicking with
Yeah.
their target.
Was did anyone ever read the comments on that Kickstarter to find out what people were complaining about? The reason why they dropped so hard?
I don't
I
know if there
didn't.
was complaints, but she didn't mention it, but
I like Burn Island games. I was planning on backing the game, and then I saw
Yeah.
before I even backed it, I saw that it was already canceled. I'm like, what? They just
yeah, because they
launched?
had Hall of the Mountain King right recently.
Yeah,
that
and I
was
love
pretty
Hall of
huge.
Mountain King, and I
Hollow
love
Mountain King
Endeavor.
is a great game.
Endeavor
Yeah.
is
Honey
fantastic.
Buzz is also fantastic.
What one?
I thought that was
Yeah.
average.
The Honeybee Simulator number 472.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
But it's
No,
I have Wreck Raiders. I
it's the
have
high water
Endeavor
mark
and,
of the
and Hall.
Honeybee simulation explosion.
Endeavor is really, really good. It's
Mhm.
it's.
Yeah, that was a
I
grab.
liked Endeavor when it was first published, and then
Yeah.
they came out and made it even better.
Mhm.
And then the Hollow Mountain King. I mean, that game.
It's a good game.
That is fantabulous.
And Wreck Raiders isn't a bad lighter game.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
good.
Wreck Raiders was
Yeah,
decent.
Rick Raiders is fun.
Yeah,
And I'm
so
sure In Too Deep is probably great. It has a really cool theme.
But I showed you that Kickstarter. I mean, there's nothing on there that they got anybody. I mean, I don't know. I just anyway.
Well, that maybe could be the reasons.
One thing
Well,
she did
I'm
say-
sure it contributed.
one thing she did say was that Eric Lang had commented that the video didn't play or parallel what the game kind of looked like and played like.
It was a flashy video.
Oh, it was one of the. Oh,
It was
It
kind
was
of real
like it was one of
stylized.
those,
I mean,
like,
it's a
we're
cool
gonna spend
video.
$2,000 on this video, and like, and the video was too long. Like I said,
Yeah.
like right now, I mean, I just had a meeting today about our upcoming Kickstarter, and I said, and the video, like the first draft of the video, I said that's this many words, and they were like, yeah, so, and I was like, that's a minute and a half. I was like, you want this under a minute, and it's just like, and it's just like, and so we got it under a minute, which I mean, I don't know. I mean, Kickstarter is so weird. It's just,
Yeah.
I mean,
as
I said last week, I don't want to go down this. I don't want to go down this road again.
This path again.
You can't. You can count on your following, but you can't keep ringing the bell on your following. Like you've gotta get more people outside of your normal pool and start sucking them in. Get them in your funnel. Get them in your funnel and grease the funnel so they can't get out. And you grease the funnel by making cool things.
Maybe they analyzed the backers and we're like, well, this is everybody who backed our previous Kickstarter. Like all this outreach we're doing is not working.
Oh, absolutely. That's definitely like something that we do. We were like, okay, we had these many backers. We compare our backer lists, and we see how much overlap there is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, like we were trying to decide what the next campaign was going to be after this one, and they were like, and I mean, it's just like one of the options is like the next game in the Midgard line, and I was like, we should definitely do that one. I was like, it's like Reavers will be fully funded, all those things are out there. I mean, let's triple down, I mean, because like Midgard is a known quantity. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where I think that finding advertising your game. I mean, and I'm speaking. I mean, and knowing full well that one of the main markets for advertising is right here. The guy who owns the place where you advertise, but marketing your game and getting it in front of eyes. You can't just count on like, oh, I need to get it in front of as many eyes as possible. No, you really have to dig down deep and find that thing that's going to make people like want to click on that banner and click on that thing and dig into it, because engagement is nearly impossible to create.
I know from our side, we get the clicks, right? Like I know how many things click, but when they don't back it, then it's like it's in your corner to start getting the sale.
Well, and I mean, and
we'll get you to the site. You have to finish the deal. And I don't know how they did not do that, because they had
for you to actually, when you came out and said that you don't allow people to disconnect, like if you are if I give you $15, it used to be that was how you turned off our ads, right? Or is that still the case?
25.
Okay, so I give you $25 and you turn off the ads on your website for me. So
I mean, do you know how many people? I think I've told you how many people that is.
7.
Not a lot.
Okay, but
with
the hardcore
5 million a month visitation rate, it's less than 0.5%.
Okay, and here, okay, fine. You prove me wrong, Scott Alden.
Yes,
I'm gonna argue with you here.
No, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I mean, and you've got all the stats, and you can like throw them in my face probably. But here we go. Would you say, in the court of law here, would you say, Mr. Alden, that the people that go to your website as frequent users are more or less likely going to be the ones that are going to pay you for that supporter badge?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we phrase it every year is if you are what are the words that I use? I'll get the words.
So a simple yes or no will be fine.
I would say yes. The people that go there more would pay the money.
Yes,
because they want to support us, right? It's a supporter thing. It's not a donation. It's not a.
Would you say then
feel like $25
you've answered the question to what effort? Would you say, Mr. Alden, that
what is this?
Would you say, Mr. Alden, that those are the people that are the ones that spend a lot of time on the website in any given day, and who are more likely than not going to be the one that is going to see perhaps an ad or perhaps like information that is reaching out to those people, as opposed to somebody who happens to be Googling the name of a board game. It takes it to their website, and that's part of one of your like 5 million visitors.
What's the question? I mean, I didn't quite get
Yes, okay.
Hold on.
Dropping the act. I'm going to drop the act. My point is that the people that are going to go
so you're
to
saying,
your website and
yeah,
like I used to before, when I had time to do these things, and like just sit there and read articles and pore over videos and check forums and do all those things, I was more likely to catch a video, catch an ad that caught my eye, that made me want to click on it, that would take me to someplace, and I would go and I would check that out. Oh, what's this game? Oh, that looks cool. That is flying saucers. That was me, right? But after I started giving you your blood money every year, I don't see those ads anymore. So a very common comment that I hear, and I'm just saying this to you as from like my bosses and everybody else, a very common comment I hear is, I don't know why I should advertise on Board Game Geek when the most hardcore fans of the people that I want to reach aren't going to see my ads anyway.
Gosh, it's such a small fraction, Lance. There's no way.
Yeah.
Well, okay, then
I mean,
prove me wrong.
if you're basically trying to think you're going to get an extra couple thousand users, because I mean that's really all the numbers are.
Yeah, can I play Scott Alden advocate for a second?
Yes, because you're the smartest one here, so let's hear your opinion.
Oh yeah.
As proclaimed.
You
So smart, he can't get his mic on.
Nope.
There
Host
it is.
has muted you. So what I was gonna say is, based on your description of kind of like essentially the hardcore games, right? And I would feel comfortable labeling myself, perhaps not as much in board games, but definitely in other pursuits like video games and like science fiction and stuff like that. I know that my purchases based off ads have been non-existent, because if I'm on those sites talking with people, looking up reviews, looking at stuff like that,
You already know the info.
Right. That's who I'm looking towards. I'm trusting these other opinions to tell me what is good and what is not good. So if I see an ad, I'm going to ignore it because I know someone has paid for that ad. And of course they want me to buy their product. Like
But
that's,
you're going to buy it anyway if it's something you're looking for, because the alpha dog researches this stuff without having to look it up at Board Game Geek. They know it
You've
because
already
they're
sold
in the know.
alphas. You've already sold the alphas, like Reavers of Midgard. You've already
The
sold.
alphas are already buying it. People who already know the line are already planning on buying it. It's the casual people that don't know the line. They hear the alphas in the comments talking about it are the ones that are going to look for that ad and try to buy it.
Yeah, and they're the ones more likely probably. And again, this is with absolutely no data whatsoever. I am completely talking out of my ass. But my gut instinct would be those are the people more likely to click on an ad because they're not at the site long enough to see the value in paying to turn off the ads.
They're low information browsers, so they're more easily swayed by flashing information.
Correct. On all fronts from both parties. So I think what he's saying is that the people that aren't seeing those ads don't matter because they're already buying your games anyway.
Yeah.
There might be a fraction of people who don't. I mean, it's impossible to keep up with everything right now, right?
Sure. Well, it's gotten better recently, but it was impossible pre-February.
Even the people who are in the know can pass by a 24-day Kickstarter window and not see it, right?
I've missed 2 or 3.
Oh, I missed tons of them, and I pay attention to this crap every day.
Well, yeah, but then again, you back so much, it's easy to miss stuff because you're.
No, not all the 2020.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I've only backed 1 this year.
Yeah,
maybe 2.
I mean, I guess I know what you're saying, Lance. You're saying that basically the people that would support BGG through financial contribution and turn off the ads, which I've heard a lot of people don't, because we don't do any bullshit ads. We sell every ad we make. We do, except for a fraction of AdSense that sneaks in there. That they wouldn't notice the ad. They wouldn't notice your stuff because they blocked all the ads.
So
and they
all
see
the
it.
do the special ads like In Focus and stuff, does that stuff get blocked, or are those videos still available to the people that block ads?
I can't remember if we blocked those or not.
Because I know that's a special type of ad that you pay for to get on the main site
those
for a
are
week.
up. Those are upsell content creation.
Yeah, I would imagine. I'm assuming that doesn't get blocked since it's not your traditional like banner ad or anything. It's an actual video.
I
that
have to
goes
look
up.
and see if that's blocked off of an ad block thing, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, it's just.
I understand. Ad block is basic. So here's the deal: people have that ad block plugin. They'll block us out anyway. This was a way for us to at least
Monetize
an ad blocker and make them feel somewhat like, well, if I'm already ad blocking with the ad block plugin, which by the way doesn't work anymore. I use ad block on other websites, and it's like it doesn't work 9 times out of 10. They've blocked the ad blocker.
Mm-hmm.
You guys notice that lately?
Yeah.
It's
now
the
you got to find a
configuration.
blocker to
Any
block the
site you go
blocker that
to-
blocks the ad blocker.
Yeah.
Anti missile.
Mhm, Yeah.
The so ad block is basically not working anymore, but we don't employ those tactics, right? We don't use those things that can to detect ad block and make you not be able to see anything without that. We don't do that.
Indeed.
Anyway,
I guess
you can run an experiment. Don't run any ads on the next campaign. See how you do.
Mhm.
I mean,
Well, I mean,
you can
Yeah,
prove
but that's
it.
subjective to the game and
you
everything
get
anyway.
very thorough stats of. I mean, anybody who gets ads from you gets thorough stats of how many click-throughs you're getting, right?
Yes, they get all the stats.
Well, and here's the other thing, though. Well, and then I guess here's my thing with that is that it's advertising. I mean, is it such a freaking premium to like what you're gonna spend your money on, and I know of campaigns that and these are obviously campaigns that did relatively well. I mean, I know of a campaign that fairly recently, in the last few months or so, they it was an over $1 million campaign, and I was talking to the person who was running it. We were just kind of picking each other's brains, and they shared with me their advertising budget for the game, and it was near 6 figures.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like,
I heard one today that blew my mind.
yeah.
How much
So,
they spent.
and it was,
not,
and I was
not
like,
on Board Game Geek. They spent it elsewhere.
and I was like, okay, where did they spend it? Do you know? Or
Facebook.
What?
Facebook's
Yeah.
making a huge push for Facebook ads.
So, I mean, and the thing was, it was like, okay, and I looked at, and I'm not going to say, I don't want to give any more information about
details.
that because it was over $1 million. But in my opinion, they didn't get a good return on how much they spent. I mean, like, I guess.
So if you spend 100,000, and hopefully we would make 100.
I expected. I would think that if you're going to spend, very close to or right at 6 figures on advertising for a board game for a Kickstarter campaign, my opinion is that you should do well into 7 figures.
It better be Gloomhaven.
I'm not saying Gloomhaven 14 million. I'm not saying that, but I mean,
what is the typical ROI on advertising? Like, what is it considered a good ROI on an advertisement?
Well, I mean, that's you're talking about products. I mean, there's so many variables there.
Yeah, it's hard to say when you're quantifying it the way we're talking about with the Kickstarter.
I mean,
model.
What's the return on investment on a Cadillac versus the return on investment on an Acura? I mean, it's just like,
I mean, if you spend money and make money, then you can calculate it.
I would think
100,000 made 120.
I would think
the joke-
100,000 on $1 million is not a good return of investment. When
no,
you're talking
I would.
about 10%.
Thank you. That's right where I'm at with you on there.
If you spent 10% to make
15.
I mean, think for this. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. How many times have I watched a Monday Night Football ad, and it was like the new Cadillac, whatever, and it was like the luxury $100,000 car, and I'm thinking, how many guys are sitting in their flea-bitten easy chair right now, drinking a Coors Banquet beer? Saying, yeah, gotta get me one of them Cadillacs.
It's the same thing like a Super Bowl ad. Like when Coke or Pepsi puts a Super Bowl ad on, the people that are drinking Coke or Pepsi are going to drink regardless of seeing that Super Bowl ad. Yet they spent $50 million for that 30-second ad space.
That is, I mean, if you go into ad and talk about
that's like
not
prestige.
having an ad sends, like, not having an ad actually would raise more eyebrows. It would actually, like, because that's almost to make your shareholders happy, right?
Yeah, I believe it's exactly it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like people are still going to go to the grocery store and buy a Coke, but if somebody say, it was really weird. There was no polar bear ad this year, or whatever. It's like, what happened there? And all of a sudden your shareholders are like, what's going on, Coke?
Well, that's probably good too.
We wanted to
because
save
then-
$50 million for a pointless ad that no one needs.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
But
well,
whatever.
and I think there's an interesting point there where there are some products where they don't need an ad and they will be successful simply because of the product. There's some products that if they have an ad, they will be successful. But if they don't, they're never going to crest. And then there are some products where it doesn't matter how big the ad buy you have is, they're just garbage and no one's going to buy it because they can see that it's garbage. So like that's how do you quantify the difference between those products before someone has actually put their money down, right? Like how do you know that product is going to be a sure thing that you don't have to sell an ad for? Versus, okay, maybe this is the product where if we sold ads for this, it'll, get us over that hump and we'll become a 7-figure Kickstarter. Versus, okay, yeah, this Kickstarter is just never going to succeed anyway.
So you wouldn't spend 100,000 to make $1 million, Lance?
But they were going to make probably that anyway. That's
right,
what
yeah,
that's
exactly.
the point.
That's what I'm saying.
You
Like,
think?
Let's go this way. So you're spending 100 grand. Let's just take everything out of everything.
Okay.
Let's just say
Start over.
Let's just say you're making a board game and you get $1 million. Okay, in Kickstarter, you get $1 million in Kickstarter. So right at the bat, take 10% off because you got to pay. You got to pay your credit card fees and you got to pay Kickstarter. So now you're done in 900 grand. Now for that board game, I mean this is just guesswork at this point, but you're looking at least $400,000 in the manufacturing of that game.
Mhm.
Because if you made that much, unless you're selling 10 games at $1 million each, you're like
production costs.
That's a hell of a budget.
yeah, I mean, it's you're looking at 400 grand, and it's probably more than that, right? Now you're dealing with getting it onto freight containers. You're dealing with it getting into your warehouse. You're dealing with fulfillment. So right off the bat, now you're probably well into spending already $600,000, right, on that game. Now you might be saying, okay, well that's 600 grand out of the 900, so you got 300 left. Okay, you made $300,000.
You got to make your distribution copies now.
Yeah, but let's just say that's where you end up, and this is real flat figures. You made $300,000. That's your profit of your $1 million Kickstarter. Oh, by the way, you spend $100,000 on ads. Oh, I guess I only made.
So it's not 100,000 to make $1 million. When you factor in all the other costs, that 100,000 has to be 10 times that amount to make it in your profit to make it worth it. And if it's not, you've spent too much.
And I'll tell you this, that, my friends, is why campaigns cancel. And that is why, even if it's like 2 weeks in and they've reached their goal and they're making their money, somebody is saying, if we actually have to make this game, we are going to lose money.
Yep.
We are going to lose tens of thousands of dollars. If we cancel it right now, we've only lost $3 grand. Cancel, pull the plug. We'll come back.
I mean,
because the reality is
the sunken cost fallacy. Yeah.
A lot of those minimum bids to make a game are basically covering costs, sometimes not even, because they want to hit that quick fund number, so they go lower than what they actually need to make the game. So a game that doesn't well exceed expectations in the first 24 to 48 hours starts getting scary on a publisher, because then if it just stalls, they could be really in a bad situation, like a shutting down situation. A bad campaign could kill us.
So here's another question. Like,
well, let me just say one thing. Chris made the comment of like the $50,000 figure, and I started laughing. I mean, and I didn't mean to laugh at you, Chris, but I mean that figure that people have on Kickstarter, it is completely arbitrary.
It is.
Gone are the days of, oh man, we need at least $80,000 that we can make this game. No, it is
So I think slight pushback, just because I know that the publisher that I was working with, Victory Point Games, very small, indie publisher, like most of the games they make, probably haven't heard of. Maybe,
they make the absolute best game about being a German manufacturer of World War I aircraft during the Great War. They make the best game that depicts that
publisher?
situation.
Victory Point
Victory
Games.
Point Games.
But, yeah, and you know,
Oh.
I'm making a joke there, but Victory Point Games, I can't remember the name of it. It's on my shelf over there. It is actually a really good game.
Yeah. No,
It's a very dense economic game about making military aircraft in a German factory during World War I.
Right. So that's the thing. I would say they made very niche games, right? And so the games that they made, like, and that they kickstarted, had to succeed, because it was okay. Like, if we're setting the price on this, like, this isn't just the, okay, this covers our costs for production and shipping. This is also like the salaries for the people, you know, who made this game. So like, I felt, you know, when they set the initial cost for, you know, for Twilight of the Gods, so a trading card game, you know, your production costs aren't going to be super high if you're in China. Like, it's basically the freight is probably going to be the biggest cost of making. And so, you know, they set the original cost for 15,000. I was like, okay, to me, that felt fair in terms of, yeah, that'll allow us to do a print run of 5,000 games, ship it out to everyone who wants it, and then pay the people, you know, who made the game. And so, you know, I think we ended up with like 75 or 76,000, but I don't, like, to me, I felt that that minimum cost that they set was one where, like, that, you know, that would at least cover the cost of making the game. Now, granted, we had like minimal advertising, if any at all. But, you know, I think there is a difference between the real indie publishers, like, saying, okay, this is what we need to make this game, versus, you know, something like Terraforming Mars, where obviously that 50,000 number is BS, right? Like, this is a game that sold, you know, hundreds of thousands of copies. Like, of course, people are going to back this Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And so
They could
you know,
print this game.
Yeah, like to your point,
need
yes,
50.
exactly. Like, for a game like that, that number is absolutely going to be arbitrary. It doesn't matter what number they put down.
But I think for most medium to large size publishers, it's going to be like that.
Yeah,
I know CMON usually sets a $100,000 or $200,000 minimum funding goal for almost all their campaigns, and most of them, 90% of them, will do over $1 million, $1.5 million. So that number is irrelevant at that point.
Right.
You know, you're going to get $1 million.
And so that's the thing, though, is that there is that difference between, you know, the medium to large publisher versus the smaller publishers who really are just kind of scraping by. And like, to them, like, this is legit. Okay, we can afford to make this game if we hit this number. If we can't, well, we can't make the game. But, you know, if
I think Van here is probably
Well, I was gonna say,
testament to this, right?
Yeah. 'Cause
Well, okay, actually, Matt has said
Let Matt
almost
speak.
nothing,
Let
and I actually want to ask Matt
yeah.
a question. I actually want to ask Matt a question. So, I mean, as an artist, and you've worked on a lot of different things, I mean, what do publishers, when they approach you to do art or layout or anything like that, do they approach you and say, this is how much I have to spend, do you think you can do this for me? Or do they, I mean, how do they approach you to do work?
That's a rarity. Sometimes, like, once I get to know the publisher, I've worked with them a lot of times, they might come to me and say, listen, we got this much money to do this, can you do it? But usually it's just we want to work with you on this, how much is it going to cost? And I do my best to estimate how much time it'd take and what the costs are associated with it. I send them an estimate, and we kind of go forward from there.
You structure it pretty well. I mean, you have like
Yeah.
or do you just fly by your seat of your pants?
I have a
and just
spreadsheet
guess?
that I do for every game, and that includes initial design, and then production, depending on how many cards or how many pages or whatever there is, and I assign so many minutes to each one of those different items, and then modifications, press prep, and everything. And then the estimate is itemized with each one of those subsections for each component as well.
Professional.
Yeah.
Right
yeah.
here.
If anyone listening, like, you should take notes on that.
Yeah. That's a very good description of how it should be done for freelance work in the industry.
And another thing I do is I say it's an estimate, because I don't quote. I don't quote stuff because it gets me into trouble.
Van, what were you going to say? Because you are exactly what we're talking about for the small publisher.
I was going to say, right. I've got a Kickstarter coming up probably in about 4 weeks, and I've got to set my goal somewhere between 25, 30,000, you know, and that's with a little padding. And I've got basically no budget for advertising, but I've been doing a lot of grassroots marketing, and it just hit a milestone last night of 1,000 followers just on the promo page. So very happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it has to be a real number, from my standpoint.
I think the real question people want to know is how much are you paying Lance for the promotion on this show?
I mean, he's already paid me for a video. I'm still waiting to get my prototype. It's been almost like a year now. I've been waiting for my
It's been
prototype.
well over a year. Yeah.
I was still working for TMG when you contracted me to do the video. So
Right. So hopefully that'll be to you here in about 2 weeks. So
sweet. Can't wait.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just like publishing board games is really tough.
What about, so you're asking Matt about how he structures all of his payments for the art, but you made a good point when you were talking about being contracted by Van. You do a lot of Kickstarter videos. So how are you approached?
Not anymore.
Well, not anymore, but you did for a long time. So why don't
This
you
is a
tell
question
us?
you're going to hang up on me as soon as I start answering. I'm not listening.
No.
No, I don't. Somebody else can ask the question.
Somebody else
can ask
him.
the question, and then
Somebody
I'll answer
else
it.
ask the question.
I am not responding to any question from you, Peter. After 11 o'clock, I respond to nothing you ask.
Chris, ask him the question. You know where I was going with this.
So Lance, when you were charging to do,
Chris is just going to log out now. That's all
for Kickstarter, is that something that like you would have an itemized spreadsheet, or is that like?
No, I just had a flat fee, and no, geez. Fuck you.
I picked Lance.
Way to commit.
Yes.
I picked Lance
coming back.
because I knew he was
He's
going to be
coming
excited.
Oh, that was fantastic.
We'll just go and enable the weight room here.
Yeah, put him in the waiting room.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you can put him in a waiting. You can put him in a separate room.
Oh, he made me so proud doing that. So proud. Like when you see your kids grow up, it's so
I
great.
couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
This is my show.
It's been a year and a half ago,
I think
Lance.
it's your show.
Crazy.
You're nothing without us, Lance. Nothing.
No, I just charged a flat fee, and then I started increasing the fee a little bit. When I was taking on too much and I couldn't keep up, and then I just kept increasing it. And now I give them a flat fee that's so high that nobody ever.
But did publishers, honestly though, did publishers ever like say, "Hey, I can't afford to pay you pre-Kickstarter, but we'll give you some money when the Kickstarter is done"?
I did that a handful of times, and they took care of me on the back end. But then there were some people that just they never paid me the other part, so then I just stopped doing that.
Weren't there some of them that owed you games too that you never ended up getting the games? Like they promised you like a full pledge.
Tons
you did a
of people
lot of
that
that
promised
work
you the
too,
games.
right?
Yeah,
There's
tons
a
of
lot
people
of
that
times you
said, "Oh,
take
we'll pay
in-
you this." It's like and like some there were a few. I mean, yeah, I'll just even mention. I don't care.
No, you don't have to. I'm not asking.
No, this is one that I always kind of chat my ass a little bit. No, and I don't really know anybody that works at Ares anymore. But I was contacted to do the Sword and Sorcery, and they were
that's
like,
a good game. Yeah.
and they were like, "Oh, well, we'll give you like the full thing, right? We're gonna have all this stuff. It's gonna be like a $400-500 all-in pledge. We'll give you the full pledge." And I was like, "All right." I read the rules. I'm excited. Oh, puppy. Hey, Richard Ham's puppy. I was like, that's cool. Sounds good, right? So I did the video, liked the thing. They were like, "We love the video. Thank you so much. You rock." I was like, "You're welcome. Thank you very much." And then I entered I enter all the Board Game Geek contests, right? And I entered that, and I won, right? And I won the thing, right? And then I
pledge, and they considered that your payment.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my!
They contacted me, and I was just like, and I had to pull teeth to get, because it was just the base game was the win.
Yeah.
And I had to pull teeth to get the full all-in pledge.
Everything else.
And I was just like, and I was just like, and because they just sent me the base game, because I said, "Hey, I won this," and they're like, "Oh, well, yeah, don't worry about it. We'll get everything for you." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And then they just sent me the base game, and then it was like 3 months of emails back and forth, and they finally shipped me everything else. And I said, "Okay, well, you still I still won that," and they were just like, "Well, we're not going to give you that." They just basically said, "Yeah, we're not going to send you one."
Wow.
And I was just kind of
That's
like,
a sucky move.
Yeah, I think
I
you've
was
said
just-
this story. For some reason, I
Yeah.
remember you telling this story once before. Under
Oh
different
yeah, I mean, it was
circumstances.
just, and it was like, okay, whatever. I played the game. I got my play out of it, and I think I either sold it or gave it to somebody. And I was just like, but I was like that. I always just every time I walk by the Aries booth, I always just kind of go,
Like, well, the thing that seems crappy from a publisher perspective is like you've already written off those games, right? Like you've already written off the contest game and the one that you're supposed to be sending to you for payment. Like those games are gone.
A professional place would.
well, no, and I mean, and it's just like I'm sure whoever made the decision, I'm sure it wasn't like if somebody like if I had bitched long and hard enough, I'm pretty sure I could have gotten the game out of them. But I was just kind of like, well, I shouldn't have to,
Right. You
Just
did
kinda
your
like-
job.
Well, I mean, I assume you were talking to like their media manager, low man on the totem pole, who wasn't comfortable trying to push for, that kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, so it was fine. I mean, that's years ago now, right? I mean, so
Well, yeah,
it's just
Sword and
kind of like,
Sorcery's been out for at least 2 years now, probably maybe 3.
Couple years, yeah.
I'm actually in that position right now.
Where you've been promised something and not delivered.
Yeah, I did a tiny bit of work. I quoted on this job for an IP-based RPG a long time ago, a couple of years ago. I was too expensive, so they went with somebody else, and I had to fix some stuff once it was done, and they needed to go to print. So I did like 2 or 3 hours work on it, and it said, "Don't pay me, just give me a deluxe version of the game, and I'm happy." Haven't seen it.
Wow.
Emailed them once. Oh, sorry, yeah, we'll get that to you, no problem. The guy that I was dealing with left, but he still is friends with the company, and they're like, yeah, no problem. And then never saw it. Got in touch with him again, and the owner said to me, sorry, what did you do for the game again? And basically, can you justify what you did?
Oh, that sucks.
And I was a little upset about that, but so I'm just gonna send him an invoice tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go.
well, yeah, and it's one of those things where it's fine. I mean, it was definitely like one of those things where it was like, I mean, at the time, it was a bit of a raw burger to have to eat, but I mean, now I just don't even care.
What do you think? I mean, I guess you know this now since you're the publisher. How many paid preview sites are out there now?
Oh God.
Throw a rock and you'll hit one.
There's got to be at least 20.
I just found out there's somebody in Fargo, North Dakota that does them.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I mean, I just found out, and here's the thing, and this isn't, I mean, and this. It when it first started happening, it definitely was a punch to the stomach, right? But like now, it's like it used to be people like new people to the hobby, like now have no clue who I am, which is fine. But if there was a time though where everybody would know because my channel I was doing a lot more work with it and I was keeping more up to date with it. Mm-hmm. And it was just kind of like now it's like there's these new people and then they're like, and then when I actually clue them into who I am, they actually then say, oh my God, I've been watching your videos for years. I just never clicked the two things together. Right. I mean, and that happens a lot, and it's just, but it's fine. Right.
What's the longest you've been in it a long time? What's the longest publisher, like the oldest publisher that you've done work for that's still in the game right now?
Once again, Pete, I'm not answering any questions you have asked. So, he tried. He tried. It didn't work. It didn't work. I beat you, Peter Shirey. I beat you. I beat you. I beat you. I beat you. He tried. He tried. I saw it a million miles away. A million miles away.
What episode of the Alaboom is this?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. At the sound of the gun, I won that one. Yes, drats. Yes, suck it, Peter Shirey.
His time.
You were first on my list.
Finally, a win.
You guys see the new Stonemaier game?
I won Champions. I won Reavers.
Oh,
and I beat Peter Shirey on Wednesday. This is
quite the week.
Richard, are you still around?
I think he was playing with his dog.
Oh, he's probably washing his hands or something.
Yeah.
What do you guys?
This has been good. This has been a good conversation. I mean, I having Steve on was awesome, and I appreciate that a great deal. Anyway, let's do the actual normal things. Has anybody played any new games or anything? I would like, if I can I take out one thing that like a video game. My son came up to me and he said he'd been watching some YouTube videos about a game that he's been playing, and usually it's a VR game, but this was an actual computer game. And I was like, okay, what is it? And this is a fun thing, like a fun game that it's called Scrap Mechanic. It is like basically erector set Minecraft. And you know, so you can actually build rocket ships and planes and motorcycles and tanks and cars, and like basically your imagination is the limit, and it's really simple how to make everything work. It isn't like, oh, you got to make sure, like you in Minecraft, you have those people that set up those giant like electronic displays and things like that, and then like you have to actually work really hard at it. But with Scrap Mechanic, and I think it's even on sale, and it's in beta, it's in like early release. So they just actually released the actual game part of it, like which is the survival mode, but like there's a creation mode. And like he and I have been like designing cars, and like it is super fun and it is super cool. It's like you would think, okay, you know, it's like if you have a like if you're making a car, you know, you put the wheels on it, you have to put the bearings, and you put the wheels and the bearings, and then you put an engine in it, and then you put in your car seat that has like the steering wheel. And then there's just this little connector tool that just makes it really easy. Okay, this engine connected to those wheels, so it moves those wheels, and make sure that steering wheel is connected to these wheels, so when you turn, it turns, and then it just goes. And it's like it is super cool, and I just that's been something we've been devouring, and like kind of like we design a crazy car for he'll design like a crazy plane or something for me, and I have to see if it actually will fly and get it to fly, and then I'll design like a crazy rocket ship and stuff. But yeah, it's like $13 right now on Steam, and it is a total time suck. I'll warn you on that. You will be, and there are tons of mods out there for it, like people that have completely and totally like added tons of different parts and things into it. A lot of fun. Anyway, so that's the game that I've been playing a lot of.
Is it like Junkyard Wars? Do you have to scrounge for the materials, or
if you play the actual game, yes, because the premise of the game is that you and the other people that are playing were on a spaceship heading towards a planet that was already being like terraformed and getting ready, but your spaceship crash lands on the planet, and you find out that the robots that were terraforming the world, they've actually like gone rogue, and they're trying to find you and kill you. And so you got to like scrounge like the metal and the pieces and the wood and everything like that, and then create and you can create anything. You can create like construction equipment with big giant cranes that will pick stuff up for you. I mean, it's
that's cool.
Yeah, and there is a entire huge fan base out there of people that are like making all kinds of things, like big giant helicopters. I mean, I saw one where the guy made a giant C-130 plane, basically this huge plane that's able to take off and fly around, just with the different parts and stuff. A lot of good stuff. I think if you're into those construction type games, and like there was a lot of ones that, like, you know, after Minecraft obviously exploded, a lot of people tried to do the same stuff, but this one really went a way that made it pretty awesome. So there you go. I'm done talking about games I played. Actually, I did play Nevada City again, and I really enjoy that. That is a heavy game from Rio Grande Games, and I'm proud of them for publishing a heavy game. So now I'm going to shut up and I'll let somebody else talk about games they played. Not all at once, though. Matt, do you play games or you just draw?
I love to play games. My wife does not. My wife's the anti-gamer. So with this whole social distancing thing, I mean, I have my weekly D&D game over Discord and Fantasy Grounds, but apart from that, even when without COVID, I maybe get to play games once a month. I wish it was.
Do you when you play fantasy, you ever played Roll20? Because that's what Chris and I play. We
started on Roll20, and my DM got gifted to him the deluxe Fantasy Grounds thing.
Oh.
So we're using that. It's pretty good. I mean,
I've heard that Fantasy Grounds is good. I even own it. But the point of entry on Roll20, I bashed my head against the wall long enough to learn it. So I now I don't want to give up on it. Like that. Once again, the sunk cost fallacy, right? It's like, by gum, if I spent 8 hours trying to figure out how this stupid thing works, I'm not going to give it up now.
Yeah.
I will say Roll20 wasn't overly complex. I would say,
No.
like, once you kind of figured out the little like bits of how it fits together, it wasn't too hard to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, we started off at Roll20, and it's fine. Do you guys use the Beyond 20 plugin?
No.
So it's if you have your character sheet in D&D Beyond, you can roll in D&D.
Oh, yeah, we do that. Yes, but nobody's taking advantage of it for our group.
Yeah, it's a little wishy-washy. It doesn't work all the time.
Yeah.
And I wish I was a solo gamer, but I'm really just not.
If I'm gonna solo game, I mean, there are a few solo games I'll play. I'll play B-17 Flying Fortress, or I'll play there's a few of the like Silent Victory. I like the sub ones. I like those games. But if I'm gonna play a solo game, I'll just I'll boot up I'll turn on my PlayStation, or I'll play Slay the Spire for the millionth time.
Yeah, video games and me are a bad combination.
Lance, have you tried Monster Train yet?
I have not, but I've been playing a lot of Griftlands, however.
Griftlands is excellent. Love Griftlands. You should try Monster Spire.
Monster Train is awesome.
Monster Train, not Monster Spire.
When I think of Monster Train, I just think of Dinosaur Train, which is like.
I'm telling you, it is the stupidest name, but it is such a good game.
It's really good.
Let me ask this then. I had a question.
Actually, Richard's back. Hey, Richard, have you played the new Stonemaier game yet?
Am I allowed to talk about it?
Are you not? I don't know. Are you allowed to talk about it?
Let me.
Are you embargoed?
I'm neither confirming nor denying. Let me check my email.
Okay. Yeah, check your embargo.
What's the name? What is the name of the new Stonemaier game?
Pendulum.
Not allowed to talk about it.
That there's a new game coming from Stonemaier Games called
Pendulum.
Pendulum.
Time is the most precious resource as you attempt to rule Dunya.
Actually, Richard, rumor has it you just.
I'm afraid I don't know if I've played it until July 22nd.
Okay.
Oh, that's my daughter.
time.
That's my daughter's birthday. My daughter turns 13 on July 22nd.
Oh, nice. My older one turns 12 tomorrow.
My daughter, Rylan, you can all thank her, because she is the impetus of why I actually got into board games, because I was a dad, and I was up late at night, and I just started cruising Board Game Geek, and I was like, Arkham Horror, that sounds like a fun game. No, I mean, seriously, like my daughter being existing is the reason why I do this.
I wonder what you searched for. Do you remember?
I think what it was is I went. This is exactly the rabbit hole that happened. We played, like, the one game we played. We couldn't. So the whole idea was we couldn't get together. All my friends and I, we couldn't get together and play D&D on a regular basis anymore, because of the fact that we were all getting older and we were getting children and having families and stuff like that. And then the one board game we get together and play is Talisman, which we still do. We really enjoy playing Talisman, but it's almost like a love-hate thing. But so I was like, okay. I gotta find a different game, because like we had gotten together for game night, like, once every 2 weeks for like a month and a half straight, and we played Talisman every single time, and people were like starting to get annoyed by it. So I was like, all right. And then somebody had said the Fantasy Flight Games had come up with this game called Rune War or Runebound. And I was like, and that was like a board game adventure type of thing. So I went to the Fantasy Flight Games website, and I was looking at Runebound, and I don't know, there's something about it. I'm looking at a copy. It's right there. But I was like, it just didn't look really cool. And then I was like, then there was this thing with this Arkham Horror, and it was like in a cooperative game. What does that mean? I was just kind of like, that's weird. And then I think I typed in like Arkham Horror like review, and that took me to Board Game Geek. And then I started reading stuff and reading reviews of the game, and I was sold on it. And then I immediately went to eBay, and I was like, because like that was back when I had one game store in town. And I was like, maybe I can just buy one online and have it shipped to me. And then I found there was an eBay seller. They're no longer in business, but the guy ran basically a board game store out of his house in Fargo. There's a town called West Fargo, which is literally west of Fargo. And it's like, it would be like a 10-minute drive. And I remember emailing them. I was like, I'd like to buy that. And he's like, yeah, you can just come over and buy it. And like, in shrink, just because he ran the board game store out of his garage, basically. So I drove over to his house and, gave him whatever it was. I think it was like $32, I think at that time. And I didn't have to pay for it, have it shipped
American dollars.
Yeah, 32 American dollars. I just gave him and I brought it home. And then the next day I got everybody excited to play, and we got damn near every rule wrong. Yog Sothoth ate us all, but we loved it. And then so I went back to Board Game Geek, and I downloaded a rules reference and all these things and I printed them off, and then we played it again. And we actually played it that was the game we played for the next 6 sessions, and we finally won on like the 6th session. We kept losing and losing and losing, and that was how it started. I mean, it was just kind of one of those things.
Well, man, it was my daughter that started me off in designing games. But like 23 years ago, I was working for an ad agency in Colorado, and got a 6 weeks pregnancy leave, and so I'm stuck at home without anything to do, and started designing my first game. And I wanted to design something that my wife would enjoy playing, because we'd tried D&D and I was playing Axis and Allies with some buddies. But being at home, I wanted to design something that we would enjoy. And that's what got me into it with my daughter.
Yeah.
And you were just searching the internet?
Not really. There wasn't. We had the internet connection, but not much on the internet, game-wise back then that we played.
The old 14.4 modem?
28, baby.
That was in
96 or whatever.
9600.
That was in 96.
No,
Richard, did you play Cosmic Encounter Duel?
I've got a copy of it, but I don't know why they sent it to me. I didn't ask for it.
Is it an actual fighting game? I haven't looked at it at all.
It's, as I understand it, it's basically the territorial combat of the original game, with all kinds of crazy special powers and no negotiation. So it's just pretty much 100% about, look, we're just trying to get the most little flying saucers on these various planets and just constantly one-upping each other with our special powers.
Right. So like a munchkin.
I love how disdainful he is for that.
Oh, I know.
Well, I don't know.
We had a conversation about it.
I should be pushing cubes and growing crops. Damn it!
From what I understand.
What's that, Richard?
It certainly felt very munchkin-y from what little I understood.
Yeah, it sounds. I went back and played Quacks with different powers that I'd never played with before. That was fun. It's like a different game.
Oh, you mean different? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The game. Fun.
Yeah, you must have be bored during the day. You want to play an online board game with me and Chris here? I think we're gonna stream something tomorrow. We're gonna stream something tomorrow, right, Chris? You're available?
Friday, right?
Is it Friday? Yeah, Friday.
Where will you be streaming it?
So I was gonna say it's my daughter's birthday tomorrow. So
yeah, Friday is Friday. I don't know. We'll probably play like Champions of Midgard or something.
Are you going to stream it on Undead Viking channel or?
No, we stream it to the Gray Fox stuff.
So Aldi, how does that end up getting on Board Game Geek Live?
Facebook Live? He's doing Facebook Live, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's our plan, right?
We don't work with Facebook.
Oh,
I don't think Facebook exposes their videos to the outside world, actually.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
In the glasses.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for joining in, man.
Yeah, how's it going, everybody?
Just fine. The Black Hood.
Man, I'm just vibing, brother.
Those glasses. Those cat glasses.
Deal with it.
Calculation.
I found them on sale for like $1, and I said, "Oh, I'm
You
all
paid
over
too
it."
much.
Oh, those
No.
are stylish, man.
That's a you problem, not me. I made the choice, baby. I made the choice. You
Yeah,
got to
free-
deal with it.
Did you get a free bowl of soup?
You know what I'm saying? I made my choice. You got to deal with that. I want to. So,
Yeah, Richard, actually, you bring up a good point. Like, I don't know if you got off your point. I interpret it as anybody doing Facebook Live videos, they're trapped in Facebook forever and ever. Like, you cannot get them out of there.
Wow. That's
Can you?
bad.
Can you publish them to an external platform? I don't think you can.
I have never looked.
okay, so,
I know you can simultaneously stream to Facebook.
Yeah, you can restream. Yeah.
so this is all me.
Wait, no.
No, because Lance was going to do a stream tomorrow or Friday
Yeah.
on
Okay.
Facebook Live, and it's like, well, if I don't watch it on Facebook, then I'll never see it.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
so
can, you can
have-
pull them out, but they end up being really low res.
Yes.
Because
so,
there's all kinds of, third-party web pages that'll say that will let you automatically download any video off of YouTube, but you have
Right.
to do it through one of those capture sites.
so
I'm
you,
sorry, I interrupted you. I just did
So,
it again.
No, I interrupted you again. What I was gonna say is that since I do most of my content live stuff on Facebook, what happens is now they've switched to Facebook gaming. So what you have to do
Oh
is
yeah, because they
you have to
acquired
get a
they acquired
incredible like amount of hours, and it's really only like 4 hours. And then you have to like do it twice, which for me is like that's like less than a week. So what happens is you get verified, and now they've up-resed it because now they're attracting more YouTuber people and Mixer people. Now they bought Mixer.
they
and-
want Twitch people, right?
right. So now they want the other people who aren't doing well on Twitch to get that mid-tier people over. So you can go to 1080/30 now. I mean, I got 4K cameras. I can only pump it out at 10. I used to only be able to pump it out at 720, like earlier this year. And now they do it. Now you can get to 1080/30, which is, I mean, that's standard for every
That's almost
time.
video games. I mean,
Right.
if they want video games, they're gonna have to.
So
do
wait a minute. So
Frankly,
how do you do
should not
that?
go above 1080/30 because most people's laptops can't handle that, quite frankly.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So it opens it up for the video game streamer audience, which is going to be 1080/30, 720, 60, that kind of range. But the way you capture it is I do mine through XSplit, and it just records it actually records the quality that I have.
Right,
I
it
have.
records native.
Yeah, so it
Video,
records
yeah.
my native. Like it. So
You-
whenever I tell people like, hey, if you don't watch it on here,
Do you publish
just
it?
watch me on YouTube, and that way you can see like the edited
Yeah.
version and the up-res version. So
Right.
yeah.
Is Mixer? I mean, is Facebook doing monetization?
So yeah, they
Fair.
have a thing where you can buy it's kind of like a tip service that they have, but you have to buy the currency. So it's like you got to buy.
Oh, right, it's their virtual currency.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
right,
it's
right.
their virtual currency.
Can you
and
trade
then
that out for money?
Tip it to people. Yeah, you tip it to people, and once again, you have to be part of the program, which is just like getting Twitch verified. It's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same thing. It's just their version of it. But you're going to see a big flux of people coming over from that Twitch, that in between Twitch crowd. And they're going to be mid-tier people, and they're going to bring in a lot of folks.
Why is that?
For us
Because they're-
gamers, though, like for us board gamers, like it's pretty fucking wild right now. It's like unpredictable. as
What's
far as-
causing this potential migration? Is it
Yeah.
an initiative that Facebook is taking?
Yeah. So
Well, Mixer's dead now.
yeah, Mixer's dead. They acquired it from Microsoft.
yeah.
Yeah. So like, there's a thing right now with board game content where, of course, we're on like the bottom tier of this stuff. But
Oh
like,
yeah, no, they don't care about us.
right, like we don't exist. But what'll happen is with us is that maybe we have the Facebook crowd because that's where our social network is. I mean, that's where I do all my stuff most of the time. But like Twitch, of course, is going to be your higher amount of users. That's where you want to be, right? That's what you want, a consistent high amount of users that maybe if you feel about monetizing, that's exactly where you want to be. Facebook is risky business. We don't know how that business model is going to work. And I mean, if you just want views, I mean, you'll get viewers, but
Yeah.
by
But there's nothing
doing it
behind it,
consistently.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, man.
I mean, unless you're a sponsored video, right? Like, and I don't even know if you have to disclose that on Facebook right now.
you do not have to disclose it on Facebook. I have to actually say it out loud.
Yeah, it's not built in.
Yep, it's not built in. You don't have a button, which is super weird. but they're going to have a lot of people who come in sponsored by others.
Probably.
And like streamers just have so much sponsored stuff on, and like they're sitting on it and they're using it and they don't say nothing. Like, it's just wild.
If you bust into a halfway, like they'll say something at the very beginning, but if you come in halfway through a sponsored stream,
yeah,
you would never know. It's not on the screen. It's not anything. It's
you
just
would never know.
like I watched a Smite video and I'm like, oh, this game looks cool. Why is this guy playing? It's like 10 years old.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, and then if you wind it back, you go and it says it's sponsored stream.
Yeah.
Or he said it casually, I think, once in the middle.
So there's a guy named Alpha Gaming. He does such a good job of doing it. He delivers it right away. And he delivers like why he even decided to take that sponsor. And I really appreciate that from him because he's also like explaining why he even supports the product and stuff like that. And if he doesn't like it, he'll say he doesn't like it and he won't do it again. But at least he's really cool about saying it up front. Hey, this is the stuff they sent to me. I'm actually using it today to test how it is. And like, that's very rare, of course. But yeah, I like to see that, man. Just be up front and just let people know the sponsor. Like, people care when you don't say it. That's why I tell people, like, people care. Even if you go halfway and be like, oh shit, I forgot to say that this is sponsored. My fault, man. I want to make sure you guys know this is sponsored. Da, 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 da. I do it too. Like, I'll be on Facebook. Like, hey man, like I have to let people know, that this is a, promotional gig right here.
I actually did that a couple times on Twitter. Like I got, kind of deals to do sponsorships for various like football things or whatever. And like,
what a shill.
Right. Well, but no, but like that was the thing is like, my audience knows, right? That like, I'm just going to make fun of the sponsors anyway. So that's what I did. Like, here's your sponsored message, and the sponsors loved it because they're like, that's who you are. Right. Like
man.
It's basically like Wayne's World, right?
It's like Wayne's World.
They're wearing like they're drinking Pepsi, eating Doritos.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That sponsor stuff is crazy now. Like,
oh my goodness.
So Jeremy, why do you do Facebook? Why is that your primary platform?
Because I a lot of the things that I do is because I like do promotional stuff a lot of the time, and advertising and marketing just depends on what I'm doing for a publisher. So I always make sure that like I try to keep a lot of that stuff separate because that's kind of what I do online. I mean, people know that and will see it. So I kind of have to make sure that that's where I live in social media in a sense. So that's what I'm brought on for. That's what I promote myself as. So it's not like I want to share information with the people. So that's kind of what I do. And Facebook is where you do it. There's a couple 100,000 people active online in a day. And I want to interact with those people with community. So
do you run all your stuff public or do you run a friends list or private?
So I have both.
Yeah.
I have both. Yeah. I decided this last year, like in this last 6 months, and it's kind of coming back to bite me, is like I just kind of start taking on these friends, and with the way things are going right now, you kind of get,
you don't know who they're coming from.
Yeah, man, and like I was like, well, if I do this specifically, then this and that, and I was just like, this is kind of stupid. I don't know why I decided to do this, and then like it started to burn me a little bit, and I was just like, yeah, I got to stop doing that. I got to stop.
So your friends list will be just people you know.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, but when you fall and you make that mistake, you go all the way in making the mistake.
Yeah. No, it's hard to undo.
Yeah, so it's hard to undo, but that's part of this business. You got to figure out how to navigate it, and you got to take a couple L's, and hopefully you don't fuck anything up while you're doing that, So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's the weirdest thing for me is like, it's like you learn how to figure out like the people that are friending you kind of thing. You gotta fucking watch your ass. I mean, it's just like all of a sudden, yeah. I mean, I don't know how many times I gotten people that are like, yeah, you realize the person that friended you is like, is a bot or is like, sort of like a data miner kind of thing.
Right.
It's kind of like, yeah. I mean, it's weird how. I mean, what do you guys think about the whole? I mean, not to get super political, but I mean, the no advertising in July, right? The no advertising in July thing.
What's that?
Interesting, actually. Yeah.
What's this about?
Yeah, what is it?
Facebook. There's a whole bunch of sponsors that have pulled out of Facebook. Big ones, like big brands.
Like Coca-Cola, I think. Is
yeah,
one.
like Ford, Coke,
Yeah, they just said we're not going to advertise on Facebook.
Johnson
for
and
the month of
Johnson
July.
or something. Yeah.
Good for
so
them.
I saw an amazing post on this where someone was like, okay, you're an intern at a big company like that, and they're like, oh, what's the first thing to get cut during a recession? Advertising, right?
Yeah.
But what if we can turn this into a total social win by paying no money and say, oh, we're going to stop our advertising on Facebook?
Yeah, we're boycotting.
Exactly.
Yeah, you get social points for
you
doing
get
the
that
right
social
thing.
cachet, right? Because now you're no longer sponsoring Facebook, but it's like, but you weren't going to be spending that money on advertising anyways.
Look at you, Chris, educating us on the
pretty
chicanery.
smart. He's pretty smart.
To be fair, okay, so to be fair, there are actual people at big corporations, and I'm sure there are quite a few of those people that do want to do the right thing. But I think also in those big corporations, like, it's a lot easier to do the right thing when it also helps your bottom line. And I mean, and that's basically just capitalism in a nutshell, right? Like, if it doesn't cost you
And
anything,
what's your opinion on capitalism, though?
right? Oh, you want me to speak on capitalism? Fuck capitalism.
I see an estimate here that Procter and Gamble, which makes like everything we use, right? Everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Spent $30 million in 1 month on Facebook. 30 mil.
Holy shit.
Yeah. HBO spent 16.5 million. Biden spent 13.1. Sprint 8.3. So there's some big money at stake here.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, and I think a lot of people can also kind of see which way the tea leaves are falling, right? Like, if that makes any sense. And that, okay, yeah, Facebook, you got away with a lot of shit, and like genocide is a lot of shit. Like, there's not many companies that get away with that. Yeah. But like, at this point, okay, we see what you're doing. And despite the connectivity that you offer to people, like, you're just using it in such the worst ways, and you're clearly not going to change what you're doing. So like, either we burn down the world that we live in, or we decide to make some change.
Yeah, I don't like, to be honest with you, I'm totally ignorant to this subject, but assuming that all these people are pulling stuff out, it must mean something terrible happened that Mark Zuckerberg did. But I always
there's a lot of reasons, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that they don't police.
Oh no, they don't.
Like political ads or hate speech or anything.
No, they don't.
Like,
yeah, they don't.
It's basically to halt. It's basically Facebook doesn't do anything to stop hate speech.
No,
right.
No, they don't.
This is a backlash to that.
Yeah,
they're getting like,
we dealt with that this month pretty hard in the industry. So I know that.
Well, and I think a lot of it too is like, it's like, okay, these corporations are finally realizing, like, if democracy collapses, there may not be a place for us. Maybe we should stop spending our money, on this network that is clearly not helping things. So, yeah. Anyways.
Well, and the weird thing is, it's like, okay, it's like Coke said they're going to stop having ads on Facebook. I can't remember seeing a Coke ad on Facebook ever.
You know what I saw on Facebook though?
It's probably Instagram.
I saw this right here, this little incense waterfall.
Oh, that's pretty badass.
It is. So here's the deal.
USB powered.
If you click on the Facebook ad, you can get this for $40, and then you get the extra.
Wait a minute, are we having a Facebook ad right now?
Just ride with me on this. Just ride with me.
You have to declare that, man.
Hey, you know what?
You're on YouTube
Richard,
now.
I fucked this up, so just let me go ahead and sell this. All right. So you can get this, and like the incense, the smoke goes down like a waterfall, like halfway at least, like halfway. All right, and for $50 you get that. Now, if you just take
it was 40.
A quick look on Amazon instead of clicking on the damn ads, you could get it for $25. So I hate you, Facebook.
So you had an ad.
Although cool. But
you got something.
Oh, those price things are crazy.
Oh my God. I almost bought a Maui shirt today. Get the fuck, Facebook. I almost bought a Maui shirt. I almost did.
So it's all based on what you cultivate in your feed. All I'm getting these days is Kickstarter ads for board games, and I try to stop them because I'm not going to click on any of them, so I don't want them to waste their money.
I don't click on Facebook. I don't click on as much as research that I do on Kickstarter.
I clicked on a
like,
Facebook
as
ad.
much as I do on research on Kickstarter and work with Kickstarters, I do not click on the ads, no matter what. No matter what, I do not click on the ads. And I'm trying to figure out, for the person who's had the most success on that, like what are they putting in there? And I've had someone who we got it down to like the exact audience that it would hit, and his Kickstarter was like crickets. It was crazy to me. Like
Targeting.
Yeah, I mean, like the targeting was so perfect.
I spent a ton on I forget what I was trying to do. Oh, our ad prints, not our ad prints, our art prints.
The travel prints.
I remember.
I don't think we made a single. I mean, I think I spent almost $1,000 and like nothing.
I remember years
Zero.
ago, after one of these booms, you and Mike Mendez stayed up for like an extra hour going through like Google Analytics and stuff, for him to do some advertising with you.
Yeah. We put some brains together. I don't think Facebook's worth the money. I mean, for me, it's not. Now, board game stuff, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll get somebody.
I spend money every now and then, like $25 boosting posts, but I honestly
a little bit, but not that much.
I've never gotten anything out of any of it. We did a pretty big spend for when we got a restock of like the Quack Spits, just to hit people who may not have known.
Who didn't get them in 10 seconds? You got to
under 10 sales. Yeah. We sold out almost instantly from.
I would like to say the fact that I was let in early at Gen Con and I was able to go over to the booth and say, so what's the cool stuff? Those Quack Spits. I don't think they're gonna last long. All right, so I'm buying these.
They were out in an hour. Yeah, we were. Yeah. I think we did a release like every day, like 100 sets or something.
Well, I got mine.
Yeah, it's a weird. I mean, the things you can do on Facebook are scary. Like the targeting is very precise.
It's very precise.
And I felt like I got a pretty good audience down for art print, and didn't sell any. And then the same thing with the Quack Spits. I spent a good long time cultivating the audience and picking out all the little things, and maybe like 5 sales.
I gotta talk to Mike Nod. He seems to hit home runs with his audience. I don't know what the hell he's doing. But he started posting his numbers because he's a numbers nut. And I was looking at him. I'm like, how did you pull this off? Like, what are you doing? Like his last game. As a matter of fact, and I've seen him talk about this with his previous game. Mike Nod is Rock Manor Games. He had Lawyer Up.
Manor.
He had Lawyer Up. And
Rock Manor. Right. Okay, yeah.
And I was
Lawyer Up.
I'm looking at his numbers. By the way, you did really well for him, by the way, on that conversion rate. That was insane.
I did?
Yeah. Oh, you should see the conversion rate. I was like, holy shit.
I should?
You undercharged, Richard. You undercharged.
You undercharged. Oh, hey, Rado. You should just ask him what is just like, hey, you know what? I just want to, look at my numbers. I'm changing my rates. No, I'm serious. When you see that shit, you'll be like, hey man, I need to go ahead and up my game a little bit.
If Kickstarter only offered an affiliate fee,
yeah,
I'll see what we contribute, because BGG sends Kickstarter millions of clicks a month for free.
Yeah,
absolutely free.
For free.
Because you can't stop people posting stuff. I mean, I used to try.
Yeah.
Now it's not possible.
But yeah, his ads just do well. They do well every single time, and he posts his numbers to kind of like he explains some of the things that he has in his data, like how he got his data and stuff, and it's just like, I just can't believe it. I cannot believe it. He hits home runs with his ads.
The last 5 seconds sponsored by Mike Knott, Rockman Games.
I was gonna say that answers Lance's question from earlier. Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chad says this right here. He says, yeah, Mike was posting some crazy conversions and low cost per click rates on Facebook spend. I was just like, what is he posting right now? Like, it was crazy. I hope maybe you can find it somewhere on a tabletop backer party or something. Like, the post was blowing everybody's mind. I was just like, this is nuts. But Lawyer Up is a good game. So
it is, yeah.
It's a good game.
Doesn't matter what I thought. It was
like
obviously a good game.
It's really a good game. So maybe that's what it was. Like, it was the right timing. January, February, you know,
Before the crazy times, yeah.
right before the crazy times. So he got it right. Well, did you look at some Kickstarters tonight?
Tonight.
We talked about
We talked about a
a
few.
few.
I haven't looked at any Kickstarters. You got a
Steven-
Kickstarter I should take a look
So-
at?
Steven was bragging. He was
it's
showing off his
wild out
2
here. I got to
his
get
2
off the
mil.
goddamn computer. I'm clicking on too much right now.
Let's do the TED Talk.
Yeah, there's some bad Kickstarter pages, but they're funded really well, and I'm still trying to figure out why. But then I back
What do we got?
Okay,
What
tell
do you
me.
got? What do you
Tell
got?
me what's your opinion is a Kickstarter that's got a bad Kickstarter page, but it's still funding.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I was just looking at one. I was like, this is pathetic. Yeah. Because I figured I'd be on here, and I was like, yeah, not so much. Hey, you know what? That game that's Domination.
Yeah.
By Phalanx Games.
Is it good?
Oh boy.
No.
The page is challenging. Let's just say I don't know what it is about that. Like, this is one of those things where it comes down to like, how do you feel about the publisher, and also like a track record of their games, because the money they're asking for isn't cheap, shipping isn't cheap. And I looked at the page, I'm like, what product am I gonna get? And it just
goes back to give me a whale. Just give me the whale pledge. Just tell me.
Usually it's not bad.
It's not bad.
I've seen a lot worse.
I've seen it's now. Oh, you mean like just for the straight up page? Oh,
Yeah,
just for the straight up page. Hold on. Because you know what I go to when I'm like, oh, I'm done here. Let me see some recommends. And I was like searching for a couple card games, and that's my problem. I search for card games.
Well, here.
Are you
You
guys
said
back in
Dominations, right? Let me
the
pull it
Dead
up.
Eye?
Domination.
Domination.
Hold on. It's gonna come up.
Phalanx.
Looking at
Phalanx.
What is it called?
Domination.
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 But isn't that is that a redo? Because wasn't there a Domination last? Let me look at it. Let me see.
Are you thinking
Domination is-
Dominion?
It's
Oh, no, this is
a
different.
Oh, I saw
game
this.
with dominoes. So
This is different.
domination, plural, domination.
Dominations is a different one for Holy Grail games.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about something else.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Domination has plastic tanks.
Yeah, here I'll paste it in the chat.
By
There
the way,
you go.
All right, so here
But,
I'll pull. Let me look at this.
Let's
Okay,
do
let
it,
me see.
Lance. Do it, Lance.
Get back. Let the expert through.
You know what? Screw you guys. I'm not going to do it then.
No, I seriously want to
screw
do
you
it.
guys.
Do it.
Do it.
All right.
no. Oh, this wasn't terrible. No, this wasn't terrible. This is not the one. What was I looking at? This is not terrible. Because I'll tell you what I'll do. This is what we'll walk you through something that I do on a Kickstarter.
All right, do it.
All right.
Sharing the screen.
So
Pulling back the curtain.
So this is what I do when I beat up Kickstarters, or people ask me to come in and talk about their Kickstarters or whatnot. I tell them, I don't watch your video. I don't ever watch the trailer video. What I do is I start at the banner, the top banner, and I take my finger and I scroll. I take my long finger and I scroll down once, scroll down twice, and then scroll down 3 times. Now, if you cannot sell me on your game or your page by that, somewhere in that area, and I don't want to back it already, then it's done. And you would not believe how many pages struggle with that, as far as giving me information or giving me the wrong information up front, all text up front, all parts and no substance on the back end of that. Now, I understand how people back games too. They want to see the pictures first. They want to see the minis first. But some people never show you anything until halfway through the page. So I've seen some of those. I often, unfortunately, that matters to me, because I feel like that's what you're saying your product is. Is it a miniatures product? Is it you need to explain a heavy theme or a world that you have, those types of things. But it's always so difficult for me, because of course sometimes I hear things I talk to people behind the curtain of things, and I get the chance to talk to them about the page. But like, I'm just so rough on Kickstarter pages, and sometimes that leads me not to back things. I don't know why. I don't know about you, but that's kind of what I do. I have a 3-scroll test for all Kickstarters, and that can be on my phone. That I just go, that seems pretty cool. All right, no, and then I'm done. That's it. and then maybe
a
I hit
very
You see
short
the
window.
best one.
maybe I hit the heart button, and then
I mean,
I come
that's
back to
every-
it in 48 hours and see if they've just bloomed into a beautiful swan. I don't know. Like,
Isn't that like everything in the world though for buying? Like
yeah.
impulse
So
buying
I
like that?
I have a rule of 3 because it came from this thing that we talk about in the world. Like, you should be able to get to everything in 3 clicks. So whatever you're looking for, you should be able to get it to in 3 clicks. Trust me, you should. And if you can't, then you probably are tired of looking for it. Like, where is this? Where is this? I'm confused. I'm tired of looking.
Just like nobody ever goes to page 2 in the search, you know?
Right. Yeah. So that's
It's
the thing.
true.
Page 2.
I actually
Yeah,
went
or
through like
people who
50
try to,
pages of
you know,
search that night.
squeeze the rule book, like people who try to squeeze the rule book in like one area. I've seen that
Yeah.
before too. It's like, oh, dude, I'm sorry, man. I understand you're trying to explain the actions, but just a little, you know, maybe come up with a better synopsis.
Kickstarter makes it really challenging to design a good page. I mean, the editor now is so much worse than it was.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you used to be able to split a big panel up, and say you have like animated how to play gifs that together in one big image like Roxley does, or that I've done, 20 megabyte file. You want to break that up into smaller bits. Kickstarter used to allow you to jam them together so there was no space in between. Now there's this automatic space in between, so you're
Oh, that automatic spacing, and then you'll even go in and delete the spacing, and then it comes back.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
and
you-
and
Edit the direct HTML to get rid of it?
you can't do any HTML.
Oh, okay.
It's and then there's the accessibility issue, and then there's the disparity between mobile and desktop, because I mean because you're forced to put all of your text into images, which sucks. And
They have no interest. They have zero interest in making it better because they know they're the only game in town.
and it sucks because it could be so much better. And
Now, I'll say this: the flip side of the coin, Matt, is going to be we're here to help the people that are trying to like make sure that their book of poems comes out or whatever, and they don't know how to make a web page or something like that, and they want to dumb it down for those people to be able to make something that's presentable.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that, but I mean,
And I get that, but I mean, let's be honest here. You know, Kickstarter is a company, and and like a company that like has invisible owners. You know, like you I've met one of the people that run it. I was like, really? You know, just like it was like a unicorn, like, not that like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's somebody like you that ran it, but it was like literally I'm talking to a Kickstarter person, like an actual real life person that works at Kickstarter. I'm talking to one right now, just
I just how nobody's called them out on the accessibility.
Because they don't have to. I mean, what are they going to do? Oh, we're going to go to Indiegogo. No, you're not.
Yeah, no, you're not.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Lies.
Who'd you talk to?
If I can, go ahead.
Luke?
God,
Was it Luke?
I have his card somewhere.
Luke Crane?
Yeah, I've got a card
Yeah.
from their game ambassador as well.
Yeah, it's Luke.
Hey,
Is that the Mark's Kickstarters we love?
so this one page, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to feel here on this one. It is crazy. That Hybris game, Richard, have you played that game?
Hybris?
The Hybris.
Oh, I looked at that. That just made my eyes hurt.
I mean, no, we need, like, Lance, help
Lance,
me.
Bring
Lance,
it up, Lance. Bring it up.
Lance, help me. I like games. I like them all.
Cosmos?
I like them all. What's going on? I mean,
How do you spell it again?
That is a
This
very
Hybris.
Hubris.
Oh, geez.
H what?
Sorry, I'm trying to make it
Hybris.
Hybris. Okay.
that is a very bright Kickstarter page.
I'm serious. Let's just go and
In the chat.
you help me. Help me.
Who is this again?
They have another game. When you go to click on it, it just says unavailable. We don't even know.
Share your screen. Lance.
We don't know.
Just give me a second here.
Oh shit, I gotta go to bed soon.
150.
Okay, yeah, that's really weird. Yeah, that is super weird. Okay, hold on. I'll share my screen. I saw a couple ads for this. Hold on, relax.
Where'd you see the ads?
I think Facebook.
They have Facebook ads right now. They have them running.
when I love the little La Campagne en français, cliquez ici to get the French version. The hell?
Yeah.
I don't understand what
I
you
like
said.
that.
Okay, so here we go.
What's
Let's
right there in the title? Disordered.
what?
Disordered.
Order
Yeah, that makes
Cosmos.
sense.
Disorder Cosmos, worker placing in Europe mixing Greek mythology and steampunk. Let's hit this real quick here. 2 minutes long.
That's too long. Oh my
They already
god.
wasted 3 seconds on a logo.
Okay.
Slow
yeah,
fade, slow pan.
You know what? Now that I saw that girl, I talked to this guy. Okay, I talked to this guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have.
they contacted me back in March and I turned them down.
Yeah, I was gonna say I talked to this guy a while back. Yeah, I just thought of.
I haven't heard any words. I haven't heard any explanation. There's no voiceover.
Lance, this is exactly why I don't watch these videos. And you know what? I'm sure they look great. You know,
Okay, 37
It's cool
seconds.
3D tracking.
37 seconds in, and that's the first thing I can read.
Right. So here's the thing.
And
If you're looking at this video, do you think that's at all what your play experience is going to be like?
yeah.
Oh,
Well, I'm going to become two-dimensional in a steampunk world? No, I don't think so.
Oh, no.
All right,
We're about to go old man on this, but I'm sorry. Like this stuff really gets to me. Like by the time I watch that video, I'm like, I don't know if I want to check out the rest of this stuff. Like
This is good. This is good.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
good.
This
that
is
part's
good.
good.
Okay,
yeah, that
modular
basically
worker
sold me
placement.
right there. That's sold me.
Modular,
That
Look
picture.
at you, Scott. Oh, Scott, you easy lover.
no, see,
you.
modular worker placement.
You
We got
easy lover.
player board.
But I'm not gonna back it because I'm not backing anything these days.
But this is a little busy.
But I would back this.
This
You
is
know
a
what,
little
Scott?
busy.
I'm right with you.
But
It's
here
just
we go. We have
about
2 to 4 players, and we have the standard, whatever. So here we
So
go.
it looks like, so it looks like, this sounds crazy to me, but it looks like that board comes together somehow.
Yeah.
Like
This
Look at the
cover art
outside
is doing
edges, right?
nothing for them. This box
So-
art right over here.
that box is atrocious.
Yeah.
They think that
This should not even be
Yeah,
on
it has
here.
too
This
much
should-
cloud
that's-
cover.
This whole thing, this whole box
Yeah.
should be gone, and they should just move the title over, be on top of it.
Wait, by the
Or
way,
that's-
is Philip Bailey still alive? I'm just want to. Sorry.
Oh, easy lever.
All right, so here
That was
we
a good
go.
reference though.
Sorry.
Become the king of the gods. Aim for supremacy as an honorable
That
and
means
powerful
nothing to me.
god.
Oh, wait,
then
you're a god?
Yeah.
You've used God twice in
Yeah,
this
right.
thing. That's dumb.
I didn't even know there was gods in
But
steampunk.
this might be.
I
this
guess
might be
mythology.
English. This could be English second language. So I mean, and they
It probably
speak
is.
English way better than I speak French. So I'm not gonna give them that. No.
It says
Whatever
God.
this is.
Yeah, and I know that's
No
not.
text.
No.
No text. This should all be. This should be a piece of art. If you're gonna have the Olympian, Zeus, Hades, Athena,
Well,
Poseidon,
they got it.
have
That's what they're
pictures.
selling.
Pictures of them.
That's
Have
what they're
pictures of Zeus, Hades, Athena, and Poseidon. You know,
I mean, they are above flying by us here, but we don't know who they are. Right? There's Poseidon, I'm assuming.
yeah. I mean,
Show me
that's,
them
you know,
nice and big.
these should have names. This
Yeah.
should be and like this should be saying, like
Yeah,
Zeus and
I see
Athena.
what you're
That,
saying. Yeah.
You know what? With and this is something I've had to consider a lot lately is blind people will not see this. They will not be able to read what is written in those
Why
pictures.
why have you had to consider? No.
We talked about it.
No, just
I
say
know, we
boom.
talked about it.
Just say boom when he said that.
So okay,
Right.
so expand your influence. I mean, this is once again this little tiny window. Why am I looking in this little tiny? Why is this all ripped up around the edges? Is this supposed to be a
it's cool.
scroll?
I like that. I mean,
It's
I'm fine
electrical.
with that. It's like it's
But,
a thing.
you know,
It's a-
this then make it bigger and make it so I see this in a
You
bigger
like the
window.
animation though? I mean, that
I
doesn't-
mean, the animation is fine, right? But I mean, does this make me think I'm expanding influence, or does this make me just think I'm zooming in and taking a right and zooming out again? That doesn't show me anything as far as how the game is played.
That's a
Whatever.
cube. It's showing you a cube is being pushed.
Yes.
My problem with all of the animation so far is it all looks CGI. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, it's totally CGI.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm digging
Yeah.
that.
just
So
And it's interesting because Kickstarter banned the use of CGI for all the tech products.
yeah, they
Like
did.
board games seem to avoid that rule.
Well,
right?
and also board games are okay with the funded in X number of hours. You can have that on board games, but you
But not in
can't
other
have that
things.
on other things.
On tech.
How
Or
else,
tech and
Chris,
stuff.
Chris,
Right.
how else would they do the videos though?
You use the actual product. You mock up a prototype. You
But
have
they,
your,
well, you can mock up a prototype, but they're never going to look as good. They're
Right, but
never
you
going to
just
look as
say-
good.
yes, I know. Well, okay, so it's probably different for me because ours was a card game, and so it's
You had
much
real cards,
easier
yeah.
to print out the art for a card game than like the actual components. But at the same time, like this, to me, this feels like one of those, you know, those like 90s Saturday morning commercials on, you know, after cartoons where you got like the Rip Rocket Racer or something like that, or, you know, the Hot Wheels like jumping over the ramp with the flames, and then you get it, it's just a stupid little metal and plastic car.
I love my Hot Wheels cars.
Right.
Oh
No,
yeah, I mean, I think it's
it gives me a
important.
big taste of that. Like this isn't what I'm gonna get. At least show me what you like,
Right.
something physical that encompasses what you're trying to give me.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, I think it's important to show a fair approximation of what it's going to get. You can still do that with you know, 3D rendered stuff.
Right.
All
But I
right, so
think
moving
that-
on. Here we go.
Okay,
Charge
so-
into epic fights.
This
These
is-
do not
this
look
is
like
where-
epic fights to me.
This
These
is where
do
I
not
see.
look.
This is where I see something. I don't know what the game is. Like I don't know. I'm like when I see the level up part. I know when you flip tiles over, you pay resources, you level up. I got it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying. Or I can see that you're grabbing tiles and putting them somewhere. Are you like? I am very confused. All I see is animated stuff.
But
That's
here,
all.
charge into epic fights. Flip a card over and moves thing forward. That doesn't seem epic.
Hey,
to
when
me.
you charge onto a card, baby, when you charge onto a card, and the die comes up out of nowhere, so I don't know if like you're just chucking a whole bunch of die to determine combat or not.
Again. I mean, if you look at the best Kickstarter pages, there's almost no text, almost
So,
no actual text.
Those site challenge people would not be able to see anything then.
Hey, by the way, Lance, could you go back up to the top of the page and scroll down once?
Okay, hold on. I don't. Maybe my finger is
below-
Like
right
hit
below
page
that,
down.
Like right below that, right there. Now scroll once, full finger. All right, we don't know what the game is. All right, here we go.
Okay. So why back now? I do agree you should have a why back now. I do agree with this. However,
Why?
because you should have a call to action somewhere. Like, why should I back the game right now? Why shouldn't I just wait and get it for 40% off at Miniature Market, a year from now? Like, that's an honest question that I ask myself about games, if I'm going to back it or not.
Well, what's
Show
their
me
answer?
enough
Scroll your-
exclusive stuff.
Kickstarter
What?
exclusives. That's the easy answer. Like
Yeah,
if
that
you
is the
back
easy
it,
answer.
It's crap. If you
No
don't-
retail release.
Yeah.
Rado, give me something. Give me some
I'm
feelings.
just-
Something.
Oh, that's not good.
Uh.
First, I couldn't reach the site, but now I can. Hold on.
Redirected.
So here's the bigger picture. Once again, this box is ugly as sin. I don't like that box.
Really, that's gotta be a work in progress. We're not playing
Yeah.
that
I mean, that's just not. I mean, this doesn't look horrible. I'll say
I'm not
this.
gonna rag on their stuff, but that
No, I
box-
think it's got cool modular pieces.
One
I
of the
like it.
things I didn't like about this with its asymmetry. You should right now. People are looking for asymmetric games.
That should be the headline.
They should be talking about asymmetrical worker placement.
Yeah.
Hammering me.
Had that been hammered at the beginning, I would have been like done.
Hammer me with asymmetrical worker placement over and over and over again.
And you're never allowed to use the easy to learn, satisfying the master. That is not. You cannot use
you
that.
don't, and you never
You can't
go
use that.
a real Euro trash for
What?
Euro gamers. We're
Oh,
gonna try to please everyone and end up pleasing no one.
Oh, whoa!
I guarantee you it'll be lower when it comes out in the stores.
With Kickstarter, you pay the creators directly. As such, we are able to provide you with the highest quality components at a lower cost. That's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit.
Okay.
Bullshit. But anyway,
How they feel though? Okay, keep trying to sell me here.
and don't come to me like, oh, so like you're paying us directly, and or just. You know what? It's just like you can't appeal to me with your pockets turned out and say, please back my game. I mean, nobody's just gonna run up and throw money at you because like, oh, look at me, I'm trying to publish a game.
Yeah,
That doesn't work.
I feel chat in the chat, man. You got to present the game right, and you don't have to say all this if you just present the game right, and people won't question you, especially if this is the first time. Like it's just like you can say, hey, we appreciate every dollar we receive, and that can be way at the bottom of the page. So
Yeah, there's no tangible things in this why back now thing that's gonna.
Yeah, the tangibilities would be no retail release, exclusive stretch goals,
My name in the
Yes.
box.
my name on
Here.
yeah, exactly.
What the hell?
Customization.
But to thank you for your name will be printed onto the game box. Who cares? Seriously, at this point, I mean, that is such a.
But is that not going to be in the retail release?
Well, are they even going to have a retail release? But here's the
Right.
deal: who cares if my name's on a box? I mean, yes, there will still be people that. But I mean, it's just like one of 1,000 people. I mean, like I remember like the people that backed the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Kickstarter. Like if you go and watch the very first episode, it lists off the backers, and it takes minutes, like 5-6 minutes to scrolling. Nobody, you may have if you back that, you may have stopped once to see if they got your name right, and you never looked at it again. And then support us. This is Aurora Games' first. No, you're a liar.
We got one more swipe, baby. I told you. It works.
This is Aurora Game Studios' first Kickstarter campaign. No, it isn't. You had one and it failed.
I don't. Okay, let's go.
Why lie? Why lie?
This is a fail. That's a fail. All
okay,
right.
Choose your pledge. Here, this is give me the God. Give me the God pledge, right? Okay, so here we go. Exclusive. This is an exclusive.
Who's doing boxes?
It's a work in progress. This is the work in progress. This isn't. But anyway, okay, here we go. This is a exclusive. So what does that mean?
I don't know.
Backwards 6GS?
We might find out. Oh, that's a
that's the name of the company. It's Aurora Games.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I'm just give me a second here. So you get this. This is including the expansion office at a low price. Here's your chance to say, instead of saying it's an exclusive here, you say up here, this get Hybris and the exclusive to Kickstarter expansion at a low price or something.
Well, it says free.
Yeah,
that's pretty low.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Okay, so here we go. My name printed.
It need a little more polishing.
Yeah, it needs polishing.
One copy of the starter. I mean,
Okay, keep going.
Anyway.
We're almost at the 3 point.
Yeah, we are at the 3 point. Stretch goals. Most of the stretch goals will form the Divine Betrayal expansion. Great. Included for free in an all God pledge. Aurora Game Studio exclusive.
How do you feel about this presentation on this stretch goal thing?
Oh, it's complex. It's convoluted.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's different, which is why I'm like, oh, okay. But how do you feel? Like it just seems.
I don't know what I'm seeing.
I don't know what I'm.
Where's the numbers?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a 52,000.
Yeah.
But there's no other numbers. Obviously,
they're only showing the one that's locked right now.
Yeah, the one that's locked.
People love to see a big giant banner and ka-chunk, it's unlocked, and ka-chunk, it's unlocked. I mean, this is fine. They saved themselves some space, but people don't like that.
We did something similar for the Atlantis Rising campaign. It was kind of like a garden path kind of thing like that.
Yeah, dude, we can go to that page. It looks better, man. Oh, so like as it's. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. So that primordial. Are they just showing the next one as it unlocks and then putting that little, like you see? Yeah. Okay, can you go back up to the stretch goal thing real quick?
Connects where that little neon thing comes down and connects.
I'm sorry, what now?
The little neon thing comes down and connects. That's showing.
Oh yeah.
The next one.
And they've unlocked the first 4. They're going down the pillar instead of up, and it's like maybe the pillar will grow as it.
It's still too complicated to figure out.
It's a bit complicated.
Yeah.
The game's Kickstarter page.
Oh gosh, the UV spot was the first thing to unlock. My God.
I would like to point out I have scrolled down much farther than all of you. And the Kickstarter page is prominently featuring reviews from both Man vs. Meeple and Board Game Geek.
I'm gonna ask Jerry about it tomorrow.
Board Game Geek is always weird.
Okay, so here you go. Inside the core box. Why are you giving me? It's for the core box will be for. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care that the rulebook is 30 pages long or 210 by 300 millimeters.
So
who cares?
All that stuff to me is at least forgivable. I just need to be sold on this damn product. It's okay if your Kickstarter page is not perfect. I just hope that you're presenting your product, so I want to buy it. I'm not.
Stop. And then, I mean, standees. I am of the opinion.
Gloomhaven had standees.
It sure did. It sure did. It sure did.
It had standees after feedback.
Yeah.
And he got really back into that one to the point where they were like, all right, man, like the box is $99. $99. And he was taking the L on shipping. And they were like, no, we wanted this cheaper. I'm like, are you kidding me? So he's selling a standee for $79. Please tell me, how much money do you think he made on that box? I mean,
the first run, nothing.
Nothing. So I was like, man, I mean.
And here's the deal. For a game like this, I don't want standees. Just give me a token. Just give me a token for these guys.
Yeah.
Discs.
Discs. Give me a
printed
disc.
discs.
Yeah, get a. It used to be tough to get that stuff printed onto wooden discs, but it's pretty cheap now.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking. Give me wooden discs, and because standees fall over, they block my view of the board. It's seriously. I mean, this is just, I might be alone here. Give me a miniature, or give me a token.
Yeah.
I don't want a standee.
Okay.
Standee says to me, Parker Brothers game I bought at Target. That's what that says to me.
Yeah.
You guys scared the bejesus out of me due to the fact that I know the owner of Aurora Games.
Oh, there's nothing.
Is it you?
Here.
Is it you?
No, it's not me.
Is that Barry?
That's me.
Hey Barry, how you doing, man?
Well, you can take. He should have thrown me $20 to take the time to go through this, and I could have directed him.
But after researching his Facebook page, it's not his game. It's another Aurora Games company here in France.
Oh.
So I had to jump in. I was like ready to defend him and take any feedback for him. And then I've just realized that no, there are actually two Aurora Games companies. My friend Alexi, who started his company in 2017 with a small game called Tupari.
Okay.
And obviously he's recently just done Crime Zoom and Phone Bomb. But no, this is a totally different company called Aurora Games Studio.
Yeah.
What you're saying to me right now is you're interrupting us to tell us about something that has no bearing whatsoever.
No. That's fair. He came to back up his homie, and I'm cool with that. Like, I'm cool with it.
And as I said, take feedback so I can give it back to him and say, look, my friends think you're doing your Kickstarter.
I like it. Hey, man, I like it. Hey, you're sticking up for your homie.
I get out of bed for you guys. Oh,
I see you.
Hey, I'm about to go all in on this damn Kickstarter.
These cards are ugly.
You know what, Barry? Now that it's not your friend, I'm about to go all in on this damn Kickstarter.
So glad to hear that. I'm
about to go all in on this damn Kickstarter.
I am totally fine with listing off everything, all the parts, but I don't need to know.
No.
I will say this. By listing the size of the cards, he may have saved himself at least one email from somebody. Can I have the size of the cards so I know how to sleeve them? Because you get that email every single time. But as Scott says, and I say, nobody reads anything, so they'll ask anyway.
44 by 63. What size is that?
That is a weird size.
Like mini Euros.
Plus cards. Okay, here's my problem here. The wooden bits, the cool bits, the cool things.
Wait, the God tokens look cool. Like the God
you put those cool wooden bits underneath this stuff here. And then you go to the standees because cool wooden bits, cool like Meeple Believer guys. I mean, tell me the wood, tell me the stuff that I'm getting, the thick chunky things. Don't show me, oh yeah, hey, you're gonna get some cards and a technology booklet.
We're at 4 scrolls, by the way. All right.
Yeah. This is inside the expansion box, who cares?
You guys do not want to read the rules.
No,
they're in French.
And much more to discover during the campaign. No. Instead of this, under this you say, and with as stretch goals, like something along the lines of as stretch goals are met, more will be added or something.
And what if I told you I don't want to know how to play the game?
Yeah. How to play. You want to know how to play. Either you pay somebody to do a how to play video, you pay somebody
They got John. They got John.
Okay. but then you put under how to play, you put the video right here.
Yeah, they put.
And then you put a thing say, if you'd like to read the rule book, click here.
Yeah,
That's
this
what
is
you do.
John's game. I can tell right away before I even move down the page. It's John.
Yeah.
John's got it. He's got it. He's perfected his game now. He's perfected his game, and he probably
No,
did.
and you know, I part of me is kind of sad John doesn't do reviews anymore, because I really actually his reviews I actually would watch, and he just got out of it, and then he went and did the other thing. So
His game is it's like perfection right now. It is perfection. He's perfected it, man.
yeah.
What game is that?
Well, he should be, considering how much work he does.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
John in his how to play stuff.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Well, I here's a problem. I'm clicking on that. It's taking me off the page.
Yeah. Why did they embed it?
Oh.
Why not just put it there so I can watch it
Well, they put
and
a
I can
piece of
listen to
artwork.
him talking about it while I'm going up
While
and
you're
down on the
scrolling
Kickstarter page.
Yeah, I like doing that because I'll like listen to what they're saying and just kind of scroll around.
Oh, it's 50 minutes.
Yeah,
It's a
no,
big
because
game.
what he does is the first one is like literally a rule book, like just playing the game, but he's doing all the actions in the game. And then he'll say, hey, this is the end of the tutorial part. I'm going to play the rest of the game. And then the whole
Well,
other
Oh, okay.
game, you can play
He
the
gets
rest.
paid for his time. Trust
No,
me.
he does.
I know what he charges. So
He does an insane amount of work, and he is worth his money. So, I mean, he's going to represent your game unless you don't change the rules like a ton. You can use that for your page, if you wanted to.
put a pin in that comment you just said. We'll come back to that in a second. Here.
Okay. Okay.
How to win, aim for honor, aim for once again here we have text. Get rid of this text. No new game will be though due to the asymmetry of each god, no new game will be alike. Well, first of all, it's just once again, I'm not going to criticize French to English,
Grammar.
English to French because whatever.
I gotta
Whatever.
talk to Jerry about this tomorrow. This is interesting.
But though due to the asymmetry, no two games are ever going to be alike. I don't care what game it is. I don't care. I mean, unless you're playing win lose banana, you're not gonna like. It's like I don't care what game you play. The second session of the game is not going to be like the first one. It's like they say when you riffle shuffle a 52 card deck of cards and deal them out. When you shuffle those cards, because of the sheer number of exponential possibilities, there's like almost zero chance that the way those cards are situated in that deck, it has never been that way ever before, ever in the history of shuffling cards. So if
You're saying there's a chance.
I wish
there's a
There's a
chance,
chance.
but it's like it's
That's
the
infinitesimal.
the universe has to reach null zero quantum motion. It's gonna happen before that happens. All right, so character board. This is way too. I don't need this.
No. This is sexy. I like this. This is sexy because I wanted to know what all this animated stuff was before. Now I see it, and then I also just saw right above that
but here's the deal, Jeremy.
Okay,
if you've decided if you're going to back this game already before you've reached this point, right?
Yes.
You're never going to see this.
I'm not. So
and if you've already backed it, you don't need to see it anyway.
Yeah.
I remember this game. It can now. There are some minis in it, but they're probably going to
there's
stretch goals.
four minis.
Did we do a video for this?
Yeah, we did.
Oh,
This
that's probably
is-
what's down here then.
This is next to nothing. Once again, this is just
well,
who
let's see if
cares?
we can get an idea of what's going on though.
All right, first
Good
phase,
luck.
divine pillar. Once
I read
again,
them.
Looking
Good
at
luck.
because some people look at this, they only look at the animated GIFs and go, "Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, cool." Let's just see. If we get a vibe,
It's like a draft.
right? Like a draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
but it doesn't say card drafting. It doesn't say anything like that.
Roll.
No.
Let's roll. Teach me the game.
These cards contain strong powers they also grant bonuses to the other players. These activate when you play your god on the board. Okay, whatever. Second phase, planning. Secretly assign your heroes and prophets a location token.
I did kind of like that. The idea that
That's secret
This is
deployment.
just simultaneous action.
I like that. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, that looks pretty.
Once again, you
Pre-planning game.
hammer away
Not a fan.
secret deployment or
but good
third
luck.
phase action. Apparently this is
Alan, you're a
transporter
savage.
technology.
Alan's a savage. All right. Oh my God.
Speaking of sandwiches, I found an actual keto bread that I like. But anyway, Send your characters to their appointed location. There's so much to do to make a name for your god, to develop technologies, train in the Colosseum, face mythical beasts and heroes.
Okay, so
Predict the future.
okay, so you're playing. You're having a hidden location. You go to that.
Wait,
go to your
what's wrong
board
with
and
that,
do an
Lance?
action
Why,
there.
why are you dismissive of that?
I'm not dismissive about it, but I mean, here's the deal. This is on the 5th page of the thing.
We've been rolling. We've been rolling for quite a bit on this.
And it's
Well,
and I'm just now getting like something that actually sounds interesting.
Are you suggesting how to play the game is the most important thing? I thought throw a bunch
No,
of
what
shit
I'm
at
saying
somebody.
is that
And nobody makes it this far anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh fuck.
yes.
Richard's
Yes,
going
to
to be
both.
retiring soon. Old age.
Don't you down me.
No, don't you die on us.
Don't you down me.
Did something happened to his chair?
Okay, so yeah, it looks like okay. So you get the deploy thing, and then you go to your location, and of course it's like, oh shit, I was going there too. Okay, what's this? What's that? What's that? What's that? What the ages?
That's end of the age. Clean up and gather your characters back. Gather your characters back. An age ends and a new one starts. As more time passes, a primordial god may awaken and release.
Yeah, I want to
its
see what
forever.
that tech thing is, and they kind of didn't. I thought I was going to see what the technology part was, and like how you.
It's further down.
Oh, is okay.
Do you normally spend this much time on Kickstarters, Lance? Do you normally spend this amount of time just examining one project?
Absolutely not. It can end by going on 6 rounds or immediately if you unlock all of your enhancements. What I mean, I guess that's but why wouldn't that just be? Why is that a quote? I mean, I don't know. I don't know either.
Okay. Oh, hey, combat.
Oh, even more playthrough. I mean,
This is where they lost me.
This is instruction booklet. It's part of an instruction booklet. Keep going.
It gets better.
how to combat.
Okay.
Okay, I will say this.
Determine-
If I get a game, if I get rules for a game and the combat is like, okay, now compare
Okay.
this stat to that stat. Now take the difference of that and
Oh.
add that as a no, I'm out. I'm like, if I want to do that, I'm going to play D&D. You know, I'm going to play a more
So you
involved-
were anti-tainted grail then, as an example.
I mean, it's like, why does this
that's
take
what
so
tainted
long?
grail is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why does this take so long? I mean, I don't know. I just keep it simple, stupid. There's a reason why they've been saying that for a long time.
Huh, I don't know.
I mean, and
that's
admittedly,
what
I don't
Gloomhaven
envy. I don't
Gloomhaven
envy
and everything
people.
from Mind Clash certainly keeps it simple, stupid. Oh wait, they're hugely successful.
They are.
That's right. But anyway, I'm sorry, go on.
There are exceptions. There always will be. But I will tell you right now that like if you do not have like all of shut up, Jeremy. Just laughing at me while I'm talking. I'm going to tell you there's always going to be exceptions, but if you do not present a game like in a way that makes it easy to digest and easy for turns to be resolved.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not arguing presentation. I mean, you are dismissing content, and maybe I'm just getting confused because really it sounds like you're dismissing the content, but you're just dismissing the presentation of the content. And I don't give a fuck about presentation. I only care about content. If I were considering buying this, I would just say, "Where's the rule book so I can read it?" Because I don't care about it.
That's what I usually do, but I have to at least see something that tells me like, oh, this is why I'm looking at it. I mean, I read the rule books pretty much.
It's unfortunate that they can't just come right out and say what this is. This is basically Populous, the board game. That's what they're trying to do. It's Populous. You're a god. You have a bunch of followers. You are sucking up every round their prayer and devotion, making technological breakthroughs so that they are hale and hearty, so they will give you more prayers and devotion. And then you are pumping up heroes who you will either send out to defeat epic mythological creatures, or you will send them out to attack the other gods and take them down. And you know,
that right there is a more interesting.
Right.
Yes,
That's the
I know,
30
and you're
second
right.
clip. That should be at the start.
And none of that comes across here, and it's a real shame because they say it right up front, epic combat, but they don't say why it's epic.
Right. Yeah. I was waiting for that whole gift to go through so I could see like, oh, okay, like what's going on.
It's thematically epic is what it is. I mean, I remember from reading this back in March, that was the main thing I took away is like, wow, these are really big, epic. There's no better word for it. Clashes of the Titans. This is Clash of the Titans, the board game, mixed with Peter Molyneux's Populous.
Come on. Are you really? Is this? Whoa. Okay.
Are you now sold on it?
I may have to read the rule book.
Well, that will draw. I remember I read this rule book. It took me a fucking long time to understand it.
Yeah.
It was a real bear.
I mean, I'm just over halfway through the page right now.
Like this, Rich, as many rule books as you and I read probably in a week. Like I don't have, like I just can't. Like I can't this week with this. Like if it's bad, if it's too hard. Like I've gone through like 6 rule books this week already. I'm like, I need a good I need a 4-page rule book is what I need right now.
Yeah.
I need a good clean 4-page rule book, deck of cards, cosmic colonies, 4-page rule book. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
You
you.
don't want this rule book then, because this rule book is I got my glasses on. It's 124 pages long.
What you got?
And it's like an IKEA manual. It's a game called Arm Pal.
Oh, I thought it was for this one.
Oh,
No.
say, is it Enter the Perdition? Because I have to read that one too. And it's,
No, this is Arm Pal, which is on Kickstarter at the moment as
Oh,
well.
wow.
Which is it's a robot game. You
Yes.
construct these robot arms, and then it's like dexterity, tactile,
Okay.
moving things around. So,
Didn't you say it wasn't good?
have you read my review?
Oh goodness.
No.
Did
I'm not
you take
If
a
it's
dump
not
on
in
it? Or
video,
what?
no one's gonna see it.
Look
Yeah,
at
no
you
one's gonna see
leaning
it.
in there. Look at all these people all leaning in and getting all
The
serious.
way
Look
you know,
at Mark
I mean,
pointing at me. Why are you pointing at me, Mark?
so I mean, and like you know, I mean,
How
here
are
you
the
have the
quotes?
reviews.
He's selling the snake. Look at him selling. I love when they do these poses, man. Like when you get poses caught like this, it's hilarious.
Every time they do that to me, it's always with my mouth wide open, looking at the sky. I don't know why. I guess I'm just not.
Actually, you know what? You know what?
Orgasm
That's exactly
face.
how they get me every time too. They get me with my neck.
It's
Oh,
your
by all
orgasm face. Oh, this game. Oh!
That's exactly what it looks like. I'm like, dude, would you please?
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with you, Lance. That it is certainly the number one thing I see almost every publisher fail every step of the way, starting with their description on Board Game Geek, failing to identify what makes this special. You know, they start out saying, "Oh, we're a worker placement game." Then I played a lot of them. Why are you special?
Exactly.
And they
yeah,
they'll
why
never
why
come out
should
and
I
tell
why
you.
should I give you? And I forgot to look at the pledges. I apologize for that. So the God pledge, $79. I'll give them this. They did the right thing for the pledge. They
Yeah.
gave me the option that nobody wants. Oh no, what they did was they have a retailer pledge and then they have one pledge. You want this game? It's $89.
Oh, 15 games in 5 minutes. I can do 15 games in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I mean, so like, there's the retailer pledge. Just basically allows if you're a retailer, you can get in and get your like your creative games or whatever. But other than that, you want to back this game, click here and you're done. There's nothing like, okay, do I want that one or do I wait? So do I have no, hold on. This one comes with the expansion. That one comes with the PDF. Okay, there's nothing like that. It's just one and done. I don't know. This
was the most confusing page I saw today. I was just like, I started rolling through. I'm like, oh, I need, if I'm going on this tonight, I was like, oh, Lord.
Like right there when you were like, oh yeah, it's like Populous, the board game. I'm like,
Yeah, no,
okay,
that's it.
okay.
That-
Well,
that's
now
it. You made us waste a half an hour.
Yeah, you've made me
I did
curious
more
now.
in one sentence than they did on an entire page. I know.
You could have saved us a half an hour.
I mean, here for example, I mean, I'm gonna see how many finger scrolls it is here for me to get to the whole thing.
To get
One,
to how to play
two,
or get to any.
3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7,
Yeah, it
8,
sucks when you can let your
9,
fingers do, which is
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 scroll downs to get through the entire page.
Well, they were nothing if not thorough.
Good man. Thorough.
good man.
So are the instructions for my stereo. I didn't read those either. You know what I mean?
Like the spin.
That is snappy. That was a good one. I like that.
Like the spin. Let's see here. What was this other one I had pulled up?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Problem with
6.
it, as I recall, the reason I turned them down, besides the fact that a sizable portion of it is, I've got my hero ready, I'm going to come and take all your shit, which of course doesn't fit for me. Every round, if I recall correctly, at the end, there's a, hey, let's draw an event card and see how much it fucks up everybody. Oh, it doesn't bother me, but it ruins you. and that's ultimately why I said no.
There are games that have that are good. Like what's the Peloponnese? When you flip it over.
Peloponnese, they drip feed them to you. And you see them coming, and you decide, oh, anytime now that storm can hit, but I'll go one more round because I'm hoping it doesn't hit.
And in the Year of the Dragon, does it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I think I replied to them and said, hey, you know what? I might have said yes if you would just say, hey, you know what? Here's the next 3 events they're going to come, so I know what's coming and I can plan for them instead of, oh, let's just draw a card and see who got fucked and who didn't.
Yeah, it's the loss. You never want to take away player agency, right? Like as a player, I want to feel like when I'm playing this game, like, there's room for a random chance and RNG, but like, I want to feel like me as a player, what I'm doing is working versus if a card flips over and all of a sudden like I got blue shelled out of existence. It's like, well, great. Like what the fuck was the point?
Yeah. And I mean, I understand that they would say, yeah, but the thing is, they don't really have that much of an impact. They're just more for flavor and excitement. And I don't give a fuck if they have that much impact or not. It feels like they do. It's all about psychology. Even if, at the end of the day, I just lost 2 coins in a game where I often have over 100 coins. Yeah, I understand. Intellectually, that doesn't matter. But psychologically, I got fucked and you didn't. And I know it's just 2 coins, but I don't care. I'm still going to blame my loss on that. And it's your fault, game, instead of my fault. Why give somebody... Yeah, now we're getting to stuff I bitch about.
Yeah, no. There you go.
But it was an excellent bitch fest. I'm sorry. I was just focusing more. I was misinterpreting you, Lance. I apologize.
No. You made very fair. You made very fair critique to my critique. So, I mean, I appreciate it. All right. But now you're making me remind myself that I traded away my copy of Peloponnese a long time ago and I never replaced it. And I was
then your life is just a little bit more empty and hollow as a result.
Well, yes, because that was such a good game.
It's in my top 10 of all time. It is one of the 10 best games in.
Well, and the one thing that annoyed me, which shouldn't annoy me about Peloponnese, was that Baron released so many weird expansions for it.
Yeah, he had the Tony Boydell thing going on with Snowdonia.
The completionist guy in my head, when somebody offered me the money for it, I remember being like kind of glad to get rid of it because I was like, I couldn't track down. Did I have the goats expansion?
Where are the fucking goats? I never get these goddamn goats.
Yeah.
The game is dead to me if I can't get these goats. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
So I wasn't horribly sad. Like I was like, okay, I don't have to worry about trying to track down all the little bits and pieces for this one anymore. Let's just see if somebody on the Board Game Geek, if somebody like lists like I have with all the expansions. Here we go.
What's that for Snow?
Oh, here's one right here. $78.
I'm pretty sure he did a compilation, not a big box, but a compilation of, hey, here's everything. I think he did that a couple of years ago.
Well, here's one that wants $78 plus shipping. It's in good condition. All expansions in main box. That's probably worth my. Good condition makes me worry just slightly though.
Yeah, he's probably being fair though. Like, hey, if it's not pristine, I mean, it's good, right?
It's not very.
I'm in good condition.
Right, it's good.
Well, good condition.
Just like
you let me on the show.
There was a checkbox for right there, like a little gift for like. It's a good. I mean, it's all right.
Right.
Yeah, don't do that one. It passed my test. Like
it's like one step above fair.
Don't do that one.
Oh, here's one for $70. Includes big box expansion, but the big box expansion didn't include everything, if I remember correctly. Included almost everything.
Where's my helmet? Oh, there's my helmet. Right there.
Here's a guy who wants $150 for with expansions, everything signed by author, first edition. Yeah, I don't need that.
So hey,
it was listed 7 years ago. Nobody's taken off on his offer.
Lance, do you want to do one more real quick? I want to see how you feel about this page. All right.
I want to just give me. I
Jeremy
wanna,
is the Kickstarter page whisperer. What is going on?
No, I just want
I like this.
You know, I actually, this makes me like want to say like this kind of makes me want to like hire myself out to people.
Oh
and
no!
just be
Hey,
like,
you know what? If we don't want to talk about Kickstarter pages, fuck it. It's okay.
No, I like it. I enjoyed it.
Dude, I'm learning. I'm working on mine.
This
right
is solid content.
oh yeah, whatever. All right. Let's do this then. What's the what's the next one?
All right. So this is going to be this one's called Rise of the Amazons by Aclon Creative.
Alchemy.
Alcyon. I don't know.
Alcyon Creative. Thank you. Alcyon Creative. They are the
Dominate the ancient world as one of 4 legendary Amazons. All right, let's
now. Hold on. Now
What?
I have had some of their.
You're the designer,
right? The Atlantis, right? That there was like I think they had another Atlantis game. So this is kind of like in their. This kind of stuff is in their zone, and then they had Xerxes. I think it was Xerxes, and I didn't like that game too much, but I for some reason I feel like this publisher is getting better. So I'm like, when I saw this project, I was like, all right, I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna see how it funds. I'm gonna see what happens here. I'm ready to look at this page. I'm actually going in blind with you here, so I just want to see what we think about the page.
All right, Rise of the Amazons. Okay, right now
Are you sharing your screen again?
I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, why do I? Oh, there you go. Yep, cool.
I think I saw an ad for this on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember what this logo reminds me of something else, or just the
I don't
art
like
in
it.
general. It kind of reminds me of what was that game? Crap. Why can't I think of the name of the game? Where you're the gods and you were building up.
Hey.
Didn't Roxley Games do it? Why are you laughing?
No, because people they always say, man, like, stop making me that Kickstarter. I'm like, dude, this is what I do. I'm Kickstarter.
Okay, no, I thought maybe I'm just being
Nah.
self-conscious. What was
Nah.
that game? What was that game that it was Roxley Games did it. It was like 2 or 3 years ago. It was on everybody's like lists.
The rally,
And like you built it was 3-dimensional. You built up, and depending upon where your god, the god card that you had.
Oh, yeah. Fucking Grecian Isle title.
Santorini.
Santorini. Thank you.
Santorini?
This is making me think of Santorini right now.
Okay. Santorini's super bright though. It's super bright. It's like
All right,
white.
we're clicking on the video. We're clicking on the video. Let's see what happens here. All right. Epic music.
Ooh.
This logo is taking way too long.
Still kind of cool though.
10 seconds for the actual.
I guess I can't judge these because every video I watch online is playing at double speed. I have a plug-in so that every site, no matter what, everything plays at double speed. Although I can go up to 10x speed, which sometimes I go up to 3 or 4.
I don't know anything about how to play this game yet.
This is exactly why I don't watch these videos.
And this is 1.5 minutes long.
Plus we know this theme, so that's the thing. Like, if I know this theme, unless there's like something you want to show me, like, we know this theme.
It is so easy. There are so many good and the people who do voiceovers hate me saying stuff like this. There are so many people on Fiverr that will do a minute of speech. And like you can hire people that do national commercials, like, and because it takes, like, the one guy that I hired all the time for TMG, and I think I said this last week too, like, he would charge us about $50 or $60, and we would have him redo certain things, like, well, hey, could you just speed this up or speed that down, and he was like movie voice guy.
Mhm.
Like, if you go back and like go back and like and just have a voiceover. Just have a voiceover. Because that means I can click on this and I can listen to the voiceover tell me about the game while I scroll down, and I can hear what it has to say.
Now, how negative is it to not even have a video?
You have to have a video.
You have to have something, man.
You have to have, because if the absence of the video says you're small time and you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
It says something's wrong if they don't have a video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have a video, and nobody's gonna watch it. So there you go.
So okay. So if you take a look right above this image, and this is just me looking at a page, I'm like, it says story, and it's like the small weird, like just a small regular script, and then like this is the cover again.
Yeah, I mean, at least it kind of looks like this right here. It looks like a comic book.
Yeah, I like it.
And I was kind of like, that's cool. It's like a comic book
so far, so I'm good.
Okay, so here we go. This is actually pretty good. Rise of the Amazons is a Euro-style action management strategy board game. Players take on the role of the Amazons. You don't have to say below. Players take on the roles of one of the Amazons. You could just say, and then Antianera. You could have these names right after that. Characteristics and favorite gods, along with the help of other Amazons and different classes and abilities. I mean, this is all well and good.
How to put a paragraph break.
Well, the curse of the gods of Olympus strikes. That's a horrible bolding. That this should be higher. And then comma, next line. Well, the curse of the gods, that should be the bolding right there.
Okay. By the way, I'm liking this vibe so far, though.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad.
I'm liking the vibe so far.
1 to 4, 60, 90 minutes.
Yes, in the middle.
Plus is featuring unique theme. This is not unique.
No, it's not.
Based on the ancient stories and myths of the legendary Amazonian tribe.
Which one? No,
highly thematic saying. So we're doubling down on theme. Once again, simple rules, minimal luck, and deep strategy. Offering, and then once again, asymmetrical character abilities. Like, just everyone wants to hear asymmetrical. Hammer on that. Hammer on that. Hammer on that. Hammer on that.
Ooh.
Why are you flipping this board around?
Why?
Why is this board
different? Yes, different boards. Different
boards. Okay, good.
Okay.
Yes. Uh oh.
Historical and fantasy. And I'll tell you this much. I like this one better. I like the more colorful one. I like the fantasy one better.
Oh my God. Here we go. I'm in. Let's go.
You've just bought the game?
I'm in.
Kickstarter. Okay, here we go. We will not release this game to okay, this is your call to action. This is your chance to get the game right here.
Well, no, they'll
that right there is the future of the industry. In 5 years, what project doesn't say this?
Yeah.
Why will distributors and retail channels even exist in 5 years? I mean, this is the future. I don't understand why anybody does it the old way.
The what's the name? This other game right now. It's called Intrepid. What is it?
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, they literally are they're just doing the chip theory model. Basically, they just said nope, no middleman, come get it. This is the price.
I mean, I've been working on Shane, and then like to double down on our basically our own shop, and like you want the stuff, you can get it through us.
Hey, do you feel like that's going to be the model? Because I realize because of COVID, some people are actually opening up a site for the first time, or like actually marketing their site. Lucky Duck didn't have a site. I didn't know that. Like certain publishers didn't really have a site, and now they're coming out with this big site release. And I'm thinking to myself, like, why wouldn't you just do your Kickstarter exclusives and just say, hey, like you can buy them again later on our shop and buy our games directly from us. Now, Lucky Duck is different. They do everything. They're different.
Yep.
But I'm just saying, like, for smaller pubs, I'd be like, just come get it on our site. Like, because cool stuff is just going to, it's going to be in the mix. You rather just have it on your site or something and promote it again.
I mean, to be fair, cool stuff seems to be like backing away from having a lot of board games on their website.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you go look there sometime. It's like the walls are barren over there, it looks like.
Yep.
Does the animation do more for you than that just saying historical and fantasy setting?
I like this that it was a two-sided board, like a different board on the different side. I
would have preferred them to be static images side by side.
That's what I'm saying. If you just scroll down and saw the static image and it says
don't make it tough. Like you should have a big giant banner right here that says double-sided board. Right? Yeah. And then right, and then below, that kind of.
I was just like, okay, like for visual reasons, I'm like, okay, now I know what I'm getting into, but now I see it right here. So
right, that's what I'm saying. If they did that, wouldn't it just be just as good to have the static image?
But here's your call to action. That's why I should back it. I can get it cheaper now.
Yep.
I'm not a fan of this as far as.
I like those. I don't know. I like the bus. I like bus.
Give me a mini. Give me a mini. I want to see an action. I want to see my warriors like swinging their swords and and shooting their bow.
And I cannot lie.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I didn't make that joke.
It's just sitting there.
It was like the weakest volleyball serve. It's just too easy.
Softball just coming right over the middle of the plate.
Yeah,
Okay, so
just slowly curving down.
This is what they do for their other games, by the way. So I can see like their chits that they do for other stuff.
Yeah, and notice how they didn't go into big giant 27 cards. Something. They just showed it to me.
You don't have to. Just you don't have to do all that.
Yeah. Like unlocked. Okay, whatever. These. But once again,
I hope that's not all the expansion does.
Art looks good. I like this guy. This guy looks. Hades looks evil.
Those are promos. It's not expansion. That's a promo.
The characters of the game. And once again, this is cool.
Okay.
Whatever. I mean, you're giving us a little more background. But then again, I want Hippolyta to have her spear and be attacking. I want her to be shooting
she looks
her bow.
cool too. Like, yeah, they look cool.
This why isn't this my miniature moving around on the board? I want this.
Right.
That's just whatever. And then why is this like everybody's like super long? Then we get down to Alcippe, and then why is this? And then
It's just kind of there.
Yeah. Who vowed to remain a virgin, she was killed by Heracles during his 9th labor when Heracles was sent to fetch the girdle of Hippolyta.
That's going to be her bust. I'd rather them change her whole outfit. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So what's in the box? Who cares? And I that's never I've never seen anything on what's in the box where I've been like, oh well, okay, now.
You know why though? Because surface level people will definitely be like, there's not enough components to warrant that price. They just say it. Like they just
that is
never
fair.
know what that component or lack of component is. But we know people don't value art and people don't
Here
value.
we go.
graphics.
Tell us how big the game board is. That's cool.
That's nice, man. That's
a big giant colorful. This is I like how pretty this is. I mean this looks like
looks like Total War.
Could I have some more brown, please? Is there any way I can get more brown?
I can't talk crazy about that because I like Gentis, and that board looks almost exactly the same.
Gentis.
Like, and Gentis.
Gentis. Well, thank you because I did a ton of development and most of the marketing and everything for Gentis, which was like our.
But that board, man, I mean, whatever. It's a whatever board, right? But like, at least this has a little bit more color, so I'm not going to beat it up.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Can I just say this now? I cannot wait to see your expression when you get to add-ons.
Uh-oh.
Is it like a t-shirt?
Oh no, just wait. Just keep going. Keep going.
15 Amazon cards. I like how you're not bothering to go into deep. Like, obviously, one of these is attack, one of these is defense.
Keep it simple. I love it. Go.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, I can tell attack defense because like she's supposed to be the warrior, so she's gonna be all attack and like little defense, that kind of thing. So, we can I mean, I've already can kind of tell, and I'll say this: if I'm gonna go deep dive, this does not look all that really asymmetrical. Oh, look, she's got a 2 and a 3, but she's got a 3 and a 2. She's got a 4 and a 1, but she's got a 1 and a 4. Ooh. That's pretty asymmetrical.
I'm gonna say his games are like they do have a basic look to them like that. Like basically, I've seen this vibe. Like I said, I've seen the vibe with this, and I'm just looking for progression, a little bit of progression when I'm playing here.
These player boards could have been punched up a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know who did that. I mean, yes, from a very very austere look. This will work, but this could have been done a lot better.
The problem is it also looks like super busy,
flooded. Yeah, it's like
the laurels everywhere. Like
looks like I'm dialing a phone number over here. You know what this looks like? It looks like those things where you can only move one tile once, and you got to get all the numbers to line up. That's what this looks like to me. Those old puzzles. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. All right, so 20 event cards. Once again, you're doubling down on the art, and the art looks cool.
Okay, so, the only one that gets to me is that Sphinx right there. I don't know what's going on, but anyway.
Well, that's what Sphinx. That's what that's what they looked like. I mean,
I know, but I'm just saying her face though, like
It looks
It-
like her
it was a
head is,
human
like,
face.
crammed onto her body.
Yeah.
instead of, like, having a neck.
But no, I mean, the Sphinx was a
Yeah,
human
petty, man.
face, a human head on
Petty.
a giant lion, on a lion's body with wings. I mean, it
that's
was
so damn petty, man. I'm sorry.
But she doesn't have a neck though.
Cyclops is rocking.
Cyclops is rocking. I like the
Yeah.
arrows sticking out of him. You know,
Yeah.
he's
Even that Pegasus looks like he's about to kick somebody's ass. I love it.
Fierce.
13 divine, 4 god cards, tokens fine. I mean, this is all fine and good. Here's the rule book.
Because the
You
rule book is gonna
download
be
it.
short. It's gonna
How to play.
Hey,
This is not good.
whoa.
This is not good. I do not want to read this.
Whoa.
If I
No
Yeah.
paragraphs.
Yeah, we can flip this, man. We can just go away from this. This whoa. He just basically
yeah,
put the rule book. He put the rule book in there.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
try the game. Table
Oh,
this
hey,
Right, that should be at the top.
hey.
well, that should be further up. But
that-
try the game. Like right now, if you want to, you can go to Tabletop Simulator and you can play Arcana Rising right now. And it's something that like you can test out our game. And that's huge. And I think
Dude, you
more
gotta think
people
outside
should
that
do
first.
this. More
Yeah.
people should be doing this and taking the time to put their game onto a virtual environment and let people play, right? Okay, so we have Michael. Michael's a friend. I like him. So I mean, pretty big long quote, which is, and these ... dots means you're just taking 7 or 8 sentences. Whenever somebody says, "Can I use a quote?" I was like, you know what? I'll just give you a quote. Don't take something from my rambling speech that I just
always
gave.
just give them something. Like I just
I will just give you a quote, and I will
That's
tell you like, and I give them a 9-word sentence that this, because a unique and interesting play experience. The characters are unique. You already said that. And this is nothing against Michael.
Mike. It's nothing against Mike. It's just that's the way Mike delivers. Like he has a delivery, and you would just ask him for a quote. Like just
But
ask
again,
Mike for a
why
quote.
am I going off the page to watch Michael's video?
Well, is this the way it is? Is this the way it is now, or something, or maybe you're just not embedding it? That's all.
Did it opened a separate tab, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Why am I going off the table to do that?
Yeah,
Just
And it doesn't even look like a video link.
have the video there. Have his logo, his quote, and then the video below it.
Yeah.
You never want people leaving your page. That's one of the biggest rules in trying to sell anybody anything online. Never send them off your page.
Yeah.
Never send them off your page. Don't get them in a different tab, and then they're like, "What tab was that I was supposed to be at? Oh, wait a minute. I was reading about that cookie dough I was reading about. Let's go back to that tab." You never want to send them off. You never send them away from your tab.
Oh, look at Nick.
Good old Nick.
Look at Nick. Oh, solid Euro with deterministic combat and minimal luck. Okay. I think
And again, here we go. We're leaving the page. No. I like Selwyn. He's a good guy.
okay.
I always feel bad when Selwyn will, every company, the 2 that I've worked for, whenever I send out a thing saying, "Hey, we got these games for review," he's like, "I'd love to review it. I don't want to spend $60 sending you games, Selwyn. So next time I'm at Essen, come and find me and I'll load you up," which is what I did. Whenever I would like at UKGE and Essen, I always loaded him up with games because he always do good stuff.
David, I mean, this is a blog? Huh.
Oh, that's the other cool thing with Arcana Rising. I have told, like I said, hey, look, we have prototypes, but we only got 2. We're only sending them people that have videos, people that need the game for the video, right? I'm not going to send a prototype to somebody that's going to write me a review. If you want to write a review about my game, you can go to Tabletop Simulator and you can play the game and you can write a review on that. And then I will send you a copy of the game once the game's published. I mean, it's just like, and I think that's fair.
Here's a hard part, Lance. When you go to his blog, because I would read it. I would read it, but I just, yeah, it's. I mean, it's.
And
less-
again,
less than
it's like
500
you're
words
gonna leave the page.
max, but
And you
Add-on.
definitely don't want to go to another page where you're going to watch there's going to be other ads. What if I click on this to go to Dan's written review, and there's ads for other board games on the side, board games that maybe I decide I'd rather spend my money on
Right.
than this one. I just, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Add-ons, okay, $35.
so another.
I-
Okay.
Who
39 for the
who
regular.
does this?
35.
Who
for
does this? But anyway, $29 for copy.
Okay,
Kickstarter
tell me
edition,
more.
including mini expansion.
Keep going.
What does that even? Oh, if I want to buy a copy of Alexander.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep scrolling.
Shut up. We're gonna take it. Deus Ex Machina, $30 per copy.
Okay,
Another one of their games.
you're killing me. Xerxes.
Xerxes.
Again. There it is again. Argonaut.
Argonauts.
You like Xerxes?
Xerxes.
I
and-
think I did a video for Argonauts.
Argonauts, you did. You had to because it was in like 2011, so you had to.
What is that? What does that mean?
I don't know.
No, I remember Argonauts, and I remember really liking that game.
Sassy me, Jeremy being sassy.
You've
He
been
just
around.
stepped in a big pile of sassy.
There you go.
No, I for some reason. Hold on, I think I did
know what?
Argonauts.
Richard, I am being sassy. I'm being sassy.
No, seriously,
I'm being
hold
an
on.
I am being an asshole. I am.
You're fine. You're
I'm
fine.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was being an
I don't
asshole.
think
Now
you're
you have to go
sorry.
hear about his cookie dough recipe that he just remembered because he went to
Well,
another.
yeah. Well, because I just hold on a second here.
Perfect example.
No, it was a fairly popular game because they came
Yeah,
back.
there it is. There it is. Undead Viking videos. Let's see how young I look in this video. That's what I. That's the thing. How much
We're never getting
gray
back.
is in my beard? When I look at these things. Oh my God! 5 years ago. Might
Days
as well be
ago, man.
ancient history. Oh.
This
Oh
year-
my gosh! Look at this young bastard.
Are you sharing it?
I will. Just give me a second. Here.
All right.
Still have my
Yeah, you're-
glasses.
You're living hard, Lance.
Oh wow! Look at
Look at
you.
that young bastard. Look at that.
Look, it's
Look at
you from the box cover for the Essen game.
Feathered
Yeah.
and oh, look at you.
Wow.
Look at that young guy. Still wearing a baseball cap.
Still wearing
That-
glasses.
Hadn't thrown Battle for Souls away yet because Robert Burke turned into a giant turd of a human being.
I literally just took my video of it down yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I just threw it away. I just threw it in the garbage. I was like, and it was even a good game.
It was. That's. the
And
sad thing.
I threw
not the
Silver
sad
River
thing,
away
the
too,
sad
which
thing.
was a very good 4X game. That actually hurt. That hurt because Silver River is a very good 4X game, and it's too bad it's made by a complete horrible human being. And I mean, and I say that, and you know what? If I saw Robert, I would smile and I would shake his hand and I would try to convince him to be a better human being because I think he's worth saving. But I just can't support him in any way until. Anyway, never mind. And Robert, somebody somewhere is going to find this little tiny tidbit of a comment, and they're going to send you here, and you're going to read this. You're going to see this, and I'm going to tell you right now, Robert, I love you, and you're my brother, but we are so diametrically opposed in our views, and I like I said, I would love to sit down and have a beer with him and see if I could convince him maybe to change his mind slightly. But anyway, so there. So if somebody sends you the link and you go and you check it out and you want to come here and hate on me and post in your little Facebook group and post some hate or whatever, feel free. Go ahead. But know that I don't hate you. I just can't be associated with you in any way. Anyway, I like Argonauts. Argonauts was a fun game.
Yeah, Argonauts is pretty good. It's super, super random, but whatever.
Yeah, I remember I really kind of pissed them off because they sent me I got a copy at Essen, and I wrote them back, said, "Look, guys, you don't want me to cover this because I'll rip it apart."
I know
And
you.
I really don't want to do that.
Would. Yeah, this is
And they
great.
really, no, we really, you don't understand. It's just not like, no, guys, I'm sorry. We played it. It's not the thing.
Got it.
Although I guess they redid it, didn't they?
Yeah,
They got
it's
like
the second edition. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's the one I touched. Yeah, that's the one I touched.
Okay.
Hold on here. Now God, Ironclad looks like something I played. Hold on.
They've been around for a while.
They have, man. It looks like it.
Uh,
Wait, where are these
Iron-
add-ons that you're killing me? He's waiting for the
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just did I do a video for Ironclad? I don't know if I did one for them or not. Yeah, I did. I knew I recognized that. They never sent me this one.
What the?
night.
Those.
That's it. Let's start back at the top of this page.
Yeah.
Night-
Yeah, I remember this game now. Because this Ironclad was the one, if I remember correctly, you got to like build your spaceship and do all kinds of very involved game. A very involved game, but that was fun. All right, anyway.
So my question is, what are all the prices on those? Like, is that
Yeah.
per box, per, like, what does that price cover? Because that price is very clear. That tells you
That
exactly
price
what
is
you
clear.
get.
Yes.
I have no idea what those previous prices are getting me.
You get a box, man.
So $179.
You know what? You know what it is? I actually mentally, I just decided like I didn't care about that. Like I sometimes when people get to add-ons, they kind of just start throwing everything out there, and you never know. Like you just don't know what you're getting. Yeah. So no. When we got to this part, I was just like, nope, I'm good. Like I'm so good.
I don't have any memory of the Xerxes game in any way, shape, or form.
It really wasn't good. It really wasn't good. And I feel like this game right here may be his, like like I always say, like sometimes designers are like building up to that game. Like Brian Scher, like built up to his game now. Like I think like this may be the one he built up to, and I want to try it out. But it's on Tabletopia, so I'm definitely going to try it out and see what's going on.
Gothic Invasion was that was a really good game. I liked that one.
Did you do a video?
I never got a copy of that either.
We're about to
Yeah,
get
I did a
portion.
6 years ago. I did a video for this. I love this game.
Base games for life.
Memories.
Hey, Jeremy.
Oh my gosh.
You like
2014?
Tabletop Simulator?
What's that?
Tabletopia over Tabletop Simulator?
Neither matter to me. I don't have feelings like that about either one. I just want to play some damn games. I don't.
I'm curious. I'm curious on that same question. You have repeatedly referred to Tabletop Simulator instead of Tabletopia, Lance. Why is that the stance of Gray Fox?
We think Tabletop Simulator. We'll do both. We'll do both. But with Tabletop Simulator, just we found it's easier to get our stuff uploaded, and it just seems to work better.
This is what I will say though, like as far as like aesthetically pleasing, Tabletopia is just amazing looking, but it does drop a lot. Like people get dropped a lot in Tabletopia, like a lot.
Yeah, I think they just were not ready for the huge influx of business they got over the last few months.
Yeah. So that people get dropped quite a bit, but that's really all. Like, I mean, every one of them has their quirks. Sometimes the scenarios don't load up properly in TTS. I mean, I was playing Tanguard the other night and it was just all over the place. But then I tried to go on Tabletopia and it wouldn't open. So there you go. So I just had a bad night trying to play virtual games. So that's why I have no feelings.
Sometimes the old ways are the best.
There you go, brother. There you go.
So this
the old ways.
So the Gothic Invasion. This is back when I still tried to come up with a clever quote for like a clever joke for my title. And for that was like Gothic Invasion review. And I said, surprisingly few pale-faced kids listening to Bauhaus in this game.
Whoa. Whoa.
Okay.
Well, no, it was like goth kids, listen to Bauhaus. There was that one troop of goths.
It was a deep cut.
That was an extremely deep cut, but that was like back when I was in high school. They were like the few goth kids.
This is not bad, man. I think I might.
$179. Well, sorry, I can't get Gothic Invasion, so no dice, my friend. I don't. If Gothic Invasion was still on there, maybe we'd be having a conversation. But
listen, now that we've spent another half an hour, can you give us a synopsis of this game?
Would you shut your mouth for a second here? I just wanted to see if I did something. Yeah, I did one, and I did one for Deus Ex Machina too. I don't remember Deus Ex Machina to save my life though.
Deus Ex Machina.
Back enough.
That too.
Yeah. Back.
I've heard it both ways.
Well, one of them's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. This game does not look like anything that I've. And then finally, what's the Alexandria campaign?
I never heard of that one. Never heard.
Alexander's campaign. Let me see if it was like he did How to Play. He did I always feel bad when like somebody's like, oh hey, check out this game, and I'm like, oh, and I see a game, like I said, I'll see a game on a store shelf somewhere. I'm like, this game looks cool, and I start looking. I was like, man, this game looks really familiar. And then like I look, oh, I did a video for it. You know, just like, ugh. All right, so is this like what like you were laughing about the add-ons, $179 to get a big
No,
box?
I was just laughing at the pricing for the previous ones because none of it made sense.
Oh,
Well, it's 37 plus like
Wait, is the
36.
next one above
That's
it 35?
$73.
You get
That's
you get 19 bucks off.
104. That's 134. That's 163.
Ooh.
That's 198. So if
98.
you do the you
You get
save
19 bucks.
yeah, you save like $19.
Yeah. However, I want you to go to the pledge manager.
Uh-oh.
So go over, scroll down on the pledge side. Is there any option to order those?
The type,
This 2 left to 40.
You can buy all of them.
But you can't just buy, let's say you want
You
it.
can't
let's say you
just-
want
Well,
it.
and that's also so that's actually pretty good savings. So it's also it's you're saving 39, 59, you're saving $58 because you get
Is
Rise
that-
of the Amazons.
Okay, so White Wizard Games has their Kickstarter going on right now. They did an interesting pledge where it's a $30 pledge, and it says $30 pledge, and you use that credit in the pledge manager. It's not even a pledge for any game because they have so many add-ons and stuff like that, like different packs they have and all this different stuff. I had never seen that before. Have you seen that before? Where it's just like, hey, here's a $30 credit that you are putting forward to something. And I thought that was interesting. I don't know why that pledge was created, but I was like, maybe it makes sense.
Yeah, that seems weird in that wouldn't you just buy the game and then the add-on?
No, because let's just say it like this. If you have the base game and you didn't want the expansion because it's a solo co-op expansion, so you may not have any interest in that, you may just want to say, hey, like I just want the other 6 packs that they have of the character packs, and that's it. Like that's all I want. And I was like, why don't they just make it an add-on pledge? And then they had a pledge that says, here are all the character packs for $40. So I was like, well, that was pretty interesting, but whatever.
it helps you with your phone.
I will say this. I will say this about this. I have almost zero interest in playing this game. It looks pretty simple and uninteresting to me. But
I didn't get
this
too much.
Kickstarter page is miles and miles better than Hybris.
It was. But they were trying to explain a really difficult game to explain in the page, and I'm just wishing that they did a better job at presenting it on the previous one. Just feel like you have to dig too much, and I would have gotten that rule book, and Rado spoiled the rule book for me. It seems like it was pretty rough. So
Yeah.
Rulebook spoiler.
yeah,
Sorry.
I mean that page is miles better than the other one. So well, there you go.
Very good.
I mean, thank you for bringing those to our attention. So I could now I can have people hate on me and be mad at me.
Yeah.
That's the thing is that I don't know. I feel bad if creators like hear what I have to say and like me, questioning like what they did. But I mean, it's like I've said this, and I'm not saying I'm an expert by any means, but I mean, I've run a lot of Kickstarter campaigns at this point. I know what works and what doesn't, at least in, I'd say more than the average bear, but I will say that, have as many eyes as you possibly can take a look at what you're putting out there, and every publisher knows other publishers. Reach out to other publishers and just say, just take a look at this and tell me what you think.
is that a thing though? Is that a thing? Like, can you feel like that? I mean, amongst friends anyway. But I'm just saying, do other publishers help each other build pages or like consult on each other?
I mean, as far as building pages, I'd say no. But I mean, if they took a look at it and they'd say, it has been my experience that most publishers will help each other out.
Yeah.
Because I don't think, I mean, it's like, it's a really rare situation, in my opinion, that like, if a board game enthusiast, like, if they like your game, they're still going to buy your game, even if they liked publisher B's game too. They're just going to buy both games, right? You know, so you're not like, it isn't like you're a car salesman, and if you send the guy over to the VW lot, you just lost out on a sale. You know what I mean? Because it's just it's a relatively minor amount of money to spend. It's so you know, the thing is that it's totally going to when we come out of this, whether it's a year from now or 6 months from now or who knows from now,
2023.
when we come out of this, we are not, the world is going, I mean, the board game world is going to be, there's going to be more people playing online than ever before. There's going to be more people saying, why am I bothering to buy these games when I can play them online?
I don't, do you think that in a world
yeah,
where,
I do.
And I'm serious, in a world where I used to say this 15 years ago, I was like, not 15, maybe 10 years ago, when I was running a video game store, and I used to say, like, man, everybody should just go fucking digital. I remember I said, like, everybody should just go digital. And then I remember when Xbox One came out, they were like, well, we're going to do this DRM free thing. I was like, oh my God, they're going to do it. They're going to go all PC, basically, but it's an Xbox. And they didn't do it. They backed away because people freaked out.
Yeah, well, like, I mean, here's the biggest thing
with board games. Like, it's because of the circumstances we're in. Everybody's going to have to change their business model in some form to adhere to the situations they're in to market their games better. You know, that's true, but I don't know if it's going to go full digital. I think there may be a better presence of digital.
Yeah, I mean,
I may be proven wrong, but here's the deal. Gone are the days of sold out Gen Cons. I'll tell you that much right now. There are going to be so many people that are going to say, why am I spending $2,000-$3,000 to go to a big convention when I can get those games delivered to my house? And if I want to play that game with people, like, I have options, and I don't have to leave my home. I don't have to risk infection. I don't have, and after you don't have to risk being infected or anything like that with Corona. You're going to be like, why am I going to spend all that money to go play games with my friends or with complete strangers when I can boot up Tabletopia or whatever, and I can play with complete strangers and just play online and just do it? I am having a blast playing a game or two every week with, like, Chris and with Scott and with whoever else, and getting people. Jeremy, you should play Champions in Midgard with us some afternoon, and just having the time to do those things, and just because it's still fun. It's still the board game. We're trash talking and giving each other crap, just as we would normally at a table.
Yeah.
And in all honesty, nobody's got to pick up the game. Nobody's got to set it up. You know, it's
a good script is amazing. Like, when you showed me that script for Champions of Midgard, I was like, holy crap, how do I get this in real life? Like, just automatically redoing the board for the next turn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next turn, click. You don't have to flip any cards over. Don't have to move any dice or anything. It's done. You know, I mean, people, if there's people out there that know how to make those they should be selling their services. That's a totally untapped market. If somebody's listening to this, if you think that you could take the files and the things of games and get them over to Tabletop Simulator or Tabletopia, and you could do it and do it well, I mean,
Tabletopia offers that service right now, $300, and they will put your game on their service.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yep.
And the thing is that board game publishers are notoriously also cheap. Yeah, so the big thing about that is that yes, they probably do it for $300, but I mean, there are people that will do it for nothing. I'll send you. I mean, here.
Oh no, I got two guys that'll make it for like damn near nothing. And
well, no, I mean, most people would be like, we get offers
good.
all the time. I'll put your games on, and like, we had a guy offer any of your games. You want any of your games on Tabletop Simulator? I'll do it for $75. And I went to my boss, and he was like, "No, we'll do it for free. We'll do it ourselves."
Wes Woodbury will do it for free. He's amazing.
And then he asked me, he's like, well, see if they'll do it for a copy of the game. And we're like, we'll send you a free copy of the game. And they're like, yeah, okay, sounds good.
And so I'm working on putting mine up there right now. So
Wes
and I've
Woodbury.
got a couple of people helping.
No, I know Wes. Wes does a good job.
Yeah, he
Wes
does.
is helping me out. He's a good guy.
But I mean, and it's, you know, I mean, that's where, you know, it's one of those things where you get to you're able to do that, right? I mean, like people still see a tangible $80 board game as a reasonable payment for like, you know, the time and effort that they do.
I'm also like, they could be like even more savvy, and I know this sounds like stupid right now, like it just sounds stupid, but it's late, guys. Here we go. I'm thinking like if you hit a pre-order button, and this is so reverse of the model that we're used to in video games. If you pre-order it, you get a key to go to Tabletopia, like a private room, and you can go play the game. I don't know, like if Tabletopia would have like a one-time code usage, they could go in there and they could play the game early. It'd be set up. They pre-order, they can play it. I mean, there's got to be some crafty business models, ways to attract people to.
Well, I think that is another advantage of Tabletopia for publishers is if you go to Tabletopia, oh, this is fun. Oh, look, here's a buy right now button, which Tabletop Simulator does not do.
Right. Yeah.
So what I wanted to do with Twilight of the Gods, since it was a card game, like I wanted it to also have a digital version where like you could buy the physical version, you know, for $35 or whatever.
Yeah.
You get a copy of the digital version, or you can just buy the digital version for like $10 or $5. Because like it's just ones and zeros at that point. And odds are that's a sale you probably weren't going to make in the first place.
Exactly.
Like that's just more money coming in from your game. And it's just the one-time fee of putting it, you know, on that digital environment. Like I would not be surprised if more games start using that as a model.
That's exactly what I think I was trying to get across.
Mm.
Yeah. No, I saw exactly what you're going for. Like that was, I mean, because that was in my head from day one. Like shit, we want that Hearthstone experience, right? Like you want people to just boom, log on, play your game, and then, you know, go about their day. So yeah, no, I would love it too, because like sometimes you just, you know, coronavirus aside, sometimes you just can't get your friends over to play a game. Like, you know, either people are busy or you're busy or you just, you know, it doesn't work. But if you could just, you know, if there is an easy to use service that allows you to log in and play against other people, like great, I can play a game.
Yep.
So.
It's like, I just feel like we are in a time where, you know, just like when the automotive industry tanked and all this other stuff, like we are at a time where people have to get so creative. And I want to see what happens. I want to see what each publisher does. And this is just the tip. Like the tip is the digital. We're stuck with doing.
I'm not saying it.
Hey guys.
Just to see what it feels like.
Hey guys.
Let's just play
what it feels like. Now, what if we have to go all the way in? to 2021, when we have to go all the way in.
All the way.
You know, like what's going to happen then? Like, right, what's going to happen then when people still haven't gotten their games that they were supposed to have out by Gen Con because they've been punting on them forever? And, you know, and like, what's going to happen? How savvy can you be when I know a lot of companies just don't have all the money in the world? Like, nobody has all the money in the world. And I can't wait to see what that looks like, because hopefully we get some better products and better electronical products and maybe some new innovative ideas. I don't know what they are. You know, I don't know what they are, but I trust the minds that create these awesome board games. I know that. So, yeah, I do think about that at night sometimes. Scotch is good too. So, Scotch is good.
I don't know. We're all stupid chips. So after this thing clears out, we're all just going to get right back together again. I don't think the digital window has some effect on it, but it's still a communal gaming experience. Yes, I think there will be a little bit more digital, presence. But all in all, I think sitting around a table is still going to be the way people are going to go.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, you've been able to play chess online for decades.
Yeah.
People still buy chessboards.
Yep.
It's about how communal can you make the online space, right? Because like if you can get past that remove of being on a screen with other people, like and I will say that's one of the really cool things about playing on tabletop simulator, like with Lance and other people, is that you've got Zoom going at the same time, and you're actually talking with people, and you're moving these things around the board, and you can see other people moving their stuff around the board. So like I feel like online is getting more communal. Will it ever be the same as the physical world? Probably not. Like,
well, VR is in the future. You can play Tabletop Simulator in VR right now. And in 10 years, VR's, it's not going to be as big as consoles are now, but it's on its way.
It's on it, dude. I just bought my son his second stick for his VR tonight, and like he's flying around as Iron Man, and I'm like, oh shit, this is
yeah.
Yes,
that when I was
his
a kid.
generation
Dude,
is
it
not going to
looks
think
so
twice.
good.
When he's in his 20s,
Yeah.
everybody is just, it's just, of course, yeah, we play everything in VR.
He was fucking Iron Man tonight, and it was cool. I was like, hurry up and die so I can play. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this VR is gonna be a thing. I mean, we are talking years away, but you can feel it now. You can feel it. And there are some games. There's a game that I have on mine. It's like I don't know if this is necessarily like a board game, but I know they have Carcassonne in VR.
Yep.
But they have this other one where it's like, it's not even a board game, but it's like real-time RTS where you're kind of standing.
Yeah, it's where you play cards out, and then the cards become the little.
My God. I mean, I cannot wait to play that. I'm really excited about it. But yeah, there are some things that can be added. They've been kind of playing around with that stuff.
Yeah, and
you
then
more of the Catan, and you got to do more of the Settler. I mean, Carcassonne to pull people.
And then you get that sense of camaraderie. You get that, we're all sitting around a virtual table, but I can see you right there.
Exactly.
Yeah. That'll be a pretty big game changer. But VR would be a game changer in general. It'll just take a while.
If you had something cool, like let's say like Funkoverse was like VR, like you're picking up stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like you pick up stuff.
Yeah.
Batman with the thing, and you threw it, and it actually hit him. That'd be so cool. That'd be different. Like that'd be a step up from what people are seeing, because you got this big mini, you pick it up, you put it over here. There could be games like that,
Oh yeah.
But I need money. Oh, it is. It's called Table of Tales. That's what it is. Table of Tales. Yes.
Oh, that's the RTS where you play cards and then they turn into
I
units.
cannot wait to. Oh my God, I cannot wait.
Yeah.
It's been sitting on my system for like a month. So I'm ready to play.
You just can't get your son off it.
No, I can't get him off this damn VR, man. Now that we got the second stick, he's like, no, Dad, I'm first always. He's right. He's first always. He's always first.
All right. Hey, it looks like we're winding down.
Yeah, we are winding down. It's getting late. Wow. Thanks for everybody who watched this evening. We had a good crowd. Some nights.
Bonacor bump.
Yeah, we had a Bonacor bump, but some night we'll have to remember, for those of you who don't know anything about this, every Wednesday, 9:00 Central Time is when we do this. We sometimes, tonight was actually, I thought we'd get more political with like more stuff going on, but the Bonacor thing hit, and then that kind of put a lot of positivity in the air, and so we didn't talk about a lot of the garbage stuff that's going on around in the world, which is good.
Wait, he was here tonight?
Yeah, earlier.
Oh, Steve.
Like the first hour or something.
I'll just call him, man.
I think. Oh, look at that, Mister. I'll just give him a call.
I want to call him then. I got his car right here. I'll just call him. He won't pick up, but that's fine. I'll just leave a message.
I think we're gonna have him on next week early. Maybe
I gotta see him. I gotta see him.
I missed it.
Bonacor.
Oh, Bonacor. Yeah.
I think we might have him on.
Bonacor.
Yeah.
Do any of you want to play Champions on Tabletop Simulator with either Champions or Reavers with Chris and I on Friday?
Friday morning?
Friday afternoon.
I got to get my kids' swing set together, so no.
It'll be at 3:00 Central.
He's got all the goods. It's his birthday. It was his birthday, yesterday.
That's pretty cool.
He's got all the
3:00 Central. I guess if somebody's listening and they want to join us, that's fine. Yeah. I have to protect my my win.
I want the first one, right?
Well, yeah, but you're only as good as your last game. You learned that in the NFL, son.
This is the point.
Chris,
you're only as good as your last punt.
You gotta win one more game and then retire.
Exactly.
Okay,
winning record, I'm out.
Yeah, no. maybe we should play Champions with the expansions, with
That was- I mean,
Valhalla and Dark Mountains.
They were both fun.
Yeah, either one was good. Anyway, we'll play that on Friday. Anybody got anything they want to plug? Anything they want to hand out real quick before we go?
No, Rado, what are you playing? What do you got coming up?
Next few days, I'm going to be working on Perseverance.
Yeah. Hey, how is it? How is it? Did you?
I don't know because my wife has been gone for half a month, and so all I've done is set it up and just played it by myself. But there's no solo mode. It's pretty impressive,
David,
but it's hard to say.
Wait, David does not have a solo mode ready for that game.
I asked. It's not ready, unfortunately.
David.
I wish it was.
Yeah, but how is Pendulum?
I'll tell you on the 22nd.
They,
It literally showed up in the mail today, so I don't know.
Perseverance. Who's that? Who published?
It's Mind Clash. It's their next big game.
It's Mind Clash.
Mm.
Now you want to go through a Kickstarter page. You want to talk about dead sexy. Lord. Jeez, man. I mean, that is like, that shit is beautiful. They make some pages. Them and the Orange Nebula, they make some ridiculous pages. It's like, Jesus Christ, here, have my money. What am I doing here?
Well, yeah, an Orange Nebula, aren't they a professional marketing firm, I believe?
Yeah. That's why. They just had it's just like, Jesus, I'm buying this. What is this game?
Yep. I'll find out when it shows up.
Right, I'll find out when it shows up.
I'm still waiting for my my Anachrony big box for
I cannot. Oh, I can't
for
wait.
from that.
Yeah,
I really like Anachrony.
I love it.
I think they Cerebria was a bit of a backwards move for them.
Yeah,
I thought Tricarion was solid. I thought Anachrony was ridiculously good. And then Cerebria kind of was another backstep for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I hadn't played it, and somebody actually, what's the name, taught me. Luke Hector talked me into like trying it out. So I was like, all right, bro, like I'll try.
Which one?
The Cerebria, because it just sounded like a good concept, and I was like, oh, I might try it because it's probably on sale somewhere. I can probably pick up a copy. So it can't be bad, but it can at least be all right. I experienced that, and I'll move on from it. If it's that, like, if it's just okay, I want to try it. I still want to try it because it's Mind Clash. They don't put out trash.
Oh man, I'm just looking at some of the pictures of Perseverance. This is
It is by far their most ambitious thing to date.
Oh really? Whoa.
It looks like he get to tame dinosaurs.
It's 2 games. It's actually I guess ultimately it's going to be 4 games, and in this first Kickstarter it's games 1 and 2. You buy them both at the same time. They're both dice drafting games, so they have the same core mechanism. But what you're supposed to do is, hey, we play game 1, which tells the story of a luxury ocean cruise liner that gets stranded on a dinosaur island. And they all have, the dinosaurs are coming, build the defenses, train for more fighters and all that kind of stuff. And it's a competitive game to see who will do the best at protecting our camp on the beach. And then you go to the next game, which is set 50 years later. And we're on the 3rd generation of these people who have been trapped on this island. And now they've gone inland and they're exploring, and they no longer are. They now in the first game, the the modern resources were very common. Now all the modern resources are used up, and they're having to use natural resources. And it's still driven by the same dice drafting. But I haven't even looked at how the second game works yet.
Wow.
I'm still trying to learn the first game. And then eventually they'll release chapters 3 and 4, which is you play a 3rd game and a 4th game that tells like 200 years of the time of these people who got trapped on Dinosaur Island and became a primitive culture of survivalists, effectively.
That sounds ambitious and delicious. I'm ready.
It's crazy ambitious.
That reminds me actually of, and this makes me sad because our Tana doesn't really exist anymore.
No, they're
part
of games now.
The Civilization legacy game
that
they were designing, which was, and I got to play the first 2 phases of it.
Gen Con, I think
That never came.
It was
out.
a BGG Con. I got to play the first 2 phases, which it was the Stone Age tribe, and then after you got out of the Stone Age tribe, you went on to the Bronze Age, and we played the Bronze Age as if you weren't a tribe.
Oh, you got to
anymore,
play the Bronze Age too?
Yeah, I got to play the Bronze Age with Dirk. And
It's Barry.
and so yeah, so I mean, and that's like who knows? I mean, that's one of those few games that makes me sad it never came into reality, because that was the idea. It was
Chronicle. Alan Brown points
Chronicle.
out.
Yeah, I think it was called Chronicles.
Yep.
But yeah, you started off at the very beginning, you Stone Age, and everybody at the table worked together as the Stone Age tribe, and then if you succeeded in a co-op, each of you, then the storyline of it, each of you left and you created your own basically village, a Bronze Age village, and then it was competitive because you were fighting over.
And the village you created was based on the character you ended up creating in the first game.
Yes, it was super ambitious.
Yeah.
And
then
then
the third game would be, oh, now we're in ancient Egypt times, or era of antiquities, and your little village has grown into a civilization that again is based on what your village was, which was based on who you were.
And they were going to take it all into modern age, future age. They were going to keep going, and the last one was going to be space exploration and.
So Spore, the board game.
What?
So Spore, the board game.
Yeah, I guess.
The board game.
Sure. Without the sci-fi stuff.
Yeah.
That was the Spore. Man, what a game! That
was a downer. I had such.
But no, it was great until you got to space, and then the game became unplayable. No, I remember that, because you couldn't do anything once you got to space, because it was everything that you had to fight was way too powerful, and you couldn't. You spent the space time running from everything, and just trying to flee.
You play video games, boy. You've been sold some dreams, man.
Oh yeah. I still remember the God, what was it? The Phantom, right? That console that was come out, total vaporware. Everyone was like, "Oh, this is gonna be better than SNES. This is gonna be better than TurboGrafx." That thing.
I would just love to sit up and just pull all the Peter Molyneux speeches for my whole life.
I hate to say it, because it's a rabbit hole, but
my whole life, and have questions that were never answered in my entire.
So, and Richard knows exactly where I'm going. You're in a conversation right now. Richard worked with Peter Molyneux on a one-on-one basis.
Dude, what was he like? Was he like that? Did he give you these crazy, mind-blowing ideas, and you were just blown away by it? But then you were like, wait, that's not what we got here.
Come back next week, we can talk about it.
Okay.
Is it the Bill Burr bit about Steve Jobs just walking into a room full of developers, eating some pretentious fruit like a pear, and saying, "All right, I want you to take a computer, I want you to shrink it down to something I can hold in my hand that I can read magazines on, but also listen to music at the same time. Now do it," and then walk out of the room. And then 9 months later, stand up in front of everybody in a room and say, "Look what I made."
Yeah, that guy is so interesting. He has said some things. I'm just like, yeah, you're making me ponder on that too. Is that going to be in the game?
My impression of Peter Molyneux always was his amazing successes, always managed to outshine the stuff that just fell flat in his face.
Yeah, and it was good stuff. That's the thing. It's good, but it's good. Don't get me wrong. It is good, and it was ambitious. But when you sell what he was selling, I'm like, man, you should have just left that on paper, man. It came out with a good ass game, because you were saying some big shit,
Well, I remember when Spore was gonna have. No, it wasn't Spore. It was the one before that, where white and dark.
Black and white.
Black and white, and
you're getting Will Wright and Peter mixed up there, but.
Oh, okay. I remember, but that one was the concept behind that. They actually had thought about the idea that the game box that was black was going to cost $10 less, and then the white box would cost $10 more, but the $10 is going to be donated to charity for each one that people bought. And they were going to see which one would people buy, the one that cost $10 more, and because it was white, it was the good. They didn't do that though.
God.
Talk about a game that was unplayable. Black and white was unplayable.
One thing I do remember, one thing that I really liked in that game was the idea of using your mouse cursor to make the symbols for casting the spells. Like I thought, like you couldn't make it work very often because it was kind of like it wouldn't necessarily recognize how you're moving around. I
Yeah,
thought that was really cool.
kind of like Okami does that. Like you kind of do like the little ink.
Yeah.
the ink
Yeah,
thing.
it like each spell had a symbol, and like
Right.
you had to like draw the symbol with
Yeah.
your mouse. I was like, because at the time, like nothing, like no game had ever done that.
Just make another.
One of my favorite memories from that black and white game was that, like, as you're cruising around as the god or whatever, watching there was the little dude, and he was like sitting on the beach, and there were these stones that he had that were musical, and he couldn't get his song to play the way he wanted it to play, and so you as the god, you had to pick these big stones up and move them into the right order. So when he would push them, because he pushed them the same way every single time to get them to play the right song, it would open something up and give you something good. And it took a little while. It was a little bit, because he would whistle how it was supposed to sound. You had to listen to the song, and then you figure out the tones, and you put the rocks down. You figure out the right thing, and then if you got them all right, then the rocks, I think they turned into something else. And I remember it took me like about 20 minutes to figure out the puzzle, but I figured it out, and whatever. And I remember I was watching, and my roommate at the time had bought the game, and I was watching him do the same puzzle, and like he like tried to figure it out for about maybe 2 minutes. He eventually just threw all the rocks off into the ocean and threw the guy after him. It's just like,
I'm a vengeful god.
This puzzle's too difficult. I'm taking your rocks, I'm throwing them into the sun, and you right after them. I didn't throw you into the sun first, so you had to see me destroy what you loved before I destroyed you. But I'll say that game gave me that memory, which I just laughed about again. So I guess the $30 or $40 I spent on it was worth it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, go watch Jeremy's channel. He does a really good job. Jambalaya Plays. I don't know. Go watch Chris Cluey highlights on YouTube.
I don't have any highlights. It's always someone returning a punt for a touchdown.
All right. Well, then
Other
go buy his
highlights are
book.
there.
Go buy Chris's book, Otaku.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hey, you guys have
And
a
I
good.
don't know. If you aren't, could you please, one of you, be the last person to push Richard Ham over 100K? Just
Oh
do
wait,
it.
how close are you? How close are you?
I have no idea.
I have 5 accounts.
I can put you in touch with there are like these Chinese businesses. They're all about, they have all these fake accounts, and they will go and they'll
I have 5
subscribe.
accounts.
They'll
So
subscribe to channels for you.
96.7 thousand at the moment.
there you
So
go.
it'll be a
Got
few
one
months.
just now.
Yep, it'll be a couple months, but you got it.
I got you one.
Sports, huh? How about
Thanks, everybody. But
Oh, and Nerfenstein changed her name to Board Game Gran, and she has a really cool YouTube channel. So, and she had to switch things out. So at least let's get her to the 100 subscribers, so
Yeah.
she can
can
get
claim
her her URL, like her.
Oh, yeah.
You have
Get her a personal URL. Yeah, that little.
the person, instead of the my channel is YouTube at XZ42189 ampersand.
Yeah.
I am number 23 on her subscriber list, and I love her new logo. It's actually excellent.
Yeah, isn't that awesome? Go watch the video about it like how to make your normal white dice into blood fleck dice for Halloween. It's pretty cool.
Sorry, who is this again? So I can take it. Yeah.
Board space game space Gran.
As in short for Granny.
Oh,
Yeah.
like, okay.
She's in Australia, and she actually helped
thought
Grey
she's
Fox
New Zealand.
Games. Thank you, by the way, Nerf or Board Game Gran or whatever you want to go by. Thank you for putting me in touch with those people. I was able to make my boss some money, and that always makes him happy. So that was awful nice of you to give me a few outlets for some games down in Australia that we had sitting in a warehouse that we didn't know existed. So
Hey, I see you got Faron on there, Richard. That should be interesting. How'd you feel about that, real quick?
Which one? What?
Faron by what's the name? Games, the one with the what is it? It's like in
What are
a
you talking
certain
about?
Egyptian theme.
Pharaoh?
Pharaoh.
Are you just making up words right now?
How do you
No,
spell it?
it's like Pharaoh, Pharaoh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's-
Pharaoh.
yeah. I actually I don't know how to say it. Oh, that was good. It's neat. It's a worker placement game where the board is constantly shifting. So
Yeah, the board is shifted. Yeah.
yeah, I liked it. We liked it. I kept it.
The scoring was weird on that. Like something about the scoring that I was having an issue with, but whatever. Okay. Cool.
Have you ever? I mean, I know I mentioned this to you. I mean, get your money man, Richard,
Yes.
on the ball to rent out the spaces behind you that are on your videos.
I told you that's why because he suggested that.
I'm telling you.
I know exactly what we pay Dan King to have our game on his spot.
Yeah.
So
Type it up.
it's not a small amount of money.
Type it up.
Hey.
Hey,
You got a little chat thingy right there.
you look
Okay,
up,
here, hold on,
Sleep
hold on.
Rovers.
Du-du-du-du-du. Chat. Where's my chat? There it is. Here it
Don't
is.
change the boxes in the back behind me for nothing. Anyway. Anyway. Got to do it, man.
And y'all go look up
Richard, you know what, Richard? He is undervaluing right now. I'm serious, man. You got to see those stats. Oh my gosh, I was blown.
Well, no, I mean, he came on. That Lawyer Up was one of the last games I did before him. And the first thing he did when he came on is started looking for contributors and said, "Yeah, you got to bump your prices up by at least 30%."
Yep.
And the nice thing about that is that you can actually have people can send you, like, if they want their Kickstarter to have more eyes on the Kickstarter box and things like that. Like Dan will actually, if you actually send him the art, Dan will print the art off and like basically kind of make a sticker of it and put it on another board game box, but it'll be there, so I mean, but yeah, I mean, and that is zero work other than him printing off that thing and putting it on there.
Wow.
Yeah, buddy. All right, man. Good night, guys. Take care.
Yes. Good night, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Remember, be just good and decent and kind to one another. And
that's right.
And see you next week.